Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is the death and life of Erza Scarlet in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 21, Titania ascends for a new tomorrow. They dashed across the city through the night, Erza and the Quincy Masaki, and after a few miles, they slowed down, landing on a simple street by an apartment complex. Masaki opened a door, and Erza followed her up a staircase, into a small, but neat apartment, a couple of rooms, a kitchen, all the necessities she supposed a body would need. It looked different, as the fashions did for humans, but at the end of the day Shinigami and human were not so different. "Is Hein?" Masaki shouted, as she hung up her coat, and took off her shoes. "Is Hein, we got a visitor." "What now?" Is Hein said, his voice coming from another room. "It's your angry red-headed friend." Masaki said. "It's me." Erza shouted, and immediately she could hear Is Hein get up, and in a moment he had walked into the hall, a broad smile in his face. "Erza!" he exclaimed, looking glad. What brings you here? You didn't tell anybody, did you?" He said the last part, sounding a bit anxious. "No, nothing of the sort," Erza said, shaking her head. "Wait, you two are living together?" She gave Is Hein a suspicious look, and he raised his hands defensively, and said, "I'm a perfect gentleman, I assure you." Erza could see the look on Masaki's face, eyes were definitely being rolled, but that didn't deter Is Hein. "I swear to you, on my word as a man of honor — this time, Erza was the one to roll her eyes — that there is nothing untoward going on. I just didn't want to stay cooped up with that bucket hat creeper, and Masaki-chan just so happened to offer. I pay rent," he said insistently. "By offer he means begged me on his bare knees," Masaki said, scoffing. "He does pay rent, though," she admitted. "I'm going to study to be a doctor," Is Hein said cheerily. "I'm indebted to the bucket hat for the time being, but I'll pay him back, set up, get my own place perhaps, well, that's all in the future." "But, what brings you here?" "Got a mission done, decided to check in on Is Hein." He grinned. "You're a good kid, Erza. You'll go far, mark my words." Erza couldn't help herself. Is Hein, he didn't know she had lost everything, every friend, everyone she had gained that mattered. Without even realizing it happened, tears streamed down her cheeks. She didn't sob, but her shoulders shook and trembled, as she stood there in the hallway, her fists balled. "Erza!" Is Hein said, sounding shocked, unsure what to do. Masaki quickly put her arm around Erza, and said, "Come along here, all right." She led Erza into what probably was the living room, and sat her down on the couch, sitting next to her, gently rubbing Erza's shoulder. Is Hein had followed, looking stupefied. He murmured, did somebody die, or dash?" "Is Hein, go make tea," Masaki said. Her tone was not sharp, but it was clear that she was not to be disobeyed in this moment. "All right," he said, and hastily made his exit. For a while, Erza simply sat there, her face buried in her hands, her skin wet with tears. Again. She had lost all her friends once, and then she had gained new friends again, then watched them die, and now, she had lost them all. Again. It was like having had an arm ripped off, like trying to see without eyes, like trying to run a mile without feet. Isane had once told her, when they first met in person on her sickbed after the massacre, that she was the kind of person who needed others. That some people did well on their own, and she wasn't one of them. Never before had she seen how right she had been. All her friends, gone, not even dead, but away from her, with a great big wall erected between them. It wasn't as bad as them being dead, but right now, in her misery, it was no comfort at all. Now Masaki, a stranger, was the only one she could lean on, a mortal enemy of the Shinigami, rubbing her shoulder, saying comforting little things into her ear, holding her close. Without regard for petty things like history, grudges, racial divides or different ideologies, Erza leaned into her, taking comfort in being close, just being close to another person who cared why she did it, or who she was, it didn't matter. After some time, which could have been hours, as far as she knew, but probably wasn't, she became aware of Is Hein sitting across them in a chair, a tray with 3 steaming mugs of tea standing on a rickety coffee table. He looked uncomfortable, powerless, and it struck Erza that he had probably never had much practice with emotional situations. Finally, Erza raised her head, and looked him in the eye. She had to look a mess, and she felt terrible, but it was slightly better now. Just slightly. Try a mug, Masaka said softly, giving her a nod. He makes a good cup. There's honey in it. Erza nodded slowly, and took a mug, taking a small sip from it. The hot liquid went down her throat, and it felt soothing, nothing like tea to calm you down. After a few more sips, she cautiously spoke, not quite trusting her voice not to crack. I was. She took a few long, heavy breaths, fighting the urge to break down again. That's fine, take your time. Masaka said sweetly. Yeah, Ishine murmured. I was kicked out. Erza mumbled at last. They caught me, and I was gonna go on trial for treason. Well, weren't you technically a traitor, ow? Ishine cried, rubbing the shin of his left leg, and Erza noticed that Masaka's foot had jabbed out, fast and hard under the table. Go on when you feel like it, Masaka said calmly. If he says something stupid again, I'll kick his other leg. Jeez. Ishine murmured. Erza let out a small giggle, despite herself, and sniffed. They found me out. It was Aizen, she said. Then she finally told the tale, about how she had been recruited, about how she had had her doubts about the Godai, how Aizen had promised a better world if she joined him, how she had believed his every word, become his subordinate, intent on destroying the Godai and rebuilding it, how it had all been for the greater good, how, slowly, she had come to see his ruthless side, how he had no scruples, how he had manipulated her and everyone else, how she had rejected him and been thrown in jail. The very next day, how Ichimarujin and Kaname-tuan was in league with him, how one was a monster and the other a fanatic, how Aizen was responsible for hollow experiments. Emotion washed over her as she spoke. So much came off her chest, so many fears and doubts she had held for so long. Masaka didn't seem to understand all of it, but her hand stayed around Erza's shoulder. She kept expecting Ishine's face to twist into disgust at her betrayal, that he would interrupt her and tell her off for her treason, call her out, shout at her, but all she saw in his face was surprise, surprised and concern. And that's how I was escaped. Erza mumbled, feeling emotionally exhausted. Well, shit, Ishine murmured, looking more than a little shocked. Aizen? Urahara told me he was a traitor back then, but I didn't know what to believe. He's straight as an arrow. Damn Boy Scout, that one. That, now that I think about it, always nice and responsible, good at everything he does sound too good to be true, don't he? You believe me? Erza said weakly. You're not a liar. Ishine said simply. No matter what you are in life, you're not a liar, and what you just told me is the truth as you see it. So, how long has he planned this? I don't know, Erza mumbled, making a helpless gesture with her hands. If he wasn't lying, then he's been planning this for centuries. Ishine nodded. Damn. And I don't think you could warn the others, huh? Erza shook her head, bitterly. The word of an escaped traitor next to Captain Perfect. Nobody's going to believe that for a second. Even if they did, he's got illusions. That's what his Zanpakuta does, perfect illusions. Ishine nodded, and murmured, well, damn. We're up shit creek now, aren't we? Or they are, at least. I don't know what to do. Erza said, slumping back into the couch. Everything I ever worked for, it's gone. All my friends. She choked up again. Listen, Masaka said gently, I don't understand a whole lot of this, and I'm not sure I want to, but your life isn't over. You're strong, I can tell you can keep going. It's not as easy as that. Erza said gloomily. I can keep going, sure, but I don't know where. This town gets lots of hollows. Masaka suggested. And personally, I am tired of having to drop whatever I'm doing to hunt one down. An extra pair of hands wouldn't hurt. Yeah. Ishine said spiritedly. You can be like a protector of the town. Watching over it stoically, defending it against incursions from the wicked. You could be the night. Be justice. Be Biao. He cried, rubbing his other shin. Masaki had feet that moved at superhuman speed, it seemed. But don't rush it. Masaki said. You take the time you need. It's not easy moving past something like this. Until then. She sighed. Until then, stay here. Really? Erza said, blinking. You'd let me stay here, just like that. I let this big idiot stay already. Masaki said. My aunt would kill me if she knew, but then again, that's why I moved out. What's the rent? Erza asked. Don't worry about that, Masaki said. Just stick around, keep your head down and lend a hand when you can, alright. Thanks, Erza said, smiling weakly. No problem. Masaki said, standing up and giving Erza a friendly pat on the shoulder. I'll put out my spare bed. Ishain can sleep on the couch. But Ishain said, but Masaki gave him a look, and he immediately fell silent. Said and done, Masaki walked out. She's really nice, Erza murmured, sipping at her tea, which was now lukewarm, almost cold. I know. Ishain said happily. Life's not so bad with her around. Erza nodded. I guess it could be worse. Plus, Ishain said with a grin, I think she likes me. I could tell by the way she kicks you. Erza said, her voice perfectly even. I know, right? Ishain said. Back when I first got here, she kicked much harder. I'm growing on her. Despite herself, Erza smiled. She had lost them all, she had been betrayed, but it could really be worse. She didn't want to imagine the misery of having to do this alone. That night she barely slept at all, tossing and turning in the bed Masaki had put out. For hours, she lay like that, sweating, her mind racing, her psyche stirred about and shook in a way it never had been before. Finally, toward the wee hours, she had enough. Grabbing Tetsu no Tama, she sat herself up against the wall cross-legged, closed her eyes, and forced herself calm enough to meditate. It took some time, but soon, she stood in the marble palace, looking up at the golden throne. It was oddly reassuring. For the first time, she did not feel irked at the excessive pomp and glamour of this place, but relief at its familiarity. Her world had been torn from her, but here inside her soul, some things remained constant. My master. Tetsu no Tama said, standing up, and walking down to greet her. He had taken to doing so recently, rather than look down on her. My master, I feel your loss as if it were my own. He said solemnly. Erza nodded. Thank you. I feel it, he said, yet I am not as shaken with it. Suffering is an inevitable consequence of being alive. That is why I ask you, now that all you held dear was wrenched from you, what will you do next? Choose your words carefully, my master. I do not know. Erza said simply. She was at peace here, no tears threatening to swell up, no anger overwhelming her, only a cool and quiet sadness. Nonsense. Tetsu no Tama barked. You do know what you must do next, master. You have options, several paths you could take, and deep down you know which one to take. Do I? Erza said defiantly. You do. The spirit insisted haughtily. There are so many things you could do. You could leave this life behind, and become this city's protector. You could forget the life you used to lead, and run. You could see the world, explore it, find a new life wherever it suited you. You could forsake all things spiritual. You could rise up against this and resolve that one day, Aizen Saoshik shall feel the taste of my edge. These are all things you can do, my master, but in your heart, you know which one it must be. You know which one your virtue demands, so do not mule like a meek and powerless coward. I will not take revenge on Aizen Saoshik. Erza said slowly. Will you not? Tetsu no Tama snarled. The man is a monster, who took all from you, all you held dear. You would let that stand? I will not take revenge, Erza said carefully. Vengeance is nothing more than a grudge made into violence. There is no purpose to that. I will not take revenge, Tetsu no Tama, but I will do what is right. And what is right, Erza? The spirit boomed. To stay down, cowardly bow to scum like Aizen, let him become overlord of all creation. To protect the weak. Erza snapped. To protect your friends when they cannot protect themselves, to stand up against bullies and tyrants, to use my strength for something more than just gaining power. Tetsu no Tama's haughty expression softened, and he smiled contentedly, but Erza was not done. I am not done with the Godai 13, she continued, feeling like a fire was rising in her chest, nor am I done with Aizen. He told me that they were corrupt and he is right. So I will do as he said, and believe the impossible to change the world not for him or his cruel and callous vision, but for them. For Momo, and for Renji, and for Isane and Nozomi and everyone else who is still left there. Because they are still my friends. Even if every last one of them thinks of me as a traitor, even if I lost them all, I will still move forward. One day I will change the entirety of the Godai 13, and I will not let Aizen stand in my way. Tetsu no Tama nodded, and said, You already did know, my master. Erza took a few deep breaths. I suppose I did. She mumbled. Yes. I'm not done with Aizen, not by a long shot. But I can't exactly go charging in back, can I? It will take time, many years, probably, but I'm going to get stronger, and find the right opportunity. And if your friends come at you as if you were enemies come to die by your blade? If you find that you must slay Aizen Saushik. The spirit said. I won't kill anybody unless there is no other choice left. But I'll do what I have to. I cannot know how it will go until I am there, and I won't speculate on it and drive myself crazy. Erza said, shaking her head. No, for now. I'll be staying with the Quincy. And even though he's shady, I'll have to make some sort of deal with Urahara eventually. Whatever it takes, Aizen will go down, not because I want to get back at him, but because of what will happen if he isn't dealt with. Acceptable. Tetsu no Tama said. You have a long road ahead, Erza. Yet, you have taken a step forward. Nurse and cultivate the pain you feel, my master, let it serve as a reminder of why you fight. Erza was no stranger to being awkward. She had always been a savant of violence, yet always challenged by human interaction, but the first few weeks were awkward to an extreme, even without people around her. She was around 100 years old now, and the better part of that life had been spent as an officer and a fighter. No matter what, there had always been things to do, patrols to walk, reports to fill, hollows to hunt, friends to talk to. She had been in charge, a leader among her kind. She had issued orders, she had led people into battle, she had been at the very top of Shinigami organization. Her days had been full, so filled to the brim with work that she sometimes wondered how it all had been possible. Being a Shinigami, she realized now, was not just a job, it was a lifestyle, a philosophy, an occupation to fill your entire sense of self up. It was shocking, almost painful, to wake up one day after another with absolutely nothing to do. Aside from the always present pain of having lost her friends, she felt hollow inside, not for having been betrayed or hurt, but for having lost all the practical things that had given her a sense of self-worth. She was not a workaholic, she hadn't lived for her job, but she was practical, and lazing about did not suit her in the slightest. Though Masaka was a gracious host, supportive of her despite barely knowing her, Erza found herself feeling like a parasite, living in her apartment and eating her food, contributing nothing of value. Sure, there was the odd hollow hunt, but they were few in between compared to the missions she would take in the Godai 13, and none of them were so challenging Masaka could not have handled them herself. To wake up each day, eat breakfast, and then face a day of nothing at all was crushing. She had not lost the determination she had demonstrated to Tetsu no Tama, but she scarcely knew what to do with herself. She would patrol the town, although to not much avail, and she had to do it while always keeping an eye out for other Shinigami. She would not want herself spotted, the things she would have to do if they sent a hunting squad for her. It was the strangest thing, being among humans again. Once a top-ranking officer, now she was just a face in the crowd, a crowd that, almost all of them, could not even see her. She had come from a world of humans, like all Shinigami, but this was one different from the one she left, alien and cold, filled to the brim with people but with precious little of the humanity she had felt in fairy tale. Things were silent. Normally, it'd be an awkward silence, but to call it that, here and now, would be the understatement of the century. It was an oppressive, heavy silence, hanging over them like a dark storm cloud about to burst. Momo had called the meeting, and Renji, Kira, and Hisagi had come. But now, here in the backyard of the 9th Division, it seemed nobody knew what to say, where to start. The issue was so obvious. Erza was gone, declared a traitor. They were all under investigation for having been her associates. Their careers could be in jeopardy, but that was the least of their concerns. Erza had been their teacher. Both Renji and Momo thought of her as an older sister, somebody they could trust, rely on no matter what, a role model. She was the Shinigami Renji wanted to be. She was the sister Momo always wanted. Now, she was gone. What's worse, all the official sources said there was evidence that, all along, she had sought to betray the Godai. That Erza, strong, beloved, dependable Erza, was a two-faced lying traitor. It was all too much to handle. She's innocent, you know. It was Momo who broke the silence at last, her voice quiet, barely more than a whisper. Of fucking course she is. Renji growled. Way to state the obvious, huh? He was angry, very angry, ready to lash out at anything that made a wrong move. Listen, Kira said, his voice subdued, defeated, nobody is going to say she wasn't good to us. That she wasn't a good person. That she wouldn't do something like that without a good reason dash. Something like what? Momo said, raising her voice a little. She didn't do it, Kira. Hinamori, I saw the evidence. Kira said quietly. Stolen blueprints from a rogue scientist she killed. Evidence that she set up the bombs that destroyed the science division. It's right there, plain to see. He looked despairing, his voice strained. He was interrupted, though, by Renji, whose voice was little more than a growl. Hey, Kira, he said darkly, you better shut your fucking mouth. Right now, or I'll break your jaw in so many fucking places, you'll eat from a straw for the rest of your life. You can't ignore it, Abarai. Kira shot back defiantly. You can turn a blind eye, you and Hinamori, but that won't make it less true. Do you think I was fucking kidding? Renji snarled, balling his fists and walking toward Kira. That's Erza you're talking about, fucking Erza, and if you don't shut the fuck up I'll dash. Enough. Hisagi shouted, stepping in between the two. It doesn't matter what happened dash. It does. Momo insisted. She's innocent, I know she is, and we have to prove it. It doesn't matter. Hisagi insisted. It doesn't matter. Right now, what matters is that she's gone. She ran away, and that's the cold hard truth. Whether the evidence is real or not, running away doesn't look good. Now, I don't want to think of her as a traitor, but I've no way of knowing she could be anywhere right now, and we can't ask her. Right now, we have to focus. She's gone, and that's the truth. Nothing we can do about it. Right now, we keep our heads down and do our jobs. And for fuck's sake, we lean on each other instead of fighting, you dullards. That means you, Renji. And you, Kira, show some goddamn sensitivity. Renji and Kira both glared at him, but stayed quiet. I still believe in her. Momo said quietly. That's all right. Hisagi said. Me, I don't know what to believe. We need to look to the future, not dwell on the past. I'm not forgetting. Renji snapped. Me either. Hisagi said. But don't let this fuck you up, okay? If you believe in her, then be what she'd want you to be. Fine. Renji grumbled sullenly. And you, Hinamori, Hisagi said, you may want to keep that on the down low. You may be a vice captain, but people don't take kindly to people believing in traitors, alleged traitors, that is. He said, changing the wording as he saw Momo's expression. For now, just. He sighed. Just remember her as she was to you, and keep going. That's what she'd want, I'm sure. The silence came back, and eventually, they dispersed. There was no peace to be had, but at the very least they had their minds a bit clearer. Although lost and down on her luck, even with the weight of uselessness hanging over her, Erza was practically minded. She had a new world to live in, and she had to adapt. She would make her way here, for as long as it took. That meant blending in as a human, and pulling her weight. That first order of business, blending in, meant paying Urahara a visit. It grated on her to do so, but unfortunately he seemed to have a monopoly on practical gadgets like those and, if Masaka were to be believed, quite a few other things. From what she gathered, he was every bit as shady as he seemed, but always too necessary for anybody to object. She resented being indebted to him. He had been right about Aizen, and it may well have been that he was innocent of treason, but that made him no less untrustworthy in Erza's eyes. She did not want to owe him money, or favors. She had had quite enough of owing something to untrustworthy, manipulative bastards. But reality, of course, was that she didn't have much of a choice. If she wanted a Jigai to fit in among the people as one of their own, then to Urahara's shop she had to go. So it was that, after having decided that 2 weeks was enough time to wallow in self-pity, Erza found herself outside his store. The bespectacled, muscular man stood waiting for her, and wordlessly pulled the door open, motioning for her to come inside. Somewhat suspiciously, one hand on Tetsu no Tama's scabbard, Erza stepped inside. When last she had been here, Erza had spent most of her time in a room near his Heinz. Now, it all looked so strangely different, familiar, but different, with the daylight shining in on the shelves, full of petty goods that she suspected were there only for show. Urahara himself stood behind the counter, lazily leaned over it, a grin on his face. "Why, Miss Scarlet?" he said cheerily, as she slowly walked up to him. "What brings you to my humble store?" "I need something, and you're the only one who can get it for me," Erza said bluntly. "I've no interest in playing games. I have come here because I need a Jigai. What will it cost me?" Urahara sighed theatrically, and said, "Has anyone ever told you that you suck the fun out of things? A Jigai, yes, a Jigai, that we can arrange. But those are expensive, extensive man-hours assembling complex parts, all put together with a positively brilliant scientific method. Why yes, they are quite costly. What's a humble shopkeep to do? Just hand them out." "I said, no games," Erza said firmly. "What will it cost me? I don't have any money, not yet. I can't make any either, not without looking human. The only thing I can offer is myself, and not in that sort of way." She said the last part sharply. "What sort of way?" Urahara said innocently. "I have no idea what you are talking about, Miss Scarlet. You must have a very dirty mind, making all these assumptions about innocent store owners. You are anything but innocent, you scoundrel," Erza said, furrowing her brows. "Will you do it or not? I won't get down on my knees and beg. Tell me what I must do, and dash." Urahara snapped his fingers, and a door opened to the side of the room. Out stepped a replica of herself, although slightly different looking, wearing simple modern clothes, a t-shirt, jeans, and a pair of brown leather shoes. Her hair, Erza noticed, was shorter, and a dark shade of brown instead. "I started working on it the morning after you arrived," Urahara said, shrugging casually as if he hadn't set this up for dramatic effect, "as a side project, for my amusement. You would eventually need one, and where else would you get one?" "That makes sense," Erza said cautiously, examining the Jigai up close. It looked her in the eye, and said, "Hello. And that would be the mod soul I am using to keep it moving whenever you would be out of it," Urahara said. "I modeled her to look like you, only a bit more Japanese. You don't exactly look like you are from around here, so I took some liberties." "I have no problem with that," Erza said, nodding. "What will it cost me?" "Like I said, I have no money." "Miss Scarlet," Urahara said smoothly, walking out from behind the counter, holding his cane up, "I am a businessman. Yes, you have no money. But like you said, you can make no money without it. This Jigai? It is yours. Consider it an investment. No strings attached," Erza said suspiciously. "Oh, strings are attached all over it," Urahara said cheerily. "I will not expect money for it. An appropriate price would require the salary of, say, the CEO of a major company. You, with no professional education, wouldn't make an iota's worth of that, if you managed to land a job. Human currency has limited use to me, anyhow. No, What's important is having an associate to call upon, somebody powerful, talented, with lots of potential. You will owe me favors, Erza, quite a few. If I need an errand run, you will run it post-haste, no matter how small it will seem. I won't do anything that's wrong, Erza said, looking him in the eye. Urahara looked back, a glimmer in his eye. 5 years. 5 years of servitude, and I will consider this paid in full. Mind you, I won't have you slave away in the shop, I have that covered already. Errands, of a kind that require competent muscle, that is what I will need you for. And no, I will not abuse or manipulate you. You stood up to Eisen, of all people, what luck would I have? His grin went away, and with a serious tone, he said, you do not trust me, Erza Scarlet, and you are right to do so. You are stuck in a strange world, and trusting strangers is foolish. I am not a saint by any means, but I am not Eisen, and I will not ask anything of you that you would find morally objectionable, mostly because you would probably refuse. But at the end of the day, I am not a harsh taskmaster, or a bad man to work with. Don't think of this as indentured servitude, think of it as a partnership. You talk a good deal, Erza said, scowling. So did Eisen, and he was more convincing than this. But, for now, I'll take your offer. But if anything seems off, then the deal is also off. Urahara said cheerily. He extended his hand. To the future, Miss Scarlet. Hesitantly, she took his hand, and shook it. Well, go on then, Urahara said with a smile. Try it on. It's yours. 2 minutes later, Erza walked out of the shop, looking very much like a Japanese citizen. In her pockets were papers, ID documents naming her Erza Sukareto, complete with information on her supposed date of birth, hometown, and even a certificate of having graduated 18 years worth of schooling. She wasn't quite sure how the education system worked in this country. She'd have to figure that out later. At any rate, she was good to go. Finding work, though, was not exactly easy. It wasn't like she had no experience with being human. 80-odd years ago she had been alive, doing work and earning money. But this world was different. There were no mages guilds, and no monsters to slay for pay, or the many odd jobs that required mages. In this time, in this world, you had to have papers proving you existed, and you had to have papers proving you had gone to school, and if you hadn't gone to school long enough, you couldn't get anything but the lowest jobs. It was frustrating. She had been a powerful, adventurous mage, and after dying, she had been a military officer. This world seemed to have no need for either one. Directly after receiving her Jigai, she had started searching. She had applied to work at stores, wherever they could be found, and had been turned down 7 times before lunch. She had applied for part-time jobs. She had even tried her luck in a bar, where there was an opening for a bouncer, a job that she could actually do, and do well. But the owner had taken one look at her, and laughed. They needed big, strong men, he had explained, not women. It had taken some restraint not to punch him when he suggested that maybe she could work as a server if she put on a mini-skirt. Human life was hard. Obnoxious, even. She had faith in herself, she knew she was talented and strong, but Japan did not seem to share her belief. It was nearly evening when she at last sat down on a bench in Karakura, having been turned down more times than she cared to count, 30, at least. Then, as if by providence, she saw a kid walking out from a building down the street, with a big grin on his face. He carried a practice sword, an unmistakable item for her. Intrigued, she stood up, and walked down toward the building he had left. As she came closer, she saw a big sign, saying, Tatewaki Dojo. A dojo. A place to learn sword fighting. She took a closer look. It wasn't the most impressive thing. It was a locale squeezed in between a sushi shop and a shoe store, its sign looking a bit worn. Would there be a place for her there? Probably not. Would she try? Yes. Decisively, she opened the door, and walked in. Although the exterior had not been impressive, the inside looked decent. It was roomy, well lit, and past the small entry hall was a large room, filled with mats, with sword stands and protective equipment, everything you needed for kendo practice. Half the room was filled with boys, probably no older than 12, practicing with their swords, doing one swing after the other under the instruction of their sensei. It looked alright, but she saw room for improvement. The kids seemed alright, but with proper instruction, they could be really good. Excuse me, ma'am. Erza looked around, to see a middle-aged man, wearing a kimono with the dojo's logo on it. I don't believe we've met. Are you here to pick up your son? Or little brother, perhaps? Oh, not at all, Erza said. I was just curious. It's a decent place, this. Thank you, ma'am, the man said, nodding. We try our best to make this the best dojo in Karakura. We provide practice for children ages 8 to 12, as well as teenagers and young adults. Are you interested in taking it up? It's a fine hobby, even for girls. Teaches you discipline, gumption, all the things a person needs to succeed in life. Erza stopped herself from laughing. I'm looking for work, actually. You seem a bit short-handed, and, well, I'm pretty good at swordplay, and I have experience teaching. You. The man said, frowning. No disrespect, ma'am, but what would you know dash? I am willing to bet I know more than most here. Erza said. Realizing that might come off as arrogant, she added, no offense. You are a strange one. The man said, almost scowling now. But I'm afraid we have no openings. Business is slow, the economy isn't what it should be, and so on. I'm sure you know how it is. Try me. Erza said firmly, balling her fists. Your best. Against me, right now. If he can land one hit on me, I'll leave and you won't hear from me again. If I win, you give me a job. That's not how it works. The man snapped. I am in charge of this dojo, and I hire based on competence in teaching, not just sword fighting, and there's no room in our budget. Come now, old man, said a younger man, approaching the two, a helmet in one hand and a sword in the other. If she wants to try, let her. Could be a fun distraction, right? He was young, old enough to have graduated a professional school, but much younger. Tall and muscular, he exuded confidence. He was probably their best. I'll be more than a distraction. Erza said. I'll fight you or anyone else. I'm CG. He said, smiling, and extending his hand. Erza shook it, with some hesitance. Erza Scarlet. She said. Have it your way, the older man grumbled. You can't help but chase after anything in a skirt, but I'm not promising anything. Well, there you go, CG said cheerily. Get suited up, and I'll meet you out there in the hall. It'll be a good opportunity for the kids to learn something. Erza nodded, and a few minutes later, she stood on a mat out in the hall, wearing the full suit of protective padding, a helmet covering most of her face. The children had stopped practicing, all of them looking at the two of them, whispering excitedly. Erza stood ready, holding a simple bamboo sword up in a basic stance. All right, kids, CG said, this lady here says she is very good. I don't know if she's telling the truth, maybe she is. Either way, I want you to pay attention. He looked directly at Erza. I won the regional championships twice before I started teachings, and I never heard of anybody on a professional level named Erza Scarlet. You better be as good as you say, because I won't hold back even if you're a girl. Just go. Erza said coldly. The only possible restraint here was her jigai. She couldn't move as fluently in it as she could inside her soul body, but even then, she could read CG pretty well. All right, he said. Quickly, he stepped forward, with a quick, decisive swing coming down on her, and before he knew what had happened, Erza had sidestepped, and stabbed her sword forward, hitting him square in the chest. Point to the challenger. The manager called out. Well, that happened. CG said confusedly. Try again. Just a fluke, I'm sure, Erza said, keeping a neutral tone. She was not one for gloating. Again, they took their stances. This time, Erza took the initiative, surging forward with speed. CG tried to parry and counter-attack, but Erza was too quick, her sword batting his aside, hitting him over the head. Damn, CG muttered, sounding a bit annoyed, you're faster than you look. 2 times is nothing. Erza said dismissively. Again. Have it your way, he said, taking a stance, looking far more cautious now. Erza simply took the initiative, surging forward. CG parried once, twice, and almost had an opportunity to strike, but Erza caught his sword, directed it into the floor, and whacked him over the shoulder. 3-1 for the challenger. The manager said. 3 times is nothing, right? CG said, rubbing his shoulder. Correct. Erza said. This was not fair, not even slightly, but sparing his feelings was not a priority compared to not having to relieve the kind of rejection she had faced today. Again they took a stance, and again it repeated 4, 5, 6, 17 times, until the manager finally called for her to stop. CG had not come close to hitting her even once. What the hell? He murmured irritably, as they took their helmets off. You lean your right foot forward a little too far. Erza said matter-of-factly. You like a wide, quick swing downward, to either incapacitate your opponent right away, or set yourself up for a counter-attack. The problem is that you project your intent very clearly, and any experienced fighter could read it and counter appropriately. The difference in skill isn't even what lost you this fight. I should call you sensei, huh? CG said, dropping the sword to the floor. And here I thought I was good at this. You are, for your age. Erza said. I'm better. She sighed. It was not my intention to humiliate you. However, I do not like to hold myself back. No, I understand, CG said. Well, I'll be damned. I've never seen CG get trashed like that, the manager said, now with a grin on his face. He extended his hand, and Erza shook it firmly. Name's Tatewaki Shiro, manager and owner of this place. Seems like you made an impression. He gestured with his thumb at the children, who were looking wide-eyed at her, whispering among themselves. Why don't you get the training gear off, and come with me? Erza nodded, took the training clothes off, and followed Tatewaki into his office, a small, rather Spartan room, with an equally humble desk, and a couple of simple chairs to sit on. I'll get right down to business, Tatewaki said. That was a damn good show, and we could benefit from that sorta talent. Thing is, I can't pay you a whole lot. You're not gonna make rent on this stuff. I don't need a lot, Erza said. I'll work hard, too. And if business gets better and I do well, you could always give me a raise. Right down to business as I said, huh? Tatewaki said, with a small grin. You got yourself a deal. Come here next Monday, bring your qualifications, and we'll sign a temporary contract. See how it goes. Qualifications. Right. Erza said, nodding. She'd have to stop by Urahara's again. You've got yourself a deal, Mr. Tatewaki. A couple of weeks passed, and Erza found herself adjusting fairly well. Teaching children was nostalgic at times. She felt deeply moved, remembering what it had been like teaching her juniors, the friends they had become. Mostly, she was just glad to have a job she could enjoy. The pay was quite modest, just as the manager had said, but Erza had never been a big spender to begin with. She gave almost all of her wage to Masake, who would protest each time. Erza didn't need it, aside from the bare necessities of food. But as time passed, she realized she could not neglect her training. She did mean, after all, to reach Bankai, to gain great strength and, someday far down the line, make her return, and to that end, she had to train. This realization was followed by another, more irritating realization that the only person she could turn to was Urahara Kisuk. The man himself did not irk her so much as the fact that he seemed to have a monopoly in matters spiritual, and each time she turned to him, she would owe him more. She had considered turning to the Quincy's, but if Masaka was to be believed, the few remaining hated Shinigami and most of everyone with a passion, and she would be lucky to walk away peacefully if she approached them. Beggars could not be choosers. If she could hurt, fight, bleed, almost die several times over in the name of her beliefs, as she had in her time in the Godai, then she could ask Urahara Kisuk for help. It was just that, well, almost dying was a lot easier on her pride than this. So it was that, with a bit of frustration, she turned up at the Urahara shop's front one Saturday morning. Of course, as luck would have it, nobody answered the door. Grunting in frustration, Erza walked round the back, checking the windows. Nobody seemed to be in. After 5 minutes of annoyed searching, she slumped down on the front porch, resigning herself to a wasted day. What rotten luck! How would she advance, if she had nobody to spar with, to challenge her? With time, she would get weaker, strength needed to be exercised, lest it would wane. She saw a black cat sitting a few yards down, just by the porch, licking its paw. Huh. I didn't figure you're a hera for a cat person, Erza said. She sat quietly for a bit, then said, I wish I was a cat. All I'd have to worry about is keeping my fur neat and clean, and where to find a piece of fish to eat. It is quite overrated, the cat said. Erza was surprised. She hadn't heard cats talk in a very long time, but it brought back memories of talking cats, adventures in Fiori. Happy the cat had been quite the talker, and he was certainly not human. Talking cats was not really unusual, but it was unexpected. Is it now? Erza replied. You look content as you are. I am, yes, the cat said. And for the record, I prefer quality grade cat food over fish and cream. Fish is for simpletons. It turned its head to look at her, and it looked as if it would frown, had it the face of a human. Oh, I see, Mr. Cat, Erza said, leaning back against the wall. You are not surprised? The cat said. That is a disappointing first. Usually, people at least have the courtesy to widen their eyes in shock. A talking cat isn't something you see every day, is it? Not for many years, no, Erza said. What's your name, Mr. Cat? I am Yuki. The cat said, raising one of its hind legs, scratching its ear. I suppose you are here looking for Kisuk. I was, yes, Erza said, letting out a sigh. Looks like I am out of luck, though. He is a fickle and silly man, the cat said, with a mild, chastising scorn Erza recognized as that of somebody who could only be a friend. Good friends treated each other with kindness, but the best of friends could insult each other like it was nothing. He runs little errands now and then, doing Lord knows what sort of shady business. The cat Yuki said. He could be back in an hour, or in 2 days, you never know. That's too bad. So, how do you know him? Long-time friends. Yuki said, her tone indicating the verbal equivalent of a shrug. You must be that new potential he has running errands for him. I noticed clearly that you were not human, of course. I may not be a scientist, but I know a Jigai when I see one, and I sense your energy well kept, but not well enough. You really are knowledgeable, Mr. Yuki, Erza said. Well, I better get going, I suppose. If I did not know better, I would think you either the most cynical, disillusioned spirit I ever met, or plain dumb, Yuki said, sounding amused. A talking cat, and no reaction in sight. Where I come from, we had talking cats. Erza said plainly. Several of them. I'm not of this world, actually. I don't know how, but I never lived and died on this earth before passing. Now that is interesting. The cat said, walking over to her, looking at her closely. So what brought you here? Nothing you could help me with, I think, Erza said. I need somewhere to train. I need to get stronger. They all say that. Yuki said dismissively. I hate to break it to you, but Kisuk is not exactly the training type. It's the only place I have to go, Erza said, shrugging. And if I don't even try, well, there's nothing worse than giving up without even trying. You have gumption, I will give you that, the cat said. So you think I cannot help you? Erza looked at the cat, seated next to her, and said. No, I'm afraid not. This really was a curious animal, she had to admit. There were no talking cats in this world that she knew of. Magic seemed not to exist at all outside the spiritual realm. But then again, the world was a vast place that she didn't know very well, and there was no reason to question it that she could think of. Then, suddenly, interrupting her pondering, the cat began to glow. Startled, Erza moved back a little, nearly falling over, as the cat's mass turned into pure light, seeming to expand, and there was a mist clearing quickly, and in its place stood a fully grown woman, beautiful and with purple hair, and it became obvious as the smoke cleared, wearing no clothes whatsoever. Then, it clicked. Purple hair. Erza said. Wait, you're that Yuki? Shihoan Yuki. Glad to see I am still remembered. Yuriuki said, grinning, and sitting down cross-legged next to Erza, seeming unconcerned with her own nakedness. She was a strange sort then again, so was Erza herself. As a traitor, mostly, Erza mumbled. But I guess you were the one who saved Urahara from execution, right? Commander of the Stealth Corps, and all that. You're not dumb, I'll give you that, Yuriuki said cheerily. But I'll say the jury is still out on being cynical. A talking cat, which on top of that transforms into a naked woman. What does it take to shock you, Erza Scarlet? Maybe it'd have worked better if I had been a guy. Erza said, smiling uneasily. Somehow, I doubt even that. Yuriuki said. Training, you said, well, Kisuk does keep a very extensive cellar you could use. Plenty of space to get rough, even if you were captain level. You should spar with me. Erza said spiritedly. You were a captain, once I could learn a lot from you. And not to beat my own drum, but I think you could learn something fighting me, too. Oh. Yuriuki said, sounding skeptical. Thanks for the offer, but, that was a long time ago. Nearly 100 years, actually. Now, I'm just a cat/naked lady, getting by one day at a time. That must be terribly boring, Erza said. Don't you want to liven things up? Remember how good it felt to use your body. You know, I think like that sometimes, Yuriuki said, the grin on her face fading away a little, and then I remembered how Nicolas Cage awfully stressful being a captain was. Running a whole division, and the intelligence unit as well? That's an ulcer waiting to happen. Everyone is so uptight, so boring, frankly, I have no regrets about leaving. Best decision of my life. Every day's a vacation day. No regrets at all? Erza said. Maybe it were true, but she didn't believe it. She had felt nothing but regret, and unless Yuriuki had hated everyone she knew, there would be people just like Erza left behind. Well, almost none, Yuriuki said, her voice glib. But I must decline. Very busy, you see. Finding some canned tuna. Exactly that. Yuriuki said, with an enthusiastic nod, so if you'll excuse me. Well, you could do that. Erza said. You can spend every day drinking cream, eating tuna, and treating all of life as a vacation, but you were a captain, and you did good, as far as I could tell. Nobody goes that far without drive. Without competence. Nobody gets that good without having at least a little pride in what they do. Seeing the look on Yuriuki's face, turning less tolerantly jovial by the moment, she hastily added, now, I don't know you, but if it were me, I'd want to keep that part of me alive. The one that made me proud. You were in charge of the stealth unit, and you taught the one who leads it now. You're an expert martial artist, aren't you? Isn't that something you were proud of? Erza looked at her tentatively, wondering if she had gone too far, if she had been presumptuous, if she had offended her. What did she know, after all? Oh, for crying out loud. Yuriuki murmured, staring into the sky. I suppose it does get boring sometimes. There's no need for you to make some big, dramatic speech like we were in some movie about an idealistic rookie seeking out a retired veteran, okay? Sure, Erza said, not quite sure what Yuriuki meant. Well good, because I'm not going to be your Obi-Wan, Yuriuki said. But, well, I suppose I could show you a few stretches. Nothing fancy. I'm just staying in shape, and if you join in, well, I won't stop you. We'll see where that leads. All right. All right, Erza said. Yuriuki stood up. Well, let's get inside. I've got a hell of a cellar to show you. In the end, they did a lot more than just stretch. Yuriuki, clothes or none, was quite the martial artist after all. Time passed in a flash. After 3 years, Masaki and Ishine were married. He had been right, she really did like him. After 4, they had a baby on the way. Exactly how that worked, Erza wasn't sure. Urahara had to be quite the expertly builder when it came to Jigai. Life after life was funny that way. Just like that, in the blink of an eye, it had been 5 years of human life, and Erza was on her way to the hospital, wearing a Jigai, holding Masaka's hand, which was squeezing hers desperately through the birth cramps. Ishein himself was driving a car, and had a manic look about him. Erza presumed it was a new father kind of thing, although she wouldn't exactly know. One maddening drive later, they had arrived at the hospital. Masaki had been wheeled off to a birthing room, surrounded by nurses and doctors, and Erza and Ishein had been shown to a waiting room. Ishein looked jittery, like he was about to explode at any moment, his hands nervously running through his hair non-stop. "Calm down," Erza said, although she suspected it would take a pretty heavy dose of medical drugs for him to relax at this point. I'm fine," Ishein insisted. "It's just a lot to take in. You know." "I can imagine," Erza said, nodding. "It's not every day your first child is born." "You don't have to stay, Ishein mumbled. "I'm sure you got, kids to teach sword fighting and such." "I'm not going anywhere," Erza said resolutely. "The kids can wait. If the dojo head has a problem with that, to hell with him. This is more important. Besides, you'd break down without me," she said, smiling, and giving him a pat on the back. "Thanks," he murmured. I'm just gonna go out the hall and pace back and forth frantically, okay? I'll get some coffee," Erza said, and nodded. The wait was long. It seemed like it took ages to Erza, and she could only imagine how long it must have felt for Ishein. They had arrived in the evening, and it was well into the wee hours when the doctor came out, announcing that Kurosaki Masaki had given birth to a healthy baby boy, without complications. Ishein was beside himself with joy, and immediately rushed off to see his wife. Erza did not follow. She was close to them both, but that should be a moment just between the two of them, a father meeting his son for the first time. But even in her jigai, she could sense the baby. In the womb, close as he was to his mother, it had been difficult, but now born, she could feel his soul blaze and burn, powerful, like a beacon, born to a Shinigami and a Quincy. Of course he would be strong from the beginning. He had won the genetic lottery. But the thing about beacons was that they attracted flies. After catching a few hours of sleep, she got her phone up, and called her boss to take a week off. He wouldn't be happy, but she was in good enough standing that she wouldn't get fired. Even if she did, this was more important. Ishein was powerless and Masaki was still recovering, and if something attacked, it would be up to her and her alone to do something about it. The mere thought of such happiness turned on its head by the wicked hand of a hollow. No, she would not let that be a risk. A day passed, 2 days. She talked with Masaki, kept her company. She was exhausted, naturally, but Erza had never seen her happier. Her baby was a lively sort, with a small mop of orange hair, an unusual color here in Japan. She had named him Ichigo, an unusual name too. Then, on the 3rd day, it happened. In the evening, she felt a tremor across the spiritual particles of the town. It was a rift opening, a portal from Hueco Mundo. At first she thought it was just a normal hollow, and remained where she was, just outside Masaki's room. There were Quincy's in this town, let them handle it. Masaki and her little boy, her Ichigo, were more important. But then she felt it, really felt it. It were no ordinary hollow. Its ryotsu was thick and strong, emanating from its source with a power she knew was extraordinary. It had to be at least in Ajicha's, and it was coming closer, heading their way. Immediately, Erza grabbed the little pill Urahara had once given her from her pocket, and swallowed it. At once she popped out from the fake body, and drew her swords. It was possible 1 or 2 people in the hospital might see her. This place was lousy with spiritually aware humans, but it was the furthest thing from Erza's mind at the moment. Concentrating her hardest, she was keenly aware of her surroundings, exactly where the energy was coming from, what point of entry it might choose. She suppressed her own ryotsu as far as she could. The jigai would have masked it, and the element of surprise was nothing to scoff at. For minutes that felt like hours, she stood there, sword at the ready, waiting for the smallest hint that it might come at her. Then she saw it down the hall. As if in slow motion, she saw 2 bony hands grab hold of a window side, and in a smooth movement, the shape of a hollow had pulled itself inside, nearly jumping in. It had a triangular head, its mask protruding forward in a pointed edge. Its eyes glowed a menacing yellow, and it had a short tail moving about as if it had a mind of its own, and long, gangly legs and arms with little jagged spikes on them, and it stood no taller than Erza, small for a hollow, which would only mean one thing. Vastolord. Erza mumbled to herself. Shit. Carelessly, the creature strode down the hall, and Erza could feel a chill run down her spine. She had fought Halibel many a time, but Halibel had never wanted to kill her and she had always won, still. The hollow saw her, and walked forward slowly. Its feet were three-toed, and its fingers looked like a collection of thin, sharp knives when they moved. Up close it looked spider-like, like an insect given the shape of a man. It stopped a few meters before her, as if it had only noticed her just now. Ah! It said, its voice smooth and menacing. Bright red hair. Ample bosoms. A Shinigami's uniform. A fierce and steely expression. I believe you are known to me. Erza Scarlet. He let out a low, slow chuckle. The one who saw Lord Aizen's glory and rejected it. How interesting that you should be here, barring my way. I am Agura Mantis. He bowed deeply, holding one thin arm across his chest. Vastolord. Erza snarled. What brings you here? Need you ask? Agura said. Naturally, I come for the child in the room behind you. A Shinigami/Quincy hybrid? The potential as a research subject, I am told, is immense. Over my dead body. Erza said fiercely. That can be arranged. Agura said, taking a step forward, raising an arm. One thing, though, Erza said, her blade wordlessly shifting into its Shikai state, ready to shift shape at any moment. Yes. Agura said, seeming less than concerned, as if she was some simple obstacle to move past without much trouble. Aizen respected my strength, Erza said, her sword held high and her eyes peeled on the hollow, checking for any shift in movement, any sign that it would attack, and as such, I will not be killed easily. If we both let loose, then chances are that this whole building might get razed. You don't give a damn about human lives, I'm sure, but I don't think you will want to risk your prize being injured or even killed by accident. Agura nodded slowly and thoughtfully. A persuasive argument, he said, every word spoken slowly and with deliberation. Very well, then. Let us go elsewhere. In a flash, he sped off, out the hallway and through the window in the blink of an eye. Quickly, Erza followed suit, slipping into a shunpo. Damn it all. This would not be easy, not by any means. That was a Vastolord, a hollow of the highest order, she might die fighting it. Aizen must have wanted this prize Ichigo badly. Masaki and he were sleeping so peacefully, and she would not let them be woken by a monster like that, not for as long as she drew breath. After a mile or so, the monster stopped, standing in the ground, its arms raised in a mocking gesture, telling her to come at it. Erza landed in front of it but refusing to face it on the ground, she jumped far up in the air, where she stayed. Shrugging, Agura followed suit, standing level with her a good 50 meters above the ground. Far, far off where you will hurt no human, even if you die. He said, his tone mostly apathetic, but also a little amused. This strange weakness, I will never understand. I don't think you will, no. Erza said, scowling. But I'm not here to talk. Give me your worst, you wretched beast, and I will throw it back at you tenfold. Ah, such harsh words, and with true determination behind them, too. Agura said, and he opened his mouth, revealing triple rows of pointed teeth. I can see why Lord Aizen respected you. In an instant, he shot forward, faster than even Erza's eyes could follow. By instinct alone, she caught his sharp, bony fingers on one hand with her blade, but the other hand slid past her guard, stabbing right into her gut. She spat blood, and let out a wheezing cough. Disappointing. Agura said, twisting the knife-like fingers he had buried in her gut. You haven't seen anything yet. Erza growled, almost screamed, and kicked the beast in the chest, sending him back. She limped, forcing herself to stay upright, as Tetsu no Tama shifted into two blades. It hurt damn he had been fast. But she had hurt worse and still kept going. She was a Shinigami, and she could take it. Letting out a loud battle cry, she leaped forward, spinning around, furiously lashing out at Agura. She cut, slashed, moving her arms with all the speed she was capable of, turning into a whirlwind of deadly force that no ordinary hollow could have stood against. But Agura was no ordinary hollow. He was Vastolord, and parried her every strike, catching each one neatly, every blow glancing off his bony hands. "Valiant effort, but boring," he said, catching her two blades with one arm, and readied the other for a stabbing motion. Erza dodged under the attack, and in an instant her blades changed into one, the black greatsword render. Roaring out again, she struck forward, cleaving downwards at the hollow. Effortlessly, he caught it with both arms crossed, although Erza could see a splinter of bone dropping to the ground. "Still dull," he said, sounding unimpressed. "Dragon strike!" Erza roared, and the energy charged through her blade, hitting Agara point blank. Exploding with thunderous force, it sent him flying, down toward the ground. It did not last, however. Within seconds he had recovered, and willed himself up, toward her at furious speed. But there was a scar across his chest, cut right into his bony body. He was not invincible, not by any means. "Better!" Agara cried, finally sounding less than bored. "Better, Shinigami, but not nearly enough." He launched himself at her, arms spread and ready to unleash a cyclone of knives upon her. Time slowed, she had less than a second to react, but still everything felt perfectly clear. Her weapon had shifted into Breaker, the bearded axe, and like a batter facing a ball, she raised it and swiped at the hollow, just as he came at her. It came down with tremendous force, but Agara was not so simply beaten, and caught the hilt of her ace before it could connect with one arm, and stabbed out with his free hand. Erza ducked, bending herself backward, and immediately let her weapons shift form again becoming the twin swords. Working on pure instinct, she parried strike after strike, each second counting at least a dozen attacks. Halibel's training had served her well. Her senses were sharp and her body fit, but even so she only barely avoided being cut. Taking the offensive, the hollow drove her back, attacking with relentless, vicious speed, his movements a complete blur. It was only a question of time. She had to get away, break off and... But then he finally slid through her guard. Her blades had gone high for a split second, and with his long, bony fingers he caught them both with one hand, twisted them down and away, and slashed her with his free hand, cutting straight across her chest. She didn't even have time to gasp with pain. She had to just barely parry a strike aimed at her neck. Agara spun around, lashing out with his tail, sending her flying. Erza landed on her feet, panting. "Not nearly enough," Agara said contemptuously. "Lord Aizen shall reward me when I bring him your head." Erza was breathing heavily. She had been stabbed in 5 places, and now her uniform was torn in several places, and blood was gushing from the cuts under her shiakusho. It had been shallow, lucky enough, but he was fast. Not so fast she couldn't fight him, but just enough so that she couldn't keep up. If this went on, he'd score one hit after the other, until she bled out. "Do you think I am done, monster?" Erza said, letting her riotsu rise. "There is fight in you yet," he remarked. "No, I suspect you are not. Had I the time, I would play with you for quite a while, see what exactly makes you scream. Peel off your skin, cut off a finger at a time, watch you try and fight without arms, without legs." He let out a dry laugh, one that could almost have been mistaken for a cough. "Fortunately for you, Lord Aizen's trust means more. I will finish this, then gain his favor. That child shall become his greatest soldier. I only regret you will not live to feel the pain of seeing that happen." Erza's riotsu was spiking, at the highest output she could let out. "I'll die before that happens," she growled. "But I'd rather you died first." "Power will not help you," Agara said bemusedly, flexing his claws. "Is this some last, mad dash? A singular assault with everything on the line? It will not help you. I am faster and stronger than you." "I told you," Erza growled, her voice turning to a roar as she spoke, "you haven't seen anything yet." "Bankai." "Patience, master," said Tetsuno Tama. The two of them were sitting cross-legged, outside the palace, beneath the tree she had once climbed up to. For years now, she had done all he asked, stayed true to herself, mastered her own power, learned his personality. She was on the cusp of unlocking that last piece, of finally gaining the greatest power of them all. The years she had spent in exile had not been in vain. "I have shown nothing but patience," Erza said calmly. Any sign of frustration or irritation would upset her blade's spirit. she knew he would take it as a sign of immaturity and weakness. I will sit here for an eternity, if I must. So you will. The spirit said, nodding. Tell me, Erza, what is my second name? Tell me yourself. Erza said. It was much subtler than it seemed. She said it not out of demand, but to get a rise out of him, make him be the one to lose control. He knew it, she knew it, it was a game they had played for some time now. You know my name, in your heart, said Tetsu no Tama. Deep down, it has always been there, buried like an old memory. All you have to do is find it. But for all your efforts, you have not. Are you not a failure, my weak and cowardly master? Another poke, without any genuine sentiment of spite or resentment. Failure is surrender. Victory lies not in overwhelming force, but in the ability to be beaten down 100 times, and get up on one's feet 101 times. So say the beaten cowards. Tetsu no Tama said calmly. But perhaps I say that only those with pure strength are worthy. Then you lie. Erza said. Word games. Out of all the trials left, word games was what he had chosen, frustrating like nothing else, yet essential. He had tested her strength, now he tested her wisdom. I do. Tetsu no Tama said. His voice, always so quick to taking offense in the past, was calm and level. You are power. Erza said. And you know there is more substance to your being than raw strength. You know full well that power is not just strength of arm, but knowing how and when to use it. Not incorrect, he said, but are you speaking your heart's belief, or merely parroting what you expect I shall want to hear? You once told me, Erza said, refusing to address his provocation, that I should stop expecting reality to suit my ideals. You were most foolish and naive, yes, the spirit said casually. You may still be. At the time, I thought you meant that I should be less idealistic. That I should compromise on my beliefs, let go on them for the sake of pragmatism. That you wished for me to be a cynic. As I said, naive and short-sighted. Always you spoke in riddles, expecting me to find out myself. You have been a harsh taskmaster. As I should be. But I know now what you meant, Tetsu no Tama. She looked him in the eye, confidence in her voice. I am all ears. He said, sounding quietly sarcastic. Lofty ideals may sound good and well, Erza said, laying out her explanation slowly and cautiously, after all, who does not believe in justice, in kindness, in mercy, and charity? More than a few, but continue, Tetsu no Tama said. These are all worthy ideals, Erza said, her heart rushing as she felt it, her spirit melding with his, their souls feeling as one, but if they cannot be applied to reality, what good are they? What is the point of believing in justice and kindness, if you cannot use it to protect those who need it? Reality is difficult, and what is and is not just may change from one time to the next. It is not an absolute idea, and thinking it is was folly. But that does not mean there is no such thing as justice, only that its existence looks different than I thought. When you said that, you meant for me to be practical. That should I want to protect the weak, then I must do so without getting lost in simple ideas of right and wrong, that I must think on what these actually mean before acting. But above all, I must act. Tetsu no Tama simply nodded, and motioned for her to continue. Feeling a little unsure, Erza said. You never wanted me to let go of these ideas, because they are part of who I am, and you always wanted me to be true to myself. You wanted me to be more than just a person with ideas. You wanted me to be everything I could be, and you didn't mean just in terms of being able to lift a sword. Is that all? Tetsu no Tama said mockingly. Erza's hand shot out, grabbing him by the collar and pulling him in close. I am Erza Scarlet, raised a mage by fairy tale. She said loudly and clearly. I have never forgot what that meant. What is right and what is wrong might change, and I may have to make difficult decisions, ones that lead to big mistakes. I may have to compromise. But no matter what happens, no matter where I go, I will always be a fairy tale mage at heart. I may have lost every friend I had there, and I may never get them back, but they live in my memories and my heart, and I will never forget for what they stand. No matter what I may have to do, I will never go against their creed to do good, to help others, to suffer no injustice. I will not change this, not for the Godii, not for Aizen Saushik, and not for you either. And if that does not suit you, then you can go to hell. Softly, Tetsu no Tama held her wrist, and gently removed it from her collar, taking her hand in both of his, and looked her in the eye with a small smile on his face. And so, my master, you know my name. I do. Erza said breathlessly. It is Tetsukan Yasuitama. Erza roared, her voice carrying across the sky, booming like thunder as her Ryotsu climaxed, discharging in a flash of light. Agura held an arm over his eyes, temporarily blinded. When he looked back up, he saw his enemy stare down at him furiously, her eyes cold and confident. Gone were the black robes of a Shinigami, instead she was clothed in metal, a grand and finely detailed suit of plate mail covering everything but her head. Her chest, her arms and hands, her thighs, her feet, all were covered in dull gray plate. Power radiated from her, in calm, strong pulses, and in her hand was the great, tall axe from before. Bankai. Agura sneered. What sort of petty showing is this? I do not fear it, Shinigami. You will. Erza said calmly, and took a stance, readying herself to charge. This was the steel blade, the fairy soul, the armor she had once worn, reflected through her very soul, once a magic technique and now her Bankai. Talk is cheap. Agura hissed, leaping forward. Erza met his charge, moving forward in a flash. She was still hurt, bleeding, and this Bankai, young as it was, drained her power quick. It was heavy to wear, and she had a long way to go before it was mastered. But it would be enough. Clashing midair, Agura closed the distance lightning fast, cutting at her with his knife-like hands. But the once lethal blades clattered harmlessly against the spirit steel, and Erza let out a loud roar as she brought the axe down, cutting straight and hard into Agura's shoulder. The axe's edge buried itself in the hollow's flesh, cracking its hard shell with ease, and it screamed and hissed as it jumped back. You think this will help you? Agura screeched, and Erza noticed the bleeding had stopped. Not unsurprisingly, he had some measure of regeneration. If you make a turtle of yourself, then I shall pick away at you, you base Shinigami filth. He sneered. Do not think I cannot read you. Your move slower now. Your Bankai is not power, only a trade. I told you, Agura, Erza said, and her armor began to glow, you haven't seen anything yet. Requip, Heaven's Wheel. The armor shifted in an instant, into a light plate, hanging like scales over her body, great metal wings forming behind her back. It covered her from tip to toe, like the armor before, but it was lighter, and fit more loosely. At a thought's command, her weapon shifted again, becoming the twin swords. In the blink of an eye, she charged forward, cutting at the hollow with blinding speed. Now, the situation was reversed. Just barely. Agura kept up, as Erza methodically landed blow after blow, hammering each hit home like a sledgehammer, driving the hollow back one step after another. Snarling with frustration, Agura tried catching her swords with one hand to strike her, just as before, but he had only a split second, and his cut left but a scratch on Erza's chest. Mercilessly, Erza struck back, cutting the fingers off his hand with both her swords, immediately following up by a wide swing. Staggered, Agura caught one blade, but the other surged forward, and cut right through his arm. Erza looked him in the eye with contemptuous determination, and with a single movement, she twisted the sword and cut his arm off. Once again, Agura shrieked, and leaped back. You think I have not lived through worse? He cried. You think I became Vastolord without winning impossible fights? I will regrow that arm, but not before I feast on your innards, you simple, ignorant Shinigami bitch. You learn all sorts of things, living in the world of the living, Erza said coldly. Like dogs. Humans love them. They make great pets. But the thing about dogs is, the smaller and weaker they are, the louder they bark. You didn't talk very much before, did you, Agura Mantis? Arrogant cunt. The hollow roared, and charged forward wildly. Reading his movement expertly, Erza let her weapons phase out, grabbed him by the wrist, pulled him down forcefully, and kicked him in the back hard. Agura let out a small sound, rather sounding like ack, and went tumbling down, crashing into the ground. A small crater formed, she saw as the dust settled down. Slowly, Erza descended after him. Not beaten yet, the hollow was already on his feet, flexing his claws. The stump on his arm had already begun to grow, and he had power still if he calmed down. This could be dangerous. Again, her armor glowed. "Requip, Flame Empress," Erza said simply, and again the armor changed. The plate, now, was a simple and sleek black, covered in red, gold, and orange, as if she were on fire. Draped around her shoulders were a cape, black on the inside and a fiery red on the outside. "Render," she said, and the black greatsword formed in her hand once more, whole and terrifying. At her will, it caught fire, burning like a small conflagration in her hand, down the entire length of the blade. Calmly, she waited for Agara to get ready. "You should have killed me already, if you could," it said, growling out the words. "You Shinigami are so pathetic. Honor, is that what you call it? We call it weakness. Tyr Halibel calls it luxury," Erza said coolly, and she noticed him flinch a little at the mention of the name. "And you are not nearly as dangerous as she is. But at any rate, I do not need to be ruthless to defeat you." It was a bit of tough talk, in the hopes of perhaps goading him. Luckily, it seemed to work. "For my master Aizen!" Agara cried, charging forward, his one good arm cutting forward in a surgically precise strike. But Erza was ready for him, and caught the strike with her blade held high, redirecting it to swing wide. Quickly, she stepped forward, and kicked the hollow in the chest, knocking him off his feet, sending him tumbling a good few yards. Before he could recover, she leaped forward, and ran breaker through his chest, pinning him to the ground like some grotesque insect under a needle. He squirmed and shrieked, his hand grasping at her blade, his body convulsing desperately. "It cannot be!" he screamed. You are petty and weak. Unworthy of Lord Aizen's cause. How could you possibly defeat me? You succumbed to the luxury of arrogance," Erza said. "When you are sure you can win, that is when you can fall hard and far. For you, it is over." "Arrogant? Arrogant!" Agara roared. "I am Vastolord. I stand at the top of all hollows. I am a favored servant of Lord Aizen. I deserve burn," Erza said, and let her riot pour into the blade, fanning the flames. They grew, and within seconds they had enveloped the monster's body, eating through his bony body and flesh rapidly. The monster screamed and squirmed, desperately trying to claw itself free, but within a minute it had been reduced to ash. With one last scream, fading into nothingness, it was purged and purified. Erza looked around. Aside from this crater by the roadside, the place seemed fine. Nobody hurt, no chaos, nobody crying. Good. She coughed and staggered, and her bankai slipped away from her. It had consumed a considerable chunk of her riot, so she had to force herself to stay upright. She had unlocked the ultimate power, but damn, it was unruly and vicious. She let breaker fade away, too, and sealed her Zanpakuto, sheathing it. A Vastolord. Her bankai, her power, it had allowed her to defeat a Vastolord. One not nearly as powerful as Halibel, but still. Halibel. Her too, she missed. She wondered what she must think of her now. Then it struck her. Aizen. Aizen was a clever, conniving bastard, and there was no way that if he really wanted his prize, he would never rely on just a single piece on the board to get it. What if this was just a decoy? No, oh please no. Quickly, forcing herself to speed away into a shunpo despite the pain and weariness, she ran, heading directly for the hospital. Creel was not much, as far as Minos went. He was small in stature, the shell on his back making him look like little more than a man-sized beetle, not helped by the single horn on his mask. He had just barely made ajichas, surviving through the vicious process by the skin of his yellowing teeth, but he had come out small and weak. But he was a survivor, mainly because he had a knack for sneaking. Lord Aizen had seen this underhandedness for what it was, a strength, the same as any, and had sent him to the world of the living. Clever plan, yes, Big Agara and his claws would distract the nasty Shinigami, and Creel, small and vicious Creel, would pluck the prize and bring it to Lord Aizen. He would be rewarded, noticed, favored, maybe even made Arrancar, once the time was right. He would ingratiate himself to an espada, become a servant, live well and safe. He nearly lost himself in fantasies of triumph as he approached the chamber where the young one he sought was held. He had long since forgot what it was like, being human, and now it seemed such a pitiful affair, born small, weak, and helpless, dependent on their flesh incubators for decades, weaker than him. He could crush any of these people seeds easily, and the thought of it filled him with glee. No distractions, he decided. He was to be rewarded, and taking risks was bad. Avoiding risks was what had let him live so long. He carefully trod through the hall, avoiding the frail little humans in his path. He had the scent now, yes, a strong riot so, unlike the weak souls around it. His mouth watered, with so many souls so close and so easy to take, but no, Creel had come here for one thing only. Carefully, he moved inside the room where the scent came from. A human female, sleeping there, a people seed lying on her chest. Cautiously, he reached out with one hand. Lord Eisen had been very specific. He was not to harm the little one in any way. If he did, he would regret it. The threat had been unspoken, and Creel preferred it that way. He did not want to imagine what it was like being on the master's bad side. He reached out, his stubby fingers just inches away. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Creel flinched, nearly tripping over himself, as he stumbled away from the bed. The voice was cold, in control, and came from the door. There stood a human, with gray hair and little glass things over his eyes, looking right at him. You see me? Creel nearly shrieked, keeping his voice quiet. Humans weren't supposed to see you. They weren't supposed to know you were coming. Stay back. I will cut you open, eat your guts. He snarled. It was just a human, after all. It had a bit of spirit to it. Many humans in this town did, but it was just a human, and Creel was not afraid of humans. He nearly felt ashamed to have been startled by such a pitiful creature. Standing over my cousin's bed, a literal cradle robber, the human said with distaste. You are lucky I value her sleep, beast. Creel turned around, and raised his hands. Just the one human, asking for it, surely, the master would not hold that against him. Hissing, he took a step forward. The human raised his arm, and Creel saw something dangle from its wrist. In an instant, a bow took form in its hand, and with its free hand, the human strung it, an arrow taking shape on it. Suddenly, Creel could feel it, spiritual energy and lots of it. Go away. He snarled. This does not concern you, human. Go. Die. The human said, and let loose an arrow. It hit Creel in the chest, with tremendous force, and he staggered back, putting a crack in the wall behind him as he was forced back. It hurt. Creel could feel it burn his very being, nasty like no cut he had ever taken before. Then the human strung his bow again, and let another arrow loose, cracking straight through his mask. The last thing Creel felt was pain, as his very being collapsed, turning into dust. Irritably, Ryakin let his bow disintegrate, and lit a cigarette. There would be questions about how that wall had broken, and it was against the rules to smoke in patients' rooms, too. Well, he'd make something up. He always did. He had experience in these things. Karakura Hospital was not in a place to fire doctors anyhow. If there was one thing he could be sure of with this profession, it was that he'd always have a job. Quietly, he took another puff, and looked to Masaki and her boy. She looked so peaceful. His mother positively loathed her for what she had done, running off and marrying a Shinigami, which was a sign as sure as any that she was likely doing something right. They didn't talk much for a second. He considered waking her up, but something held him back. She was safe now, anyhow. She didn't need him fussing. She had plenty of people for that. Putting out his cigarette, he walked back into the hallway. Approaching fast was that red-headed woman, who had sped off to fight that Vastolord. Good enough, saved him the trouble. She was running back now, right past him, to Masaka's room. Ryakin kept walking. He wasn't anybody's hero, and he hadn't saved her to be thanked. Chapter 22, The Fairy Queen and the Weaver Princess. Sometime after she had become a Shinigami, Erza had come to realize, she had stopped thinking of herself as human. Years passed by in the blink of an eye, it seemed, and living in the human world really highlighted it. Shinigami were, as far as she knew, immortal. The head captain was rumored to be over 1,000 years old, and had never seemed weak for it. It was downright bizarre, then, to see how quickly humans passed through eternity, and even more bizarre to think that she herself had once been part of this cycle. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, Ichigo had turned 5, and Masaki had given birth to twins. Between work at the dojo, training with Yoriyuki who fought just like iPhone, who had more or less trounced Erza the one and only time they had clashed, making for challenging exercise and spending whatever free time she had at the apartment, helping Masaki and his hind make dinner, or look after Ichigo, or whatever needed doing. Between all of those things, a week was like a moment, and a month like a minute. She had become like an older sister, or even a secondary parent, and though the apartment felt quite a bit smaller with children running around in it, Masaki and his hind both were grateful for the help. Children were a handful and a half. It was special, however quickly it seemed to pass, watching Ichigo grow up. Watching him take his first steps, say his first words, hearing a bright-eyed 2-year-old say her name, it moved her deeply, in ways she didn't really know how to articulate. She wasn't sure she was the best of role models, but she tried through unexpected and painful circumstances. She was now part of this family. She was Auntie Erza, Ichigo's favorite playmate. Well, after a ragged teddy bear, that was. Children were a handful, that was one thing she had learned. The twins, Yuzo and Karen, were good little children. They didn't cry much, and were mostly content, but even then it made them all exhausted, looking after the 3 of them. Ichigo was a seemingly unending source of energy, always finding ways to run around, or hide, or make little noises everywhere, never really getting tired. Which was why, this Saturday night, Erza was beginning to think she was in over her head. Masaki and his hind were out, finally having found some time to themselves, and Erza had promised to look after them. The twins were sleeping like little angels already, but Ichigo was not. She was supposed to do fun, simple things: read him a story, maybe watch some cartoons on the crummy TV they had, perhaps attempt baking cookies, and probably burn them in the process, but it was the thought that counted. But she had failed to anticipate the sheer mayhem small children were capable of. Almost dying, that she could handle. Constant mortal danger, that she could handle. Learning Kido, and mastering her Ryutsu, that had been difficult. Earning a Bankai, that had been hard. But all of these things were direct, easy to handle, and not nearly as intimidating as a laughing, energetic 5-year-old high on sugar. Ichigo, get back here! She cried, half running after the little kid. He had climbed up on a table, and was standing on it, laughing at the look on her face. He fell over, and Erza was just able to catch him before he fell down to the floor. He looked up at her, a big grin on his face. Erza sighed. You're a troublemaker, you know that. Yup. Ichigo said proudly, nodding and somehow slipping from her grip, down to the floor. All right, young man, why don't we put you to bed? Erza said, knowing the moment that she said it that she should have demanded, not suggested. Kids didn't listen to suggestions, because kids were kids. Nuh-uh. Ichigo said defiantly. I wanna stay up late, I wanna play. I wanna go outside. If you stay up too late, you won't be able to get up in the morning. Erza said. Why was she even trying to reason with him? No, I won't. Ichigo said, a habitual contrarian at this young age. I can stay up way late and get up really early if I want to. You say that now, but we have to drag you out of bed practically kicking and screaming every morning, don't we? Erza said. I don't scream. Ichigo said. Mommy's a meanie when she tries to wake me up like that. You're not a meanie, Auntie Erza. Right. He blinked, and shot her some of the most adorable puppy dog eyes she could imagine. It was hard to resist, but she knew at this point that the kid knew how to do that intentionally, and knew what effect it could have. Children, nature's instinctual manipulative bastards. Oh, I'm a lot meaner than you think. Erza said. Not if you're a good boy, but I'll be mean if I have to. No, you won't. Ichigo said, sticking out his tongue. You're too nice, Auntie. It was true, Masaki and his hind were the real parents, and as such had to be firm with him. When he was angry about it, he'd come to her. I've done some very bad things. Erza said firmly. I'm not always nice. But if you brush your teeth and go to bed like a good boy, I'll tell you a fun story about monsters before you go to sleep. Ichigo looked up, then down, then looked her in the eye, seeming to contemplate her offer, weighing his options. "Are they really nasty monsters?" he said hopefully. "With huge teeth and big mouths they used to eat people right up," Erza said. "The thing about children, hyper as they were, they had their weaknesses. Like monsters, kids loved monsters, mainly because they had no idea what real monsters were. Still, if it kept him calm. "Can I have a cookie first?" Ichigo said. It was against the rules, but still. "Just the one, okay?" Erza said. "Okay," Ichigo said happily, and ran out into the kitchen. Erza followed him. By the time she caught up, just seconds, mind he had managed to find the jar, open it, and eat two, already grabbing for a third. "That's enough," Erza said, in what she hoped was a firm enough tone she was never sure what was too harsh with kids. Gently, she grabbed his hand, and made him drop the cookie, putting it back in the jar. "Chew it all up, then go brush your teeth." "Understood." "Fine, Auntie," Ichigo grumbled, sourly and slowly making his way to the bathroom. Again, Erza followed. It seemed a bad idea to leave him unsupervised for a second. Finally getting the little sugar monster into bed, Erza breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, he wouldn't be satisfied without a story. Dragging it out a little, Erza carefully tucked him in, sitting by his bedside. "Now tell me a story," he demanded, jerking around in bed. "I've been good, so tell me a story." "That's debatable," Erza muttered. "Debatwa. Never mind," Erza said, and sighed. "All right, a story. With big scary monsters," Ichigo insisted. It suddenly struck Erza that she had many talents, and making up stories wasn't one of them. Maybe tell him about a happy little pony who lived in a no, that wasn't exactly monster material. Maybe one about a dwarf, or a, damn it all, what could she say? "Well, come on," Ichigo said impatiently. "Please." "All right," Erza said. Without really thinking, she began. Once upon a time, in a faraway land, there lived a warrior princess. Her name was Crimson, and she had a very big club that she just smacked people with. Ichigo giggled, as Erza emphasized the word, and her hair was red as fire. Princess Crimson was a strong warrior, and she had to be, because there were monsters all around the land. "Big and scary ones?" Ichigo asked cheerily. "As big as a house," Erza said, and nodded, "bigger than a dinosaur, even. They had huge teeth, with little saw blades that they used to maim people with, and big mouths that they swallowed people whole with. They had terrible white faces, and claws as big as swords." Ichigo squealed with delight. Big, monstrous claws struck a chord with the boy. But Princess Crimson was not afraid. Erza continued. She would stand up to them, every time they came, and beat them very hard with her club. "Did they die?" Ichigo said. "Every time," Erza said, nodding. "She would hit them over the head, and knock their heads right off. There was blood, everywhere." Ichigo laughed with delight. "More?" he insisted. Erza nodded. For a very long time, Princess Crimson protected the people in her village. But then, one day the king of the land heard of her. He heard how beautiful and strong she was, and sent his men to come find her, so that she could become a knight, protecting the land. "What's a king?" Ichigo said, sounding a little sleepier. "It's a man who is in charge of a whole nation," Erza explained. "He can tell anyone to do anything, because he has all the power. Back in the old days, every country had a king or a queen to tell them what to do." Ichigo said. So, at first, Princess Crimson refused to leave her village. But the king's men begged her to come, and said she could help many more people if she became a knight under the king. Eventually, the princess gave in, and traveled to the king's great city. But she didn't know what awaited her there. Was it a monster? Ichigo said, his mind being somewhat on a single track. "Not a monster, no," Erza said. "At least, not one with claws." She stopped herself, and took a breath. This was her story. Should she really? Of course, she had many adventures on her way there, she said. Do you want to hear about the dragon she had to fight on her way there? It was a large and dark beast, with scales and big teeth. Yes, Ichigo said, nodding quietly. How big was it? Like 5 houses put on top of each other, Erza assured him. But Princess Crimson was not afraid. With a sword that the king's men gave her, she found the monster's lair, and walked right up to it. Erza went on for maybe 15 minutes, improvising a story about monster slaying, drawn mostly from her own experience, and before she knew it, little Ichigo was asleep. Well, that seemed to work well enough. She smiled to herself, as she quietly and carefully stood up, walked out of the room, and closed the door. Taking care of children was not her strength. It was hard, frustrating, even infuriating, yet somehow, it was a pain she wouldn't trade for anything. Time really did pass like it was nothing. Before she knew it, Ichigo was 7, and attending class. Ishine was working his way through med school, Masaka was keeping a part-time job, and they were all doing well. With 2 parents, one working and the other in school, it often fell to Erza to pick Ichigo up from school, a chore she was glad to do. She'd walk him home, and listen to his excited chatter about his classmates, about what they were learning, about everything. Mostly, she would just keep quiet, and let Ichigo do the talking, something that seemed to suit him perfectly well. He got attention for his unusual hair, and Erza was resolved to keep an eye out for signs of bullying that was not something she would tolerate. Day after day ran past her, and despite her friends never leaving her thoughts entirely, somehow this was one of the happiest time periods in her life. She worked, she trained, she looked after Ichigo and the twins, she helped Ishine and Masaki. Exile had turned out much better than she had thought. One day, though, as she got ready to pick up Ichigo, she noticed something that stood out. It was nothing extraordinary, just a small girl, ginger like Ichigo, looking alone. There was a crowd of students all around her, but nobody seemed to notice her. It was oddly sad. Sad went to infuriating. When she was 3, 4 girls walk up to the ginger, pulling her hair, mocking her, doing mean little sing-songs. Erza looked around. The teachers weren't far off, surely one of them would act. She wanted to step forward, but it wasn't her business. Come on, somebody had to help her, right? A minute or so passed, and the ginger girl looked miserable, on the edge of crying, trying to get herself away, but the other girls got in her way, continuing their childish torment. Something snapped inside Erza, and she marched forward in large, fast strides, right through the swarm of children exiting the school. Hey! She said, as she got closer. Hey! You! They didn't seem to notice her, still pulling at the girl's hair. Like a fury, Erza strode up, and grabbed the wrist of the closest bully. I said, hey! Erza said angrily. What? Said the little girl she had grabbed, turning around to face Erza. Without even thinking, Erza raised her hand, and slapped her. She had enough sense to not hit too hard, but out of surprise, the girl fell over, and started to cry. Shame on you! Erza said angrily. And shame on you too. Picking on her like that, I ought to teach you all a lesson. She was not about to start hitting small children, of course she had more restraint than that. But they didn't know that, and she wasn't about to let them know. Afraid, the 3 of them ran away. Erza turned to the little ginger girl, and kneeled down in front of her. She was crying, and if Erza had been a little calmer, she might have panicked a little. She had learned her way around children with Ichigo, but comforting them when they cried was still difficult. As it was now, adrenaline coursing through her, she put an arm on the girl's shoulder and said, Hey, are you okay? The girl sobbed, but nodded. They're gone now. You're safe. Erza said, keeping her voice calm and friendly. The girl said, red in the face, still crying. I'm Erza. Erza said, trying to distract her. What's your name? Orium, the girl said, sniffing. Well, Orium, Erza said, digging a handkerchief from her pocket, you should dry those tears. You'll be fine. Orium nodded, and hesitantly took the handkerchief. Do they pick on you a lot? Erza asked. Orium just nodded, looking like she might burst into tears. Erza sighed, feeling the anger return. Children, sometimes wonderful, sometimes little monsters. Well, where's your mommy? She asked. Don't have one, Orium said, and sniffed. Big brother looks after me. Erza felt her heart swell with sympathy. No parents at this young age? She knew how that felt, and with how she helped look after Ichigo, knowing what that meant, she felt an enormous pity for a child having to grow up without it. Well, where is he? She asked. I gotta wait for him, Orium said. He works a lot, so he gets late. How late? Erza asked. Maybe an hour, Orium said, sounding a little better. You're funny, lady. Why is that? Erza asked. Nobody helps, Orium said, but you did it anyway. Of course I did. Erza said. It's only right. Orium nodded quietly. Well, we'll wait for your brother. Erza said resolutely. I'll keep an eye out for these bullies. Hey, Erza. It was Ichigo, having found her as the kids streamed out. We learned to paint a tiger today. It's really big, and it's got these black stripes. My teacher says it's so he can hide in the jungle, but how can he do that when he's orange? He said cheerily. That's nice, Ichigo, Erza said distractedly. Listen, we're going to wait here for a while, do you understand? Why? Ichigo said. I want to go home now. I'm hungry. Orium needs somebody to wait with her, so we'll wait. Erza said simply. Who cares about her? Ichigo said dismissively. I want to tell you about the stuff we learned dash. We wait. Erza said, in a tone that brooked no disagreement. But why? Ichigo protested. Why you don't have to? Orium said quietly. Yes, I do. Erza said firmly. Ichigo, you can still tell me about your tigers, but we'll wait here. Is that clear? You're no fun. Ichigo said sullenly. Well, sometimes I'm no fun. Not a word more out of you, or I'm not telling you a story tonight. No fair. Ichigo grumbled. I meant it. Erza said. Pouting, Ichigo went over to a bench nearby, and sat down. Come on, Erza said to Orium, we'll all wait together. It's no trouble. Orium nodded. Oh okay. It took no more than 5 minutes before Ichigo had stopped pouting, and was busy telling them all about tigers. The next few days, Erza couldn't help but think of that little girl. Her brother, once he showed up, hadn't seemed bad, a bit harrowed and rather young, leaving with Orium without saying a word. No parents. She was being a busybody. That much was clear to her, as she made her way to their apartment, having stalked after them in Shinigami form a couple of days later. But for some reason, she needed to know that the little girl, Orium, was alright. That, well, she wasn't sure what she wanted to know. Something wasn't as it should be, and for some reason she cared enough that she wanted to know what it was. After quickly calling on her Jigai, which had followed at a distance, Erza got inside it and walked up to the building where Orium and her brother had gone. It was a small apartment complex, looking a little shabby, but not quite run down. After a quick bit of searching, she found the right door, and rang the bell. After a little while, the brother opened the door, looking tired. His eyes widened a little, seeing her there. Big brother. Erza could hear Orium from the inside, some noises indicating she was watching TV. Who is that? Nobody, Orium, the brother said, raising his voice, I'll take care of it. You stay where you are. Okay. Orium chirped. What are you doing here? He said bluntly. I mean, I appreciate you helping Orium out the other day, but... He shook his head, and shrugged. It's like I forgot my manners. I'm a new Sora. He was average in height, looking like he wasn't quite out of his teens yet too young, probably, to be caring for a child. It's fine. Erza said. Did she tell you what happened before that? No, Sora said, but I think I can guess. She got bullied. And since you can guess, it's not the first time, is it? There was something weary in his eyes, as he closed the door behind him, stepping outside the apartment, standing face to face with Erza. No, he said, shaking his head. She's such a wonderful, amazing sweet little kid. She's a little different, but she's great. He took a deep breath. But she has red hair, and that's enough. Fucking kids. Have you not told the teachers? Erza said strictly. If you know what's going on dash. They know. Sarah said. They turn a blind eye unless they are forced to look. Easier to act like there's no problem. That's outrageous. Erza snarled. How can you be okay with this? Sarah shot her a dark look. Do I look okay with it? You're the one who's supposed to protect her. How can you let this stand? Somebody should do something, if you can't. Erza protested angrily. You have no idea. Sarah snapped. You have no idea what's actually going on, so don't act so high and mighty. I'm doing the best I can. And if that's not enough? Erza said coldly. She was probably not fair, but thinking about the little girl crying. Then you'll call social services, is that it? Sarah said. I'm guessing you saw it already. I'm too young to be her legal guardian. But I'm all she's got. She said she had no parents. Erza said, not yet denying or confirming the implied threat of calling the authorities. Sarah took a deep breath, looking furious. She don't. He said, his voice strained with anger, forcibly controlled. Those two, if they can be called parents, then nothing's right with the world. And if you poke your nose in this, where you have no business, then it's all the worse for her. Talk. Erza said. You said those two. She has parents after all. Sarah spat at the ground. Our father is a good-for-nothing drunk. A selfish piece of shit who never cared about nobody but himself. Our mother, she's a whore. An addict who does whatever she can for her next fix. Me, I had to look after myself from when I was 3 years old. When I was little, I used to dream of going to school, getting out of that shithole and make a life for myself. Then Orium came, and... There was something desperate in his voice, a deeply emphatic tone to what he said, and it was clear to Erza that he really loved his sister. She had nobody else to look after her, all right? Our mother never gave a shit about us, and our dad's a violent thug, so, when I was 17, I took her and ran. She was just 2 then. I quit school to get a job so I could support her. I'm just barely getting by, working in a warehouse. I'm lucky my boss even lets me go for an hour to go pick her up. I get up early in the morning, I work all day, I come home late, and she's the only thing that keeps me going. She gets bullied, and I can do jack about it. How do you think that makes me feel? And I can't go to the police, 'cause they'd find out. And if they find us, we go back to our worthless mom and dad. He said bitterly. That's the sick thing. Even working myself to death, even with her being bullied, it's better than the alternative. It's a rotten world. But if you want to make it worse, you can just go ahead. Erza looked at him, feeling a little shocked. This was not what she had expected. She was not exactly a human lie detector, but the anger and hurt in Sora's face, in his voice, were plain to see. If he were lying, then he was a good liar. She had judged him, not knowing what things really were. She had never expected this. I'm sorry, she mumbled, feeling her righteous anger crumbling like a house of cards. I'm not going to call anybody. I just wanted to know. Sara said nothing, taking a few breaths, and nodded. I meddle a lot. Erza confessed. But seeing her be bullied like that, I couldn't. You did right. Sara said. He ran his fingers through his hair, looking torn. It's not right, and it's not bad to care. You didn't know. I'll wait with her. Erza offered. Every day. Until you show up. You don't have to. Sara mumbled. Yes, I do. Erza said. I know it's not my place, but, if I don't butt in, they might do it again. I know I can stop it. So I will. All right then. He said, sighing. Who are you again? Erza Scarlet. Erza said. I live with the parents of one of the kids at school. I teach kendo. He nodded. Okay then, I guess. He turned around, opened the door, and walked back inside. See ya, he said awkwardly. Erza made herself smile, and Sora closed the door behind him. She did wait, every day. Every day, for 4 years, she waited, whether she was supposed to pick up Ichigo or not. Sometimes she wondered why she couldn't save all the bullied children, she'd never have any time free and she'd still not be able to do enough. The answer was always obvious. For as long as she was there, Orium was safe. One child saved was one child saved. One person helped was always better than none. A lot of things happened in that time. Ishine got his license as a doctor, and a loan to open up his own clinic, one that doubled as a new home for them all. Ichigo grew up to be a happy, energetic kid with a natural knack for karate. Yuzo turned out to be sweet and kind, while Karen was practical and down to earth. And Orium, she turned out to be just as sweet as Sora had said, kind, compassionate, although sometimes seeming not all there. She had a different view on reality, Erza learned, in a downright bizarre perspective on cuisine. She knew no other children who would think to combine bananas, chocolate, and chili sauce. She got to know her, these years, with the hour or so she had each day. Every minute was worth it. Ichigo grew up next to her, and with how many people he had supporting him, she always thought of how little Orium had by comparison and how she had the strength to smile and be happy nonetheless. She had heart, of a kind that would have been welcomed in fairy tale. But good things do not last. Sometimes they last a good, long while. Sometimes they last much too short a time. Either way, time flies and the earth keeps on turning. Orium had turned 11 when it happened. Erza had been walking her home, along with one of the few friends she had, Arisawa Tatsuki, a good kid as far as she could tell listening to Orium talk. She had had a fight with her brother, nothing too big. Children fight, and somebody with the kind of strain Sora had to endure was bound to be a bit on edge. They would make up, Erza was sure. Except they never would. That day, Erza left Orium, letting her walk the last few blocks home. She had Tatsuki with her, and it was good for a child to learn to do things on their own. Quite peacefully, she walked home, thinking all was well with the world. Things continued to be well, until suddenly they got a patient to the clinic. Erza thought nothing of it at first, only noticing when she went down to get a snack. But after an hour or so, she saw the troubled look on Masaka's face, and asked. Somebody had died in the clinic. Erza asked the name, never knowing, never expecting it. With a sad look on her face, Masaki had explained it was a new Sora. Erza felt that sinking feeling, one she had almost forgotten. It had been no monster, no murderer, just a careless driver. Human bodies could be so frail, and Sora was no exception. His ribcage had been smashed, his lungs punctured, and he had drowned in his own blood, just an hour ago. Not even thinking, Erza ran. She had had no particular bond with Sora. He was a good man, but they had never become friends. But Orium, poor, sweet Orium, what would she do? Erza ran, and didn't stop until she reached Orium's apartment. Tatsuki was already there. Orium, of course, was inconsolable, a crying, shaking mess. There were barely any words between the three of them, just Erza holding Orium close, along with Tatsuki. At the time, she had no idea how long she stayed. It turned out to be the entire night, and a good portion of the morning. School and work were out of the question for the time. Erza simply stayed, only stopping to make a call to work. She later learned that Orium had seen the accident, seen her brother lying dying on the street, his blood littering the asphalt, and Erza knew, she knew exactly how Orium felt right now. She knew how much you needed people to lean on, how weak you truly were on your own. So stayed she did, doing whatever she could to help. Her exact memory of it got lost in a haze of tears, of raw, infectious pain. But eventually, reality caught up, and 2 days later she had to leave, if only to get a change of clothes and a shower. Masaka didn't question it when she showed up at their front door, looking exhausted. She simply let her in, offering a caring hug. A shower and a change of clothes later, Erza was cooped up at the couch in the Kurosaki house, sipping from a mug of hot tea. Ichigo had tried to approach her, but Masaki had warded him away and Erza didn't mind. She was not in a state to do much. Orium's tragedy had become hers, if only by proxy, and it weighed on her. Finally, after an hour or so, Masaka sat down by her, and gave her a look of sorts, a quietly prodding look. It told her that if she needed to talk, she was right there, and if not, she was still right there. Eventually, Erza opened her mouth. "This world," she mumbled. "Why do people have to just die like this?" It was a stupid question, obvious in answer, completely rhetorical, but she could think of nothing else to say. "It's life," Masaka said, her voice quiet. "I'm sorry, Erza. I need to get back to her," Erza said decisively. "She has nobody else, she needs me dash." "Erza, no," Masaka said, her tone managing to be firm, despite how quiet it still was. "You look terrible. You need to sleep. You're close with her, but you need to think of yourself. You are no help to anybody when you fall over from exhaustion." "I'm fine," Erza protested, but it was a lie. She was exhausted, emotionally if not physically. "You're not," Masaka said. "Orium has Tatsuki. You need to rest, and dash." "What will she do now?" Erza said, looking Masaki in the eye. "She has nobody left. Her parents, they're not fit, and when the authorities come checking they'll send her back dash." She choked up, unable to finish the sentence. Masaka gently rubbed Erza's back. "I know you're close, but that's not your responsibility. You're not her mother. She needs somebody," Erza said plainly. I put myself into her life like this. I can't do nothing." "You're not a savior, Erza," Masaka said, shaking her head. "Some things are out of your control. I know you're very strong, and very loyal, but this isn't the kind of problem you can solve with a sword. Be there for her, all right, but don't let this swallow you up." "I'm not her mother, you're right," Erza said, nodding. "Right, so dash." "But I could be the next best thing," Erza said resolutely, putting her teacup down on the couch table. She felt the sadness slowly washing away, replaced by the calm, steely resolve she always felt in the face of adversity. There was a solution. Of course there was. It was obvious. "What?" Masaka said, blinking. "I'll take care of her," Erza said. "Somebody has to, and I'm not letting her go back to those good-for-nothings." "It's not your responsibility, I told you dash," Masaka protested, but Erza cut her off. "I am making it my responsibility," she said firmly. "Erza, taking care of a child isn't easy," Masaka said, sounding half in disbelief. "Your entire life revolves around them when you do. It has to. Can you really do that? Can you make her lunch every day, pick her up from school, listen to everything she has to say, tell her off when she crosses a line, support her when she needs you?" "Erza, I'm not saying you can't, but it's a massive thing to do. It's not something you can do on a whim. It's not like adopting a dog or a cat. They let complete idiots parent just because they forgot to use protection," Erza said bluntly. "If people like that can call themselves mom and dad, then I can. Children deserve better than complete idiots," Masaka said sharply. "I know," Erza said. "I know it's big. But I've done big things before. Big things that you'd think were impossible before. Things that took focus, willpower and strength. Things that looked impossible at first glance, but turned out to just be really difficult if you looked close. I died once for a thing like that, and I didn't think twice about it because if I try to do something for the right reasons, I don't let anything hold me back." She looked Masaki in the eye, and let a small, sad smile cross her face. "I can do it, because I have to do it. Because nobody else will." "You're insane," Masaka said, sounding slightly exasperated. "When she comes to you crying about her first crush, will you know how to help her? I'll ask you for advice." Erza shot back. "You can make her lunch every day. If I can't, there's always convenience stores. And when she gets out of line," Masaka said skeptically. "I never tolerate that kind of nonsense," Erza said. "You've seen me with Ichigo. Have you ever been afraid to let me look after him? Or Yuzua, or Karen? Haven't I cared for them time and time again? It's different," Masaka said, sighing. Being a full-time parent is a lot to handle, Erza, especially when you're on your own. Besides, how do you know you'll even be allowed to adopt her? I know a guy, Erza said, shrugging. He likes being owed. Good lord, you wouldn't. Masaka grumbled. But have you thought about asking Orium if she even wants to? For the first time, Masaka's objections gave Erza pause. That was a factor, yes. I'll ask. In a very nice and gentle way. I'll be convincing. Erza said, not sounding too convincing herself. Where will you live? Masaki asked. I mean, I suppose we could make room. Oh, I'll have to talk to Ashine about that. She sighed again. You are crazy, Erza Scarlet. You know that. It's one of my best qualities. Erza said confidently. How will I make a difference if I can't believe the impossible? That makes no sense. Masaka said, giving a chuckle. Well, I don't think anybody here can try to stop you. But, Erza, be careful. A little girl is going to be depending on you. You cannot let her down. I won't. Erza said confidently. Urahara certainly did like being owed favors. She didn't know how she did it, but he found a way. Adoption papers, officially made, facilitating Erza's guardianship over Orium, all that was left to ask. Even his smug grin, as he implied she would be in his debt for many, many years, didn't anger her. She had bigger things to care about. Much, much bigger things. All in all, nearly a month had passed. There had been a funeral, Spartan in nature with few participants. Erza had attended, as had Tatsuki, and a few of Sora's friends from work. It had been a sad affair all around, as funerals tended to be. Orium, understandably, had not gone back to school yet, staying inside that dank apartment, sad and broken. Erza had visited her daily, spending most of her time there when she was not at work, even neglecting her training. Today was the time, Erza thought as she walked in, papers in hand. Orium was cooped up in a corner, watching reruns of some drama show on TV. Wordlessly, Erza sat herself down beside her on the floor, leaning her back against the wall. They sat quietly for a while, Erza barely following the plot of the show. She suspected Orium didn't either. After a while, Erza realized she would have to be the one to speak up, or they would be stuck here all night. So, Erza said, not sure how to begin. Orium did not respond. So, will you go back to school soon? She said. Orium said, keeping her eyes focused on the television. You have to keep moving. Erza said. Not that you should ever forget him, but, life goes on. This was awkward. Very, very awkward. It had been easy enough to decide to do this, but strangely, this part was more difficult than she had thought. You keep moving, because Erza sighed. There was no nice and smooth way of saying this. Orium, sooner or later, people will come asking. They'll want to know who is going to look after you now. I can look after myself. Orium said, her voice barely a whisper. I am sure you can, Erza said, struggling to lay this out, but they won't see it that way. They will want to place you in foster care, or find your P-. I don't have any. Orium said sharply. They're not real, Big Brother said so, they're not dash. I believe you. Erza said quickly. But they won't. They who is they, anyway? Orium said, sounding upset. The government, I suppose, Erza said, gently putting an arm around Orium. Your brother was a good man. He worked hard, and he took care of you, and nobody can replace him. But he's not here anymore. I wouldn't ask this if that wasn't so, but somebody needs to look after you. I think it should be me. What? Orium said. I'm not your big brother, Erza said, and I'm not going to try to be. But, trust me, you need somebody. I can do it fine on my own, Orium mumbled defiantly, but she sounded weary more than anything else. I'll let you. Erza said. I'm not your mother. But I want to take care of you. Orium stayed silent for a while. Would we be living with Dr. Kurosaki? She finally mumbled. Maybe at first. Erza said. I'll get us our own place eventually. I'm making enough money now. Maybe. Orium said, her voice little more than a whisper. It hurts. Erza said bluntly. A lot. I know, trust me, I know how much it hurts. But the world keeps moving, and we need to move with it or we're left behind. You know. Orium said. Who did you lose? More than I want to say, Erza mumbled, remembering all of their names, their faces flashing through her memory. Maybe one day I'll tell you all about it. It's going to hurt, a lot, and for some people that never stops. But it gets easier. I don't believe you, Orium murmured. I didn't believe it either. Erza said. But it gets better. And like I said, you have to keep moving. They sat silent for a while. Then, finally, Orium said, her voice barely audible. Okay. Inwardly, Erza breathed a sigh of relief. It was the first step to an enormous undertaking, something new entirely, a challenge unlike any she had ever faced. She would do it. Failure was not an option. Chapter 23, Time ticks forward. It had been clear to Hinamori Momo, after the first wave of shock and grief had passed, that she had a duty, no, an obligation to become stronger. It is what Erza would have wanted for her to be the very best she could be. One day Erza would come back, she knew it with the same certainty she knew that the sun would rise in the morning, and she knew with the same certainty that she was innocent, the victim of something. A conspiracy, terrible luck, whatever it may be. When that time came, when Erza came back, Momo would stand with her, defend her in a court, or in battle. Because when she did come back, she would stand by her no matter what, even if it meant turning her back on the Godai. It was that realization, the grave and grim knowledge that she, too, would accept the label of traitor for her beloved friend, that spurred Momo to move forward. The first few weeks she had simply carried on like a drone, a robot performing one chore after another. Then, after her realization, she had come back with spirit and gusto, throwing herself into her work entirely. In her free time she practiced, she trained her body, her sword play it was her weakest suit, which was why she forced Renji to spar with her, because overcoming difficulty is what Erza would do. She studied Kido at the most advanced level, learning every little flow of magical energy down to the smallest known decimal, turning every spell inside out, then back again, in the pursuit of mastery. But after a few years, it became apparent that for all her hard work, she was not Erza. She was not special. She was not that talented or strong. Sure, she was a vice captain, but that was not enough. She needed more. One day she might have to take on a captain or all of them, and the difference between a captain and his second in command was a vast ocean, 1,000,000 fathoms deep and 1,000,000 miles across. She was doing well. Well was not enough. She was strong, she was fast, and she was often praised for her in-depth level of understanding of the mystical arts of Kido, hailed by scholars as a fellow scientist in her own right. But all of it was not nearly enough. She sought knowledge. She could only train her body so far, she had limits and she knew it. She had to play to her strength, to her affinity for magic. Kido was power, in a way few Shinigami even realized there were few limitations to what a true master could do once she learned how to manipulate it. Kido was bound to arts of binding and destruction both out of necessity and practicality, because its practitioners were soldiers, just like she was, but Kido, in the end, could be so much more. It was magic. Raw power at your fingertips, bendable to your will in any way you wanted, limited only by your concentration and imagination. She scoured the libraries of the Godai. She read every book on the subject, cover to cover, 10 times over. She made experiments of her own, constructing new spells. It became an obsession, a life's goal in itself, to master magic in its truest sense. All for her, all for Erza Scarlet. But even then, even with years of research and training with a singular purpose, she began to feel frustrated. She progressed, certainly, but it was slow. Her theoretical forms, her new magic, it was all an imitation of pre-existing magical theory. No matter how she tried, she could not grasp the godlike power she dreamed of. In theory, you could do anything with Kido. Yet, Momo could reach out only to an iota of that potential. The revelation nearly drove her mad. Her work had to have meaning. She had to cross that ocean. If she couldn't, then there was absolutely no meaning to all her work. She would be useless, worthless to Erza. No, she could not allow it. She would not give up. Erza never would. But then, she found something. At first, she thought it was nothing, a patrol going missing, then coming back later, not even remembering that they had left for the Rukon. It was filed under the kind of oddity that happened every now and then. Combat had a way of wearing at the mind, and stranger things had happened. But then it happened again, 2 years later, and it made Momo raise an eyebrow. In her own time, she looked into it. There were similar reports, villages not paying taxes, and warlords doing nothing to pursue it. Shinigami investigating, and going missing or returning without their memories. Looking back into Godei records, she found it was a trend, small enough to go unnoticed, but consistent, and repeating itself, always centered around District 46. It was as if there was some force at work there, one that did not want to be found. It was a long shot, but long shots was all she had. Making up an excuse for a mission, Momo had headed out there, spending nearly a week investigating, asking around. People denied everything, very quickly, which only made her surer she was onto something. Eventually, she one day found her way to a small shed, miles from the closest village. The person living here was nearly mystical, from what little she had been able to gather, barely spoken of at all, and when he was spoken of with reverence and fear. What she saw when she walked up to the shed, a ramshackle construct, little more than a few planks put over a windbreak, was not quite what she had expected. From out the door, or rather, the ragged piece of cloth serving as a door, stepped an aging man, with a white, dirty bear's red around the eyes, wearing what looked like a worn sack over his torso as his only piece of clothing, a stump of rope serving as a makeshift belt. He was ugly to look at, his glare malignant, and he seemed for all the world like a drunk or a beggar holed up in a shithole, like 1,000 others. I'm sorry, Momo murmured, as she saw him walk her way. I must have gotten to the wrong place. Sure as hell did, girl, the old man growled, his voice gravelly and slurred. You're that Shinigami what keeps asking about me, Insha. About you. Momo stammered. It was hard to imagine the sort of magics it would take to erase memories, leaving no trace of Kido behind. It would take not only true mastery, but a genial level of skill. This old, decrepit man, could he really be it? You're not used to doing this, are ya? The old man grumbled. Your spies are clumsy little fucks, and I always see 'em comin' 10 miles away, but at least they bother tryin'. Seem like they was from around 'ere, like what they was askin' was all nat'ral. You barge in 'ere in uniform like you was kickin' down a door dash, he burped, and hiccuped, like you got no idea what you're doin'. And you don't, do ya? I'm not a spy, no, Momo said defiantly. No, you sure ain't, the man said, giving her an examining stare. There was something in his eyes. His face was old, ugly, and worn, but his eyes were sharp, a bright blue. What begs the question, how'd ya even find me? How ya know I even exist? The trail is there, Momo said. Little incidents here and there. If you look at it in the reports, there's a pattern, and it leads right here, well, to here, or anywhere within 50 miles of here. From there, it's a bit of detective work and sensing riots. So. She stared at him, scrutinizing him just like he had scrutinized her. You have a lot of it, don't you? You hide it well, but it's there, under the surface. The old man grumbled. Bloody hell, I been sloppy, ain't I? Stay too long in one place, this is what happens. He shook his head, sounding quite displeased. I've been looking for somebody to dash. We done air, the old man said, and flicked his wrist. Momo could feel it, sailing through the air toward her, at breakneck speed, a spell. Quickly, she let her own energies extend. She had but a second, but it was enough. Just in time, a web of Kido formed in front of her hand, catching the spell before it could connect. The hell? The old man said, narrowing his eyes. You caught it. Now that's something else that ain't happened in 400 years. It's a brilliant design, Momo said, letting herself feel the intricacies of the spell, swirling around in her palm, trying to break free and carry out its effect. It's a rune of some sort. A bound spell, constructed to completion before release, which takes an immediate and irreversible effect if it connects. Unless you stop it, of course. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and concentrated for a few seconds. Judging by the age of the strands of energy, you began spinning at the moment you saw me. With one hand, without the help of a voice, while talking to me. And she felt the spell, in her mind viewing it up close. It's marvelous, actually. It's like Keto, but if Keto was a piece of art. It's so elegant. Bloody right, it's elegant, the old man grumbled. That there is a memory charm. Art of bindin', only better than wrapping somebody in chains. Hits your mind, and it makes you forget that one woulda cost you a month of your mind, girl. How'd you even catch it? Oh, that, Momo said, trying to sound effortless. A simple case of identifying its powering strands, and tying them down with Keto of my own. It's a low-energy spell, which is very cost-efficient, but that also makes it easy to overpower. That's so, the old man said, staring at her ponderingly. Well, sorry about this, but now that you're too clever T-Charm, I'll have to kill ya. He sounded disappointed, almost remorseful. Can't have the goatee eye running up my arse. Sorry girl, but dash. Teach me. Momo exclaimed. This is everything I ever wanted. This is true brilliance. I've studied the science, I've learned as much as I thought I could, but it's beyond anything I ever saw. I have to know, sensei. I have to learn. What? The old man said, looking at her confusedly. That what you came for? I'm not here to give your secret up, Momo said hastily. I want to learn, because it's something else. Because one day, I might have to fight them. The old man simply stared at her. I can hear your heart, you know. Not hard to do when ya know the nature of spirit energy, the real nature of it. You ain't lyin', I can tell. But he narrowed his eyes. Who's to say you deserve to learn from me, eh? Try me. Momo said confidently. It ended up being quite the event, bringing Orium back to the Kurosaki residence. She had told Masake, of course, who had told Ishine, who had reacted in the most typically Ishine way possible. No sooner had they walked in the door before he was there to greet them, as loud and clownish as ever. Oh, you poor little girl. He exclaimed dramatically. You'll be safe here with us. We'll all look after you, like one big family. Ow ow ow. Masake, please stop. He whined, as Masake held his ear in a firm grip. You are scaring her. Masake said calmly. Now, I'll let go if you promise to act like a grown-up, or at least have the decency to be a man-child somewhere else. She just went through something awful, and she doesn't need this. All right, Ishine muttered. It's true what they say, love hurts. Especially the parts with nerve endings. Masake shot him a look, and Ishine retreated into the kitchen. Erza sighed to herself. Marriage was about ups and downs, it seemed. For now, her only focus was Orium. For what Masake had said, Orium seemed not scared at all. She looked at the world quite blankly, in a way that was somewhat worrisome. Masake went over to Orium, and took her coat off, simply as she would do for any of her children. Hello there, she said, her tone soft and quiet. I am Masake. How are you? Orium didn't reply, and Masake sighed. Silly question, of course. Nobody should feel good when they go through that. It's all right, Erza said, and took Orium's hand. Let's go have a seat inside. Is that okay? Orium nodded. I'm Orium. She said quietly, looking at Masake. It's very nice to meet you. Masake nodded. You're welcome here. Go on, go and say hello to Ichigo. Or, well, whatever makes you comfortable. As Orium went her way inside, Masake let out a sigh. I know you think this sort of thing is difficult, treating people right, but it's no cakewalk for the rest of us. A girl who loses a brother, the one person she had, what do you even say? Perhaps not by reminding her about it. Erza said gently. Good grief, Yes. Masaki mumbled. I'm not used to be the one making these mistakes. Usually, that's Ishine's job. I heard that, you heartless woman. Ishine cried from the kitchen. Oh, cruel fate. I am conspired against from all sides by ruthless women. Shut up. Erza said absent-mindedly. It's fine, Masaki. She's strong. She will come back from this. I'll see to it myself. You really mean it, don't you? Masaki said. Well, you never do anything halfway. Hey. The loud, indignant cry came from Ichigo, having made his way downstairs, running up to Masaki and Erza in the hallway. Hey, Erza. Is it true? Is it? Is what? Erza said confusedly. Mom said you were going to move out. He said angrily, sounding quite upset. I let it slip, Masaki said, and sighed. He didn't take it well. You can't leave. Ichigo cried, almost shouting. You've always been here. Always. Erza looked him in the eye, and said. I'm not going away, Ichigo. It's true I'll move out dash. You can't. Ichigo said. It's. He paused, taking a deep breath, making himself calm down a bit. It's just not fair, okay? I'll be close by, Erza said calmly, and you'll still see me every day. I'm not going far, I'll be just up the street. At least in the block, I promise. I'll still pick you up at school, and I'll still teach you about swords. I promise. But he interjected, but Erza wouldn't let him. She needs me. Erza said. Orium doesn't have anyone. Is it fair that you have mom, dad, and me, and she has nothing? Who cares about her? Ichigo said, his anger flaring up again. I just want you to be here like before dash. Ichigo, shush. Masaki said firmly. What have I said about talking to adults? Ichigo said. But it's not dash. What have I said, Ichigo? Masaki insisted. No shouting. Be polite. Ichigo mumbled. That's right. Masaki said, nodding. It's fine, Erza said, putting an arm on his shoulder. You have a mom to look after you, and she doesn't. And like I said, I'll still be here. Just not in this house, not as much as before. Ichigo grumbled, sounding a little defeated. The boy loved his mother, and wouldn't argue with her for the life of him, but even so he seemed off-put. Sensing that now was one of those times, Erza pulled him into a hug. I'll be close. She said firmly, and held him. Slowly, after a little while, he hugged her back. And I'll still look after you whenever I'm needed. Maybe sometime, you could come and have a sleepover. Wouldn't that be something? I'm too old for sleep hours, Ichigo murmured, and finally broke the hug. It's just, not fair. That's life, Ichigo. Masaki said. Now, why don't you go say hello to Orium? Do I have to? Ichigo said. Yes, you do, Erza said. That, or mommy will give you the stare, and we don't want that, now do we? You're so mean, auntie, Ichigo murmured, but his tone couldn't be more transparent. He was a little hurt, as a kid might be, but at heart he was still a good boy. As Ichigo went his way after Orium, Masaki looked at Erza. You know, you do have a way with kids. You can make it work. I will. Erza said, and nodded. I just hope Ichigo doesn't take it too hard. PFF, that, Masaki said dismissively. He's such a big baby sometimes. He'll get over it. Meaning he's the second biggest baby in the house. Erza said, with a grin. Masaki smiled back knowingly. I heard that too, you heartless harpies. Ishine cried from the kitchen. Oh, shut up. Masaki said, not unkindly. Ugh. Foiled again. Ishine said loudly. Oh, woe falls upon my house. Erza's grin stayed on her face for a while. Orium had healing to do, but this was a good place to do it. The sun was shining through the kitchen window of her new apartment, having just risen a couple of hours ago. Orium was working through her breakfast, while Erza herself was already done. She had eaten right after finishing making it for her and Orium both. It was simple: a bit of rice, a bit of fruit, a bit of milk, nothing special. If it had been, Erza might well have burnt it. Orium, being the culinary mystery that she was, probably would not have noticed. "Did you do your homework?" Erza said, yawning a little. She'd take Orium to school, then take the bus right to work, just like every day. Orium said, nodding. She had recovered well. It had been over 6 months since her brother had died, and most of that time had been spent in the Kurosaki residence while they hunted for a new place. She had not forgotten her brother, but she had moved on. It was good for her. "I got through math, and Japanese, and geography," Orium said, as she chewed down a piece of bread. "Did you finish English as well?" Erza said. She was a sweet girl, she knew, but she was a bit of a scatterbrain, and sometimes she would plain forget. "Yes, I did," Orium said. "I'm not that stupid." "Nobody thinks you're stupid," Erza said reassuringly. "And how's school?" "Nobody gives you trouble." "Sometimes," Orium said. Seeing Erza's expression, she added, "It's nothing bad, you know. Tatsuki looks out for me. It's just a few taunts here and there. I can handle it." Hesitantly, Erza nodded. "Sure, but if there is anything at all, just come to me." "All right." I will, Orium said. She was much too sweet to roll her eyes at Erza, but her tone was unmistakable. She was being a fussy worrywart, and Orium could take care of herself, and so on. "Well, good then," Erza said, nodding. "Don't forget your lunch, okay?" "I won't," Orium said. "I just wish you'd let me add marmalade to my sushi. It would be so tasty. "You can do that at home," Erza said firmly. "At school, you eat proper, strong food. You're a growing girl, and you need the right sustenance." "Yes, Erza," Orium said. The not quite eye roll was still there, but Erza was firm on this one. Orium was an oddball, and that was fine, but she wouldn't compromise on anything that involved good parenting, and that included the right food. "Good. Let's go, then," Erza said. The two of them got up from the table, and headed out to face the day. The 6 months it had taken to find a new place had given Orium time to heal, and Ichigo plenty of time to adjust and make friends with Orium. Despite his initial misgivings, the two of them soon got along. He already knew Tatsuki from karate class, and before long the three of them were close friends, close as could be. Eventually, Erza had found a place, an apartment just around the corner. It was nothing special, just a couple of rooms plus a kitchen and a bathroom, but it was no more than Orium and she needed. The time it had taken to get there had allowed for some good practice at child care, under Masaka's careful eye. By the time they moved out, Erza mostly had the hang of it. The trick, it seemed, was to be in a state of constant worry that something was wrong, big or small. She got Orium's lunches done, she listened to her talk about school, about life, she bullied teachers whenever she heard the smallest word about harassment at school, she helped Orium with her homework, praised her when she did well, and supported her when she didn't. It was exhausting. Not like swinging a sword for 8 hours straight until your arms felt like jelly, but a constant drain on the mind. To always be worried was enormously stressful, and sometimes Erza wondered how Masaka or all the billions of mothers on this earth could possibly do it without having a nervous breakdown every other day. Some probably did. But Erza had a will hard as nails, made of steel and diamonds, and she bore it stoically and with passion at the same time. Because at the end of the day, no matter how hard and stressful it was an amazing feeling to be depended on, to provide and care, to love and be loved, to guide somebody young and inexperienced and shape them, teaching them the lessons of life. And teach her, she did. Orium was a sweet and kind girl, but like too many girls in this country, she was meek and submissive, all too ready to bear abuse like the bullying she had once had to endure without retaliation. Erza found that mentality revolting, and resolved to do her utmost to teach her to be strong, to stand up for herself because she couldn't always be there, because the way of fairy tale was not just dependence on others, but the strength to protect yourself and others as well. It was something else, getting to know somebody this closely. Friends she had had in the Soul Society, but a daughter, never had she had that close a bond. She sometimes wondered, as time passed by, if she would one day have to reveal the truth to her when. Keeping secrets from her friends in the old days had hurt, no matter the justification, and she would not repeat that mistake. One day, she would have to fill Orium in on the secrets of the spiritual life. She had a not insignificant amount of spiritual energy herself, and she would undoubtedly be targeted by hollows at some point. She ought to know. Ichigo, of course, was an even bigger target. His father a former captain and his mother a high-ranking Quincy, he was already developing a bank of energy bigger than most Shinigami recruits. He would sometimes blaze like a beacon, and more than once she had had to quit a gathering to slay hollows. Yet, his parents insisted on keeping it secret for whatever reason. Masaka claimed it was to protect him, but Erza suspected both she and Ishine were simply keen to leave that part of their life behind them. It was a risk. Which was why she would one day tell Orium. Only not just yet. Ichigo lived a good life. His mother loved him, and his father was alright as well, even though he was really embarrassing sometimes. There were times when he thought his mother was too strict, or his father too goofy, but then he remembered the other parents he sometimes saw at school harsh, demanding, much stricter than his mother ever was, and he reasoned that all things considered, he had it pretty good. He had a mother and a father who loved him, he had good friends to rely on, and if somebody bullied him, he knew how to fight back, and if it got really bad, he'd only have to tell his auntie and she'd come down on them like a fury. Life was good, but sometimes, it was odd. Weird. Sometimes he saw people floating around in the air, with chains to their chests and empty looks on their faces. Sometimes they looked old, sometimes they looked young, sometimes they looked normal, and sometimes there was blood on them, or injuries. And whenever he talked about it, his mom quickly shushed him and gave him the stare, the one that meant he was going to bed without supper, and it didn't matter worth a damn that he would be a teenager in a few months, because when mom told you to do something, you did it. He had memories, vague memories, almost like dreams of strange things. A riverbank in the rain, when he was little, and a huge, scary monster with a white mask for a face, and his mother using some sort of magic to send it packing. The mere thought of it still gave him chills. He remembered it clearly, but the one time he had asked about it, mom had insisted it was all a dream, and off to bed without supper he was. He had learned that some things, he ought not to ask. But he still saw them. Ghosts, spirits. Sometimes, they even talked to him. Sometimes, Ichigo felt afraid that he was going mad, that he'd end up in an asylum far away from his family, and so he kept his mouth shut. He remembered the stories Auntie Erza had told him when he was little. About Princess Crimson, the brave, red-haired knight of war that slew the dragons and fought the monsters and protected the people. He had loved those stories, because his auntie had always told them like she really believed in them. How Crimson had traveled to the faraway kingdom, learned the ways of the night, protected the realm, how she had been deceived by the corrupt vizier, a greedy, power-hungry man who sought the throne for himself. How he had promised a better place for everyone, only to frame her for murder and have her sent into exile. At his young age, Ichigo had wondered what happened to Princess Crimson next. Did she come back and kill the vizier, and save the kingdom? But Erza had looked at him strangely, and told him with something different in her voice that no, she remained in exile and that was it. He had wanted a happy ending, but she had told him that sometimes, you didn't get a happy ending. All of that wouldn't have seemed so strange, except one night, when he was 8, he had seen her. He had seen Princess Crimson. One night, coming through a window with her black kimono, her bright red hair and a sword by her side. She had seen him, and told him to go to bed. Ichigo had obeyed, but curiosity had gotten the better of him. After a few minutes in bed, after he had heard her walk down the stairs, he had snuck down, carefully walking down the stairs one step at a time, keeping as quiet as he could. And he had heard them talk. "He'll find out eventually," Princess Crimson Erza had said. He was peeking through the doorway, just barely open enough to see. She was standing by their dinner table, where his mom and dad were seated. "It's only a matter of time. He needs to dash. We talked about this," his mom said. "The answer is still no. My children will not grow up to become Shinigami. You know what they are like dash. This is not about Shinigami and Quincy business," Erza said frustratedly. Will you protect him his entire life? When he is 40 years old, and you are old and gray. Eventually, he will need to protect himself or he'll end up eaten by a dash. He's my son. His mom snapped. Mine, not yours. I decide what he knows and doesn't, don't you forget it. Honey, please, his dad said quietly. You'll wake the kids. And? I dunno, maybe she has a point. Look, I know what they're like, better than anyone, but, if Erza says he has power, then I believe it. Maybe. Let me tell you what having power and learning to use it was like for me. Mom said. Constantly lorded over, constantly harassed to do better, constantly feeling I wasn't good enough. This whole world, spirits, monsters. I don't want that for my children. And when a monster comes knocking. Erza said firmly. When a monster comes knocking and you're not there. Then you will protect him. Won't you, Erza? I will, Erza said frustratedly, but dash. No buts. Mom said firmly. You will tell him nothing. If you do, I swear I'll. She trailed off, as if unsure what to threaten with. I won't. Erza said resignedly. But we can't protect him forever. He has power. If you truly want to protect him, then teach him how to use it instead of shielding him. This is over. Mom said. Go to bed now. I'm not your kid, you know. Erza grumbled. Even now, Ichigo wasn't sure if that was all just a dream. He often told himself that it was. There was no way it could all be real, right? Princess Crimson was just a story. But no matter how he tried, he couldn't shake the notion that no matter how good and normal life seemed, there was more to it than this. That his mom, his beloved Kaa-chan, was hiding something from him. Or maybe not. You never know. Time passes, and in life, only two things are said to be certain: death, and taxation. It was no huge shock to anybody that old Ishida Soken had died. People in his neighborhood knew him as a grandfather, a man in his 60s, just the kind that might have a stroke or a heart attack and die. His family knew him as a kind and masterful Quincy, a natural part of their family, faced with the same dangers as the rest of them to one day be killed by a hollow. It was nothing shocking about his death, but Masaka, despite not having seen the man for years, not since she had cut ties with her family, still felt saddened when she got the news. Her old uncle was one of the few good people from her family, a kind and guiding soul who wanted the best for his children, so unlike his wife, entrenched in the past and a staunch purist, filled with the hate and racism that had poisoned the Quincy's. He had always been kind to her, although he had done nothing to hinder his family's attempt at controlling her. Even knowing what her family would think, she knew she had to go to his funeral. There was history to face, but not only that, the case of his death was suspicious. Just the day before, there had been a hollow attack of unprecedented scale and suspiciously focused just on the one location. The official cause might be heart attack, but she had looked at the scene herself. Her uncle's dying riot so was all over the place, like blood smeared all over a wall, clashing with the vicious negative energies of the hollows. Somebody had killed him. If that somebody could go after the patriarch of the Quincy family, one of its strongest members, then they might go after another. It might go after her. It might go after her children. So it was that, when the day came, Masaka dressed in appropriate funeral attire, and headed out. Alone, of course. This had nothing to do with this Hein, and she didn't need Erza to protect her, and she certainly didn't want her children to see her family. Just as a precaution, though, she had told Erza where she was going. It was not like she expected her family to attack her, but some of them were unreliable. That was what always creeped her out the most, not only their ideology, so full of hate for all these supposed inferiors, but the fanatical devotion some of them had toward it. You could never feel quite safe around them, never at ease. The ceremony, a private affair attended only by family members, was a grim affair, even for a funeral. More than a few angry scowls were sent her way as she entered the room in the Quincy manor where it was held. She had, of course, not been invited, but nobody would interrupt the eulogies, one Quincy after the next saying their praises to the late patriarch of their clan. Never mind that his soft stance had been considered a sign of weakness, or that she knew several of the pure-blood Quincy's, as they fancied themselves, had considered him an old fool. In death, he was worthy only of respect, no matter what scorn there had been toward him in life. It was two-faced, hypocritical, and inconsistent, but in this matter, at least, they were quite similar to any human being on this world. Afterward, despite wanting only to leave, Masaka lingered. Luckily, Ryukin found her before any of the others did, and walked her outside, to the garden where she had once played as a child. He didn't say a word, even when they stopped outside, staring out into nothing. "So," she began. "Sorry for your loss." The words seemed so generic, insincere, but she really was. Ryukin was a cold and difficult man at times, but he had never seemed to take to his mother's ideas, not the way she wanted him to. "Been a while, hasn't it?" Ryukin said. His voice was calm, in control, and if Masaki hadn't known him the way she did, she would have thought his father's death had left him cold. But she noticed it, the smallest tremble in his voice, the way he fumbled slightly when he pulled out a cigarette, the way he didn't bother to ask if it was all right if he smoked, little telltale signs that told her that, in his own way, he too grieved. "It sure has," Masaki mumbled, not quite sure what to say. More than 12 years had passed since she had disgraced the Quincy name by finding happiness and freedom on her own. Too long. "You don't really mean that," Ryukin said bluntly. "You hate this family." "I don't," Masaka protested. "You are right to," Ryukin said plainly. "They are awful, ignorant, and stupid people, and if everything they believed in died, nobody would be worse off for it." "You don't mean that," Masaka said lamely. "Yes, I do," Ryukin said matter-of-factly. He took a puff on his cigarette, and blew out a cloud of smoke. "Funny how things turn out, isn't it?" he said, staring out into space. "I was supposed to be the next patriarch of the last of the Quincy's, leading us through troubled times and setting us on the road to restoring our once great civilization and the might and purity for which it stands." There was a clear shade of distaste in his voice, leaving no room to the imagination for what he thought of might and purity. "And you were supposed to be my loving, obedient wife, churning out beautiful, genetically deficient babies by the dozen. Quincy's all, of course, indoctrinated to be just as bitter and resentful as mother." "Ryukin," Masaka said. She was surprised. She had never known he had despised his family so much. He had always gone along with his mother's wishes, never eagerly, but obediently still. What had changed? As if reading her mind, he continued. "Mother wanted a leader, somebody pure. Of course, just like everyone else with a brain, she learned that life is sad, full of disappointments, and not always getting what you want is the least of it. It was you, in the end. I can't say I was ever enthusiastic about the genetically deficient babies part, but I missed you. You should have said something," Masaki exclaimed, keeping her tone shushed. "All this time, I thought that you were running mother's errands." "Yes," Ryukin said sardonically. "I do not blame you. The whole strong, quiet male nonsense got pretty ingrained into me. But if you think you were a disappointment, imagine how they reacted when I told them I was done with their petty, narrow-minded way of life and that I'll live as a civilian." Just briefly, a small grin crossed his face, gone in an instant. Now there was a family row for the ages. He paused. "I'm not a great person, Masaki. I'm stubborn, I'm detached, and I am probably a pretty bad father to my boy. But even so, he'll have his freedom. He learned the ways of the Quincy from his grandfather. I didn't let anyone else near him." "Will they just let you go?" Masaka said, almost in disbelief. "I'm not giving them any choice in the matter," Ryukin said dismissively. "I am the inheritor to all the power and skill of the Ishida line, and I could kill any one of my so-called inferiors. That is always reassuring. Between the two of us, watching their impotent rage as I defy their precious traditions is rather amusing." "You're spiteful," she said. It was said delighting in somebody else's misery was not a trait she found attractive. "Blame it on the family," he said, shrugging. "My boy has his head full of ridiculous ideas about heroism and good. Of course, he doesn't have the first idea about what the rest of them are really like, and he never will. Personally, I'd rather he dropped the whole thing." Masaka shook her head. "Their ideals, Their hate and ignorance, that's the problem. Not the power itself. You shouldn't deprive him of that, says the housewife who keeps her children in the dark. Ryakan said, shooting her a look. Shall we perhaps see if Ichigo and Uriah both have the same talent? We could have little archery sessions, like a big, happy, monster hunting family dash. All right, that's enough, Masaka said, her tone sharpening. Point taken. I won't lecture you if you won't lecture me. That's all I ask for. He sighed. I missed you. But in the end, you were the brave one. You did what I couldn't, and it. He grumbled. Cheesy as it sounds, it was an inspiration. Nothing's stopping you from being a part of my life now, you know, Masaka said encouragingly. You could always dash. Good grief, come over for coffee and make merry about the wonders of being a doctor with your oaf husband. Ryakan said, grimacing. Family life. I had that once with Connie. She passed a couple of years back, and, well, I don't need that again. I am so sorry, Masaka said. She had no idea, not the first clue. She had gathered that Connie, a servant girl to the Ishida family, had married Ryakan and given him a son, but she had known nothing further, certainly not that she had died. I can't even imagine dash. Don't. Ryakan said sharply. This blasted sympathy makes me sick. Life is. He took a deep breath, and forced his voice to be subdued and calm again. Life is what it is. I don't need to sit down and have somebody pat my back, and I don't need to play house with anybody either. Fair enough, Masaka said, deciding not to prod. But your boy Uriah, isn't he going to be awfully lonely? You work long hours, and with no mother. Ryakan did not reply. He could come over to our place sometimes. He should know he has relatives, good ones. Maybe you don't need anybody, but I can guarantee you, he does. Maybe. Ryakan muttered. We'll see. All right, then, Masaka said, nodding. Well, nice catching up, Ryakan muttered, but the real reason I found you is something else. Yes. Masaka said. I always liked you, Ryakan said. Well, I think we already established that. At any rate, keep an eye out. My family, they know that I'd kill them all if they touched Uriah, but there's no guarantee they won't go after you, now that grandfather is dead. They will come to me, after the wake is done, and ask me one last time to become the patriarch of the Ishida. I will reject them, and in turn they will elect Shizuo. He's the most popular of the few pure left, and, he's dangerous, Masaka. I see, Masaka said. She remembered Shizuo, one of 5 pure Quincy's left in the clan. He was a dark, brooding sort, who spoke of the Quincy arts with pride and passion, a deep, strong passion that always seemed to carry a hint of contempt for everything not Quincy. He's gotten worse since I left, Ryakan explained. He hates the impure. A lot more than he used to. I don't know how strong you are, but I doubt you kept training much. You have a strong guard dog, that redhead woman, but that might not be enough. Watch your back, Masaka, for your family's sake. Thank you, Masaka said, and nodded, feeling a sinking feeling. Few as the remaining Quincy's were, they were strong and dangerous, exactly the sort of thing she didn't want in her life. Of course, I could be wrong entirely, maybe he'll decide to spend his time repopulating the earth with purebloods, but just in case. Ryakan said, trailing off. Of course. Masaka said. Thank you again, Ryakan. Don't be a stranger. MMMH. Ryakan said, in the kind of generic grunt that she recognized as goodbye. I'll be in touch about Uriah. Masaka said, as she walked away, waving at Ryakan as she walked away. She couldn't quite make it out, but she heard him say something like, for God's sake, woman. Hope was not lost for the family she had come from, it seemed. Not entirely. But for now, she had to speak with Ishine and Erza. She did speak to Ishine and Erza, apprizing them of the potential dangers. Erza, predictably, suggested that they go and beat the snot out of them at once, but Masaka was not one to start a war if she could avoid it. So they kept an eye out, turning a little paranoid in the process, a sensation already familiar to the three of them, having had to watch over little children for over a decade now. But a month passed without incident. 2 months, 3 months, and though Masaka would never dream of letting her guard down, she allowed herself a metaphorical breath of relief. Perhaps Shizuo really had focused on rebuilding the clan, as Ryukin had suggested. Not the greatest of things, but if her family was out of the line of fire, she was happy. Yes, time went by as normal. The kids went to school, played on their free hours. It was sweet to see how close Ichigo was with the girls. Most boys could be so immature about that, and Masaka spent her time doing ordinary things, keeping a watchful eye. Erza did as she always did, working, looking after Orium, training when she had the chance, always keeping busy. Life was normal for a while. She knew the instant she walked up to their door, some 4 months after that funeral, that something was wrong. Later, she would claim she had a bad feeling from the start. The truth of that statement wasn't known even to Masaki herself. She had caught a late lunch with Erza after her shift at work ended, Ishine looking after Ichigo, Karen, Yuzo, and Orium. The door was what tipped her off almost, but not completely closed, when it should be locked. So I told him he needs to shape up. Erza said, talking about some unruly pupil of hers, but she fell quiet when Masaki hurried her steps, opening her door, hoping dearly that somebody had just been sloppy with it. It was probably nothing, right? Children made mistakes all the time, and Ishine, that goofball, he always messed up in little ways, so, it had to be nothing. It had to be nothing. Quickly, Masaka marched into her home, Erza following quickly after her. "What's wrong?" she asked, concern in her voice. "Ichigo." Masaka called out, ignoring her. "Mommy's home." "Ichigo? Karen? Yuzo?" Quickly, she looked around. Everything seemed in order, the couch in the living room looking much the same, the coffee table not overturned, just the one glass of chocolate milk spilled. That was normal. But the kids weren't there. "Ichigo!" Masaka cried out, letting herself feel for his presence. She hadn't used the arts for years, made a point not to, but it was like riding a bicycle, you never forgot how. "Ichigo!" she cried again. "Karen? Why you?" They weren't there. She could feel their absence. All of them had a signature, unique as a fingerprint, and it wasn't there. Where are they?" Erza said, catching on. "Go check upstairs," Masaka said desperately. There was no point, but she had to. Looking around her, she felt panic rising in her chest. Oh no, no. Her devolving state of mind was interrupted by a low groan coming from the kitchen. Quickly, she hurried in, and saw Ishine on the floor, sitting leaned against the refrigerator, a trail of blood coming down from a wound in his shoulder. "Oh, baby," she mumbled, hurrying up to him, cradling his head in her hands. "Ishine, are you all right?" She gently slapped his cheek, wanting to wake him. Oh, hell," he mumbled, groaning in pain as he weakly clutched at his chest. "I was making sandwiches for the kids. I don't know what happened next." Masaka grabbed a kitchen towel, rolled it up, and pressed it against his injury. It looked bad, but there wasn't that much blood. Jigai didn't have arteries like normal bodies did, being made to last. They still felt pain, though, and Ishine groaned again. "Hold on to this," she said. "And take this." She handed him her cell phone. "Call Ryukin. I have his number in there. He'll be grumpy and he'll say no at first, but you tell him Masaki asked for his help. You got that?" Ishine groaned. "What'll you do?" "I'll go find them." She closed her eyes, feeling the strands of Ryutsu all around them, emanating from her husband's wounds, from the living room. It was well concealed, but she could feel it. Quincy energy. "Masaki!" Erza cried out, coming from upstairs. "I found Orium. She's all right. She hid in a closet." She saw them. Men in white came and took Ichigo, Karen, and Yuzo. "The Quincy's," Masaki mumbled. She felt nauseous, a fearful concern welling over her like a tide. "The Quincy's." She said the words again, this time with a deep, passionate hate in her voice. Her children. Her little babies, that she had carried, given birth to and raised, taken away from the safety of their homes, for who knows what reason nothing good, that was assured. We have to find them, Erza. Masaka said, forcing herself to be calm. The nausea, the fear, the hate, she pushed it down, boiling inside her like water in a pot, barely held back by a lid. We find them before it's too late. Where do they live? Erza said resolutely, her voice cold as steel. Your old house. Masaka shook her head, remembering how they would operate. No. They know the risk, and they'd never be where we could find them. Erza, I have no idea where they could have gone to. Me neither. Erza said. But we know somebody who might, don't we? Much like Erza, Masaki had never much like Urahara Kisuke, a dodgy, unreliable, and self-serving sort, but all old resentments were blown away in an instant, the furthest from her mind. For her children, she would deal with a demon if she had to, and being indebted was a small price. Let's go, then, she said. Erza nodded, popped out of her Jigai, and together they dashed out toward the humble candy store in Karakura. Chapter 24, Knights of Justice. As they sped through town, Erza's mind raced. She was hardly the most stoic of people, like most from fairy tale she was passionate, if not wearing emotion at the sleeve then at least keeping it close. But a long life and service to the Godai had allowed her to keep a level head in dangerous situations, far more so than somebody like Masaka would be able to. Poor Masaka. Erza felt the same outrage as she did, the same fear, anger, and determination to find the children, but she was all too aware that a mother's instinct was that much stronger. Ichigo, Yuzue, and Karen were her children. They had grown in her womb, been nursed and nurtured by Masaka from their youngest age, and now they were taken, for purposes unknown. She held up fairly well, circumstances considered, although Erza suspected that just like she herself did, she was trying very hard not to think about what could be happening to the kids at this time. In mere minutes which felt like years they reached Urahara's shop, racing double time. Erza had not expected Masaka to be able to keep up with her speed, but she was, driven by either skill or sheer willpower. Urahara, no doubt having sensed their fast-approaching presence, was just making his way out the door when the two of them landed. Masaka stopped to pant for a second, while Erza marched up to the shopkeeper, having the look of a woman ready to do bloody murder if she was provoked. Walking up to Urahara, she towered over him, her fists balled. "Ah, Miss Erza dash," he said, his jolly tone sounding somewhat forced, but Erza cut him off. "Shut up," she said firmly, her tone allowing for no disagreement. "We need something from you. No jokes, no stalling, no playing coy, no nothing. We need your help, and you'll give it to us. We'll get you anything you want later, anything at all, but right now we need you to help." "Now, there's no need dash," Urahara began, his tone still too jaunty for Erza's liking. She grabbed him by the rim of his shirt, and pulled him in close, and said, her voice ice cold. "They took her kids. They're gone. Been gone for at least 2 hours. We think it was the Quincy's. Help, or I'll rip your throat out." "Let go of me, and I'll see what I can do," Urahara said, his voice low and calm, quite unlike his normal, jolly demeanor. Slowly, Erza let go of him, and he turned around, taking his hat off and gesturing for them to follow him inside. "We'll get you anything at all," Masaka said, sounding a bit strained still. "This way," Urahara simply said, leading them inside, behind the shop front and into one back room, filled with files and paper stacks, messy but not dusty. "Let's see here," he mumbled, rifling through the stacks. No, not here either. Can you hurry up?" Erza said irritably. His compliance had stopped her from getting angry, well, angrier than she was, but she was still not in a good mood, and it felt plain wrong to be standing still at a time like this. "Erza Scarlet," Urahara said gravely, shooting her a look as he continued digging through his files, "I am doing the best I can. I'm not going to push my luck, I can tell you mean business, and I've no interest in getting in your way. In here," he said, putting his eyes back at the papers, "I keep little bits and pieces of information. Data that's not important enough to store up here," he gestured at his head, "but still potentially useful. Like, say, my map of regular Quincy hideouts which they use when they're out hunting. How much will it cost us?" Erza said. I know you're a businessman dash. I'm a businessman, not an extortionist, he said dismissively. I'm not going to charge you on this one. Call it an act of goodwill, if you like. Erza just blinked, staring at him. Did he really mean it? Thank you, Masaki mumbled weakly, looking pale. Don't thank me until it's actually been useful, Urahara murmured. Where is the damn thing? I could have sworn I put it around here somewhere. Ah, there. He dug out a plain, brown file, knocking over a stack of papers as he pulled it free, and quickly rifled through it. Yes, 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 here. He exclaimed, handing the file to Erza. This is all I have, at the moment, which could be useful to you. An account of the hiding places favored by the Quincy's from last year. Erza looked through it quickly. That's 1, 2, 3, 7 places to cover. Erza mumbled. We'll just go, then, quickly. Masaki insisted. Thanks a million, but we gotta run. Sounds like you could use somebody fast. The voice came from the door opening, and Erza would have recognized it anywhere. Yuki, her brown-skinned sparring partner, fully clothed for once. You're volunteering. Erza said, not waiting for her to reply. Together with Masaki, she began marching out of the shop. Yuki kept up, gracefully half walking, half leaping alongside them. Call it goodwill, I guess. It's a popular term today, it seems. Very well, Erza said, nodding. Your skills could come in handy. You know her from before? Masaki said anxiously. Sort of. Not exactly. Erza said. She'll be useful, though. Then she comes with us, Masaki said, nodding. Together, the three of them sped off, after having had a quick look at the hiding places on the list. Urahara watched them go. It was unlike Yuki to get involved, but it was a good thing. Smiling to himself, he put his hat back on. The Quincy's were in over their heads, red-headed doom coming their way, and it was a shame, they usually made for such good customers. Oh well, he thought, such was life. Karakura Town was not an especially large part of Tokyo itself, but all things were relative, and after an hour of searching, not especially large, felt like a chasm, like a dark forest the size of Canada, enormously and impossibly large even with a few set locations to visit. Reality, of course, was that stress and fear was taking its toll, but being so caught up in said stress and fear, Erza and Masaki were not particularly inclined to take an objective view. It was good fortune, then, that Yuki had accompanied them, leading them expertly from one location to the next. So far, they had visited an empty warehouse, the unused cellar of a middle school, the roof of a tall office building, and nothing had yet turned up. Yuki kept running ahead to each one, so as not to alert the Quincy's of their presence, if they were there. But so far, the 3 places they had searched had yielded nothing. There were traces of Quincy riotsu around the place, certainly Urahara's intel had not been false, at least. Even so, every second spent chasing these leads felt like a second wasted. Masaki's mouth was a thin line, her fists balled, and Erza could tell she was just barely holding herself together. She herself was faring somewhat better, but not by much. They would find the hiding place, search it quickly, and dash off to the next, working as effectively as they could. She only hoped it would be enough. They hit the 4th place at last, another basement hidden well under an apartment complex. It was well maintained, no dust collected on its floors and shelves, with small traces of riotsu left. Even so, inside this dank, gloomy place, barely lit by sunlight coming from ground-level windows, there was nothing to be found. Quickly, not a word shared, they did as they had before, thoroughly rushing through the place, checking for anywhere somebody might have hid, or any clue that could lead them to the right place, sensing carefully for the right kind of riotsu. Some 5 minutes later, they had turned the place upside down, turning the already run-down cellar into a bigger mess. Nothing here. Erza said through her teeth. Should we move on? Damn it, Masaki hissed, damn it, damn it, damn it. Her fists were balled hard, hard enough that her nails were digging through the skin of her palms. Yuki, nothing. No, Yuki said, shaking her head. I'll check the other room. It'll take just a minute, then we'll move on. Do it quick, then. Masaka snapped. Keep calm. Erza said, keeping her voice level. You can't lose focus now. It's not your kids on the line, Erza. Masaka snapped. What the hell are you risking? And why the hell are we just trusting her to guide us? Erza took a deep breath. Her first instinct was to come back with some sharp retort, about how she cared too, and how dare she question that, but Masaka was afraid, probably more afraid than she had ever been, and you were never yourself in situations like those. She had to keep calm, no matter what. We have no choice. She said slowly, getting each word out one syllable after another. We stick to the plan. We will find them and they will be alright, but until then I can't Masaka began, and Erza saw it, she was on the verge of breaking down. Shut up, the both of you. Yuruaki hissed. Listen, you Erza began, feeling indignant. No, shut up, Yuruaki said, her voice low, her head nodding toward the windows, toward the outside. Understanding, Erza nodded. What is it? Masaka said, on the verge of tears. Did you Quiet. Erza said, putting a hand on her shoulder. Yuruaki nodded at them, and slowly and cautiously slipped out the door. Letting her senses reach out, Erza felt it now a riot source, not active but noticeable, with the unmistakable signature of a Quincy. For a few moments, she and Masaka waited, with bated breath, and Erza could feel her heart beating, every pulse as loud as a church bell. Then, she sensed Yuruaki moving, and seconds later. Well, her riot sensing didn't extend that far, it had never been her strong suit, but it didn't matter, because less than a minute later Yuruaki walked in, carrying a young man with black hair over her shoulders. Unceremoniously, she dumped him on the floor. I know him, Masaka mumbled, nervously licking her lips, he's one of the lesser Quincies. A servant of the pure-blooded. Would he know where they would be? Erza asked. I think so. Masaka said. Then we ask, Yuruaki said. How loyal are they, exactly? Very, Masaka said. They're conditioned to be. From birth. Hey, you, wake up, Erza said, deciding to wait no longer. She walked over to the young man, and shook him roughly. I said, wake up. Before long, the young Quincy woke up, slowly coming to, awakening to see the terrifying visage of a very, very determined Erza Scarlet. He jerked, trying to crawl away, but Erza had a firm hold on his collar. Where are they? Masaka burst out. Tell me where they are, you little bastard. Oh, the Quincy said. Oh. He said, as he began to realize where exactly he was. Traitor, and Shinigami filth. He said the words, trying to fit in vitriol and hate, but managed to sound nervous more than anything else. Let me explain to you where exactly you are, Yuruaki said, kneeling by his side. There are two very angry, very powerful women here, who really need some information. You can do the smart thing, and give it up, or we can Still quivering with fear, the Quincy spat at her, missing but making himself quite clear. Or it can be difficult. Yuruaki said, sighing. Listen, you little brat, Erza snarled, raising a fist, you'll talk or you'll Erza, wait, Yuruaki said, holding back Erza's hand. What? Erza growled. Come on, Yuruaki said, taking a few steps back. You too, Masaka. Tentatively, Masaka obeyed, and Erza got on her feet, standing with Yuruaki, turned away from the Quincy. Well. Erza said. She was in a bad mood before, right now it was all she could do not to lunge at the Quincy and beat him senseless. But losing her cool was probably the worst she could do, she knew that much. What are you planning to do? Yuruaki said flatly. Beat him until he talks. Erza said bluntly. We should. Masaka said coldly, only her erratic breaths betraying the desperation underneath. We have to find out, no matter what. You don't have the stomach, or the knowledge. Yuruaki said. You best stay out of it. Stay out of it? It's my children, I'll do anything. Masaki snarled. Have you ever tortured anybody? Yuriuki said. It's messy. Difficult to get right. If you, Erza, she said, looking Erza in the eye, if you try beating him, he'll probably just end up unconscious or dead. You don't know how to pull your punches. I could try, Erza said determinedly. Yuriuki sighed. Listen. He's young. Afraid. He doesn't want to be here. I could make him talk, I know how. But I want you outside. But. Erza interjected, I mean, torture him. Just a second ago you were ready to beat him until you got what you wanted. Yuriuki said. I just know how to do it more efficiently. Do it. Masaki hissed through her teeth. Do whatever it takes. I don't care. Just, find out where they are. Masaki. Erza said. The anger was washing off her a little, and she remembered where she really stood inflicting pain on people, defenseless people. That wasn't a good thing, but... It's the kids, Erza. Masaki said, a fierce desperation in her voice, the kids. It's Ichigo, Karen, and Yuzo. Don't you get it? Step outside, Yuriuki said, with some resignation. It shouldn't take too long, even without tools. Erza shook her head, but slowly took the first step toward the door. Masaki eagerly grabbed her by the arm, and together they walked out, standing themselves just outside the building. Now, she could hear Yuriuki say as they walked out, let's start asking some questions. It took a few minutes before the first scream came. Erza steeled herself, balling her first and forced herself to remain still. Then came, a second, and a third. Minutes passed, the noises from inside the cellar came and went, and Erza forced herself to think of Ichigo, of Yuzo, of Karen, and what the unthinkable would feel like. What it would be like if the same thing happened again, like it had happened in the past. And somehow, that was enough. She wasn't sure quite when, but sometime later Yuriuki came out, with a bit of blood on her hands. Follow me, she said simply. Again, they sped away. Yuriuki led them to a ground-level apartment, a few miles away. They stopped a few hundred yards away, suppressing their riotsu as best they could. From the roof they stood on, the place looked suspiciously deserted. Karakura was not the most densely populated part of Tokyo, but it was still a city. Yet, nobody seemed to be within view of the place. What are we waiting for? Masaki said, producing a Quincy cross from somewhere. Who knew where she had kept it, but it seemed she hadn't let go of her heritage entirely. Let's go get them, I can feel them inside, right there. She took a step forward, but Erza put a hand on her shoulder. Easy now, she said. We can't barge in there without the first clue. We need to take them by surprise, or they might end up going for the children. Erza, too, could feel the beat of their riotsu in there, faintly. They were certainly alive, although she couldn't tell much more. She's right, Yuriuki said. I'll sneak in for a closer look. Do not move until I get back. Is that clear? A tormented look passed Masaki's face, but finally she nodded. Hurry, she said, her voice barely audible. Keep calm, Erza said, huddling down on one knee on the rooftop. I know how it feels, trust me, I do, but when it matters, you have to be patient. Masaki said nothing in reply, and Erza couldn't blame her. The children were there, within their grasp, and she too wanted nothing more than to just run in, smite the evildoers and save them, consequences be damned. There was a time when she might have. But times had changed her, and she knew the risks that came with recklessness. Quietly, Yuriuki slipped away, moving silently. She didn't even slip into a shunpo, instead moving normally, her riotsu completely suppressed, keeping away from vision. She was remarkably quick even so, and it was obvious that her training was still there, exile or no. She was gone perhaps 10 minutes, no more, although each minute felt like an eternity. At last, though, she heaved herself back up on the rooftop, smoothly and quietly. 15 signatures, Yuriuki said, her voice calm, smooth, matter-of-factly, 5 with significant power, an additional 10 with lesser power. That would be the servants, Masaki said, nodding eagerly. 3 rooms, not counting the kitchen and bathroom, Yuriuki continued. The children are being kept in the room furthest back, under the guard of 2 servants. The others are spread out, seeming at ease. It could be a trap, but I doubt it. Let's go, then, Erza said, slamming her fist into her palm. Not until we have a plan, Yuki said, shaking her head. What if their response to a frontal attack is to kill the hostages? We need strategy. What do you suggest, then? Masaka said. Her face was pale white, and she was licking her lips nervously. I'll sneak around the back. There's a window, not too hard to break, Yuki explained. I want you to wait 5 minutes, then charge in. Full power, make yourselves as noticeable as possible. Break in the door, engage at will. Erza, you'll lead. Masaki, I don't know how strong you are, so stay close to her and back her up. Fight them, and be ready to kill. While you do that, I'll get inside, and rush to secure the children. Clear. But Masaka said. It was obvious she wanted to find them first, rather than play bait, but Yuki was having none of it. Listen, I have experience doing this sort of thing, she said firmly. A lot of it, actually, and I was pretty good at it. You don't. I can get to them in less than 5 seconds once you have their attention, and that includes taking out the 2 guarding them. Leave it to me, and you'll have them back safe and sound. I know it's hard, Erza said, but she's probably right. You'll vouch for her? Masaka said. You can swear she's telling the truth. She was the head of the Onmitsukido, Erza said, hastily adding, the Bureau of Spies and Assassins. Intelligence Network. She's telling the truth, Masaki. Fine. Masaki muttered tensely. Do it. I'll trust you. Good, Yuki said, nodding, and began climbing down again. Remember, 5 minutes. Erza steeled herself, putting a hand on Tetsu no Tama. This was the moment of truth, and it had better work. Sun Shizuo was standing leaned against a kitchen cabinet. He had an urge to pace back and forth, this whole operation had made his mind race. But he was a leader, the patriarch of the last Japanese Quincy clan, and he had to stay composed at all times. This operation was the first serious undertaking since his ascension, his chance to prove he was strong, decisive, unafraid. There were precious few pure bloods left, his traitor cousin Ryukin aside, only he and 4 more were pure, and would have to breed with the best among their servants to keep the clan strong. 10 servants had come with them, meaning almost the entire clan was here. My lord, one of the servants said, walking in and interrupting his musings, the children are restless. Kago and Suki would like instructions on what to do. Do I need to tell them how to wipe their behinds as well? Shizuo snapped. They are hostages, put them in their place. Yes, my lord, the servant said, bowing respectfully. Cousin, no need to be so harsh, said Shina, the only female pure blood left. They fear disappointing you. In time they will learn your way of leading, but until then, clear instruction should serve you well. I don't need your advice, Shizuo murmured. He had an urge to tell her to know her place, but she was pure like himself, and that demanded respect. A wise leader considers the knowledge of his subjects, is that not so? The one to speak up was his brother, Ryumaru. So Venerable Soken always said. Soken, may the ancestors rest his soul, was a soft-hearted and Shizuo almost said weak, but stopped himself in time. It would not do to disrespect the dead, so, much less a patriarch, cautious leader. Too cautious. Do not expect me to take his counsel, Ryumaru. Sure, brother, Ryumaru said. I still don't see the point of taking these kids, though. Not that I question your judgment, patriarch, he added hastily. It will be an appropriate sacrifice. Shizuo said shortly. A tribute to the Holy One, to show to our continental brothers our dedication to Quincy ideals. Filthy half-bloods. I'd have expected you to kill them outright, Shina said. Believe me, I want to, Shizuo said, but Then he felt it. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the bright and blazing force of a Shinigami, bursting toward them. How had they been found? This was no ordinary one either. His fellow Quincy's felt it too, he could see, but he still cried out. To arms. We've been found. Immediately he ran out of the kitchen, into the living room. Taji, Suzuma, get the children dash. And that was when Sun Shizuo was interrupted, as the front door was turned to splinters as Erza Scarlet burst through it. Her eyes had all the seeming of a demon, a fury risen from hell to consume them, and Shizuo almost felt afraid. However, he had long since mastered his fear, and was among the first to raise his bow toward the door. Less than half a second after the door had burst, dozens of arrows sprayed toward it, a hail of blue bolts peppering against their attacker. It was for naught, though the Shinigami had a shield and spear, and before another second had passed she had closed the distance, impaling the closest Quincy servant. The man dropped like a sack of potatoes, and the spear and shield dissolved, transforming into two blades. To make matters worse, a hail of arrows flew in from behind her, shooting down two more servants distracted by the Shinigami's presence. Shizuo swore to himself. Masaki! Masaki, and that wretched pet Shinigami of hers, somehow having found their way here. Quickly, he sensed for the servants standing guard over the hostages, but they were down and out, their riot so fading. To the credit of his servants, they met their end fighting, each one stringing arrow after arrow, letting it fly. A good few hit, but it didn't even slow the red-haired, demonic berserker down, as she worked her twin blades with horrifying speed and efficiency. This was a good hiding place, but a terrible battleground. A Quincy needed space to move, to make advantage of his speed and his bow, and this fairly small apartment was anything but. Within a matter of seconds, the servants lay dead or dying on the ground. Erza breathed heavily. She had forced herself not to get too angry, not to lose her mind to the urge to squash these Quincies like bugs under her sandal. So far it had been a quick, messy, and brutal affair. It had taken her less than half a minute to do this with Masaki. She felt the fading ryotsu of the lesser Quincies, and knew some of them were already dead. She had been hit, several times, but not in any significant way. They didn't have the power. A tall, muscular man aimed his bow at her, and judging by his ryotsu he was one of the stronger ones. Immediately charging in, Erza body slammed him, knocking him off his feet before running both her blades into his chest. A sharp pain burst out in her arm, and she saw another strong Quincy readying another shot, one arrow having already gone through her arm. He didn't get to fire another shot, though, as one of Masaka's arrows speared his neck, followed by another, and finally a fourth arrow hitting right into his head. The apartment was a scene of massacre, blood spilled everywhere, and only 3 Quincies remained. Erza kept her guard up, but didn't advance further. There was bloodshed, and then there was needless bloodshed, and you had to at least try and stop. The 3 remaining Quincies had their bows strung, but didn't fire. The one in front, a young man with short, black hair and a facial expression somewhere in between terrified and furious, looked right at her. "It's over," Erza said. She sensed for Yoriyuki, for the kids indeed, she had made good on her promise. There were no Quincies active in that room, and she herself seemed well, as did the children. "Give up. I'll never trust a word you have to say, Shinigami," the leader spat at her. "Erza, let me tell you this," Masaka said, walking into the apartment, bow strung. She looked so odd, in her normal clothes, but with such a fierce, angry expression and a Quincy bow strung quite readily. "If you don't kill them, I will. They are not walking out of this alive." "Masaki," Erza said. This was one of those times when she didn't quite know what the right way was, and it bothered her. The mage from Fairy Tale cried to her that murder was wrong, always wrong. The mother in her, the Erza that had helped raise Ichigo, Yuzo, and Karen, who cared for Orium like her own, understood Masaka perfectly. "If we let them go, there could be a next time." "It's like you said, we can't protect them all the time," Masaka said coldly. "And next time they might do better. Next time we might not be lucky. They only have to be lucky one time. I'm not going to let that happen." "Masaka, you filthy race traitor," Shizuo spat, "you are the very worst kind of scum. You deserve to see your children die, one by one, slowly and horribly. These filthy abominations, these little monsters." "Not helping," Erza snapped. "You're really not helping." Quite casually, Yoriyuki walked out of a room nearby, the one where they had sensed the children, looking almost offensively at ease. "The children are safe," she said, and Erza felt relief wash over her, and even more so she could see it wash over Masake, who almost lowered her bow. "I used a simple keto, put them to sleep," Yoriyuki said. "I figured you wouldn't want them to see this," she said, making a general gesture toward the room itself. Yes, that's good," Masake said, her voice strained. "But that leaves these three. We can't just—" Erza began, but Yoriyuki cut her off. "What is your plan, then?" she said softly. "I'm not really one for casual murder, but this is anything but. If you don't want them dead, then do you have a better solution? Or maybe we'll kill you." Shizuo snarled, sounding almost confused, clearly not used to being talked over like this. "Oh, please," Yoriyuki said, rolling her eyes. "You're not bad, kid, but you're not going to achieve anything here." "Damn it!" Shizuo snarled. "Retreat." Digging something out of his pocket, he threw it at them. There was a small explosion, and Erza's vision went white for a few seconds. She blinked, as her sight began to return to normal. Masake was blinking the same as her, and more importantly the three remaining Quincy's were gone, having jumped out a window. "Well, I'll be damned," Yoriyuki said, having closed her eyes in time. "A flash grenade. They had more foresight than I expected. We need to get them," Masake said. "No," Erza said. "You, get the kids out of here. I'll go deal with them." "Thank you, Erza," Masake managed, and didn't waste a second running into the room where her children were kept. Erza took a deep breath, and jumped out the window, hot on the trail of the three Quincy's. They had less than a minute's head start, but a minute was a lot when you moved faster than the eye could follow. Shizuo fought well and hard to keep himself from swearing loudly, to cry his rage to the heavens. Just a day more, and they would have met with the Holy One, and shown their dedication. Yet here he was, having run nearly 7 miles, hid on the rooftop of a skyscraper further into Tokyo City. That damnable bitch. Carnage his clan, his loyal Quincy's, cut down like wheat before a reaper's scythe. She had been monstrous, so overwhelmingly strong. Shizuo had always prided himself on his skill, his strength, and he was only second to Ryokan in his generation, but this Shinigami had been something else. Though he was furious still, he felt dread when he recalled her energy, overpowering theirs. "Well, that didn't work out," Shina huffed, sitting herself down, her back leaned against the railing of the roof. "You think she'll come after us?" "Oh, please," Ryumaru said, also short of breath, "a Shinigami? I felt her riot so she was a fighter and not a tracker, no doubt about it. Besides, with us suppressing our auras, nobody should be able to find us." "So you say," a voice came from across the roof, clear enough to stand out over the wind. The three of them jerked, turning to look at the newcomer. He was tall, had the look of a foreigner, a Westerner, with his blonde hair and strange clothes. He wore a white cape, and what looked like a tabard underneath it, covering a light plate armor. There were not much of any colors on him, but for a single black iron cross on his chest, and a sword hanging in its sheath by his side. "Who dash?" Shizuo began, then his eyes widened. "Quincy. Energy as pure as could be. Strong, powerful, and radiant. Holy One." He burst out, his heart soaring. Taking care to act respectfully, he walked forward to face him, and bowed, nearly tripping over his own feet. "We are overjoyed to make your acquaintance, sir." "I am Hashwalth," the man said simply, his tone neutral. "Hashwalth? The Sternritter's leader?" Shina exclaimed, and Ryumaru let out a low whistle. "My Lord Grand Master?" Shizuo exclaimed, bowing again. "We did not expect such a prestigious figure to honor our request." "One has to busy oneself somehow," the Sternritter said calmly. "We received your message, the remaining Japanese Quincy, at last willing to cooperate with your Eurasian cousins. I personally came here to evaluate your request." Of course," Shizuo said, nodding, feeling a little overwhelmed. "I am truly sorry, but we are unable to give you the greeting an esteemed guest like yourself deserves. We ran afoul of a powerful Shinigami, who butchered most of my kin. We only barely escaped just now. So I sensed, Hashwald said, nodding. As we should expect of a Grand Master, your senses are keen as a razor, Shizuo said. If it is not too grand a request, could we count on your aid in defense of the lives of a fellow Quincy? To tell you the truth, I arrived days ago, Hashwolf said, evading Shizuo's question. I have watched your movements. I have seen your actions, my fellow Quincies. I also saw the two Shinigami set up their attack, along with another Quincy. Yes, sir. Shizuo said, blinking. What was this? He had seen it, yet not acted, not even warned them. I do not understand, Holy One. Kidnapping children. Hashwolf said flatly. For what purpose, I cannot imagine. They were a tribute. Shizuo exclaimed. These foul abominations, these offenses to Quincy purity, would have belonged to the stern Ritter, yours to do away with as you pleased. Proof of our dedication to Quincy ideals. This is exactly why your kind left for Japan in the first place, Hashwolf said. His voice was calm still, but there was a clear mark of distaste there. Your own arrogance caused your fall from grace, and now you pitiful survivors resort to this. His Majesty would never tolerate such low behavior. Your clan exiled itself, 2 centuries ago, because war broke you, because despite the most thorough thrashing imaginable, you were not at all humbled. Still arrogant, still radical, and extreme, still believing blood makes you pure. Look where you are now, stealing others' children from them, and expecting somebody else to clean up your own mess. This is pathetic. Some would say it had been best if your kind had all died in the last Shinigami War. Flabbergasted, Shizuo watched as Hashwolf reached for his sword, slowly pulling it out of its sheath. It was long, sleek, and gray, not richly decorated but looking quite sharp, the blade of a warrior, well used and well kept. Immediately, Shina and Ryumaru were on their feet, bows drawn, acting with the reflexes of well-trained warriors. Arrows primed, aimed at the knightly Quincy, they were ready to fight and die. Once, when he was a child, Shizuo had seen his father perform Hirin Kyaku for the first time. It had seemed like magic, moving so fast from one place to the other that it seemed like you had teleported, impossible for his young eyes to follow. What happened next made him feel like a child all over again. He sensed the arrows letting loose from their bows, flying with speed at their target. Then the next thing he knew, Hashwolf stood behind them, blood dripping from his sword. He sensed, on some level, that he had moved, but it had been so fast, impossible to follow. With dread, he turned around to face him. There was a dull sound as Ryumaru's head dropped to the roof's floor, his body toppling. Shina still had her head on, but there was a brutal cut deep into her chest, going right through the side of her chest, where her heart was. She had a look of complete shock on her face, and might have cried if she could. But life was fading from her, fast, and she sunk to her knees. Shizu, oh! She said, her voice almost inaudible, as she fell over, blood flowing from her chest as her body jerked just slightly, her death throes soon stopping. Shizuo felt the bile rising in his throat, and fought the urge to collapse, to sink down next to his dead cousins. Why? He cried. Why? What the hell are you doing? We are Quincy's fellow Quincy's. There are so few of us left, are you mad? Why would you betray our proud legacy? Hashwolf pointed his sword at Shizuo, its tip only a foot away. You know nothing, Sun Shizuo, he said calmly. If you knew even the first thing about the pride and chivalry of the Knights of Vandin, you would have kept quiet and propagated your sick little cult by your lonesome. We are warriors, and we preserve and value the Quincy ways, but not at the expense of the innocent. It should be beneath us, beneath any Quincy. You value purity above all else, yet all I see before me is a low, vile, and impure individual, thinking himself justified doing anything because he had the right father. You may die here, knowing that you will be the last of your kind. Shizuo felt something indescribable. How could this be? How could a fellow Quincy be like this? How could this have happened? All he had ever wanted was to rebuild the glory of the Eastern Quincies. And not the last. He managed to say. Something defiant had been better, but Shizuo's mind was not very collected. Yes, Hashwolf said, nodding. Better yet, you may die knowing that the only surviving people of your kind have rejected or forgotten your wretched traditions. Perhaps one day we will approach them. In all likeliness, they will be far more decent people than yourself. Although, that is not much of an achievement. Shizuo's dread and frustration finally boiled over. You traitorous SCU dash. He began to scream the words, but before he was halfway done speaking, his head sailed through the air, landing on the rooftop beside Ryumaru's. A perpetual expression of anger was left on his face, stained by blood for eternity. Quietly, Haschwald flicked the blood off his blade. It had taken Erza some time to find them. She was not the best of trackers, and had nearly despaired of tracing them down when she caught their signature, high up on a tall building. It had flared up quickly, then faded just as soon, but there was no mistaking it. Within the minute, Erza had sped up through the air, landing on the edge of the rooftop, her sword out and ready. "All right then, you dash," she began. Then she saw it, and she blinked. Two heads, severed from their bodies. One with half her chest cut through. Large amounts of blood, pooling together from the three bodies. She nearly winced. This was unexpected. She was used to this, though, too used to it, and her eye immediately turned to the figure standing beside the bodies, casually wiping a long sword on a piece of cloth, before sheathing it. He was a different sort, Erza noticed, the kind most women would call handsome, and wearing a strange get-up not so different from something she had once worn. Armor, fine plate, covered by a white robe with a single black cross on its chest. He didn't feel too powerful, not at first glance, but she could feel the thrum of Ryotsu beneath, unmistakably Quincy, unmistakably powerful. "Hey!" she cried out, not sure what to make of this. "What did you do?" "I killed them," the man said simply, not even bothering to shrug. "I evaluated their call for aid. They were unworthy." "Well," Erza said, still nervously hanging onto her sword. He didn't seem hostile, but under the circumstances, she was not about to drop her guard. "This is Quincy business," the man said. "I believe your business is finished as well, now that the children are safe." Erza didn't reply. How did he know? Had he been spying? Uncertainly, she pointed her sword at him. "You have some explaining to do," she said, looking at the three dead bodies, then back up to him. "I really have no need to explain anything," he said, pulling up a hood from his cape, "and I have no interest in fighting you. I do not desire your death, Shinigami." "You sound awfully sure you'd win," Erza said. "I've surprised people who said that before." He gave her a look, and she could practically feel him sensing her. "You are strong," he said simply. "Very strong. Even more so when pushed to your limits, I would wager. It would not be enough." With that, he turned around, and dashed away, and in a mere second he had nearly gotten out of vision. "Hey!" Erza cried. What the hell was going on? Who was he, and why was a Quincy killing Quincy's? With a sword, at that? "Come back." For a second, she considered going after him, but he was fast, impossibly fast, even. With how hard it had been to track just these three, following him seemed pointless, and he was right. Her business was done, and the three Quincy's were no longer a problem. Sighing, Erza jumped off the rooftop, and headed back. A little while later, Haschwalth landed well outside Tokyo City, and perched on a flat rock by a pond, awaiting his traveling partner. This had been an ugly errand, not particularly scarring, nor very difficult mentally or physically, but ugly. It was all too easy to think oneself above the rest of mankind simply because of having discovered immortality and immense power, or for living with a purpose greater than most if not all humans, but this visit had been a reminder that no one group was above corruption. This clan had been Quincy, and not even shoddy ones, though far below him in terms of accumulated strength and experience. They had preserved the skills of their forebears remarkably well. Yet for all that, they had become corrupt, extreme, and vile, a blemish on all that it meant to be a Quincy. It was a reminder that with power came the risk of corruption, that blind adherence to tradition was nothing more than dogma, blind faith, a narrowing of the mind, a cage for the intellect, and the death of independent thinking. He was the Grand Master of the Knights of Vandin, second only to His Majesty, and he had spent his life in selfless service to his order, yet he would think it foolish to assume that he was pure, that he would not be corrupted and consumed by zealous certainty if he let his belief become pure faith, such as it had been with the Japanese Quincy's. This errand had been a grim reminder of the worst among their kind, and though he felt a little ashamed to admit it even to himself, their deaths had brought him more relief than regret. Thoughtfully, he ran a couple of fingers over the leg plate of his armor, its rigidity and strength reassuring him. Before too long, he would be required to change out of it in favor of a suit, to board a plane back to Germany. He always hated the change. Being out of his plate mail always made him feel naked. Having worn it for a millennium made it feel like a second layer of skin, like taking it off made him naked. His ponderings were interrupted, as his lone companion sailed through the air, landing less than gracefully but with perfect ease a few yards away. He had sensed her, of course, but had paid it little mind. Having the time to think by yourself was an underrated everyday pleasure, he had found, and he relished the opportunity to do so. "Paladin Bambietta," he said, in acknowledgement of her presence. "Hashwalth," she said, nodding. "Man, what a pain in the ass mission. As I recall, you were the one who explicitly asked to come along," Hashwalth said coolly. "Something along the lines of this fucking castle is so boring I could kill myself, I believe." "Oh, being holed up at base is worse, don't get me wrong," Bambietta said, rolling her eyes. She looked young, as most of the senior knights did, but she was over 4 centuries old. Her black hair, and the way she scowled, would have lent her immense dignity if not for how she seemed to consider dignity equivalent to, as she put it, having a stick up your ass. She was fierce, loud, and outgoing, and though Hashwalth was a consummate professional, he didn't mind her attitude much. Not that he would ever admit it. "It's just that this boring-ass country don't make no goddamn sense," she continued. "Can ya believe how many spiritually aware people there was in that town? Are all of them like this?" "It's a local phenomenon, I believe," Hashwalth said, only half paying attention. "Did you carry out your orders?" Sure, Bambietta said, shrugging, and putting a hand to the saber at her side, her chosen spirit weapon. "Complete extermination. Every last Quincy in that clan is toast. That's to say, I cut 'em with the sharp edge of my sword. Till they died. From all the bleeding and fatal injuries. No survivors. None, zilch, nada," Bambietta said. "I didn't say, kinda sorta exterminated a little bit, I said complete extermination." Hashwalth furrowed his brows. "You did not touch the innocent ones?" "I explicitly told you dash." Bambietta let out an annoyed groan, rolled her eyes, and said, "No, Mr. Supreme Grand Master, sir, I didn't lay a finger on those ex-Quincy's or their half-breed children." Mockingly, she put on a deep voice, and a deliberately poor imitation of Hashwald. "You are not to touch those innocent to the corruption of these Quincy's. If you do, I can't touch myself thinking about honor and justice, and we really can't have that." Paladin Bambietta Basterbine. "Very well," Hashwalth said, and nodded. "After all," Bambietta said, continuing her mockery, "where would we be without our great and grand ideals like justice, truth, and saving puppies from dash?" "Enough." Hashwalth's voice did not go up, but there was a firm enough edge to his tone that Bambietta knew to shut up. She was disrespectful, crude, and vulgar, but she at least knew her place if only when she had to. "Was this really necessary?" she asked, after a few moments of silence. "I mean, not that I mind butchering these shitty people," she added hastily, "but you'd think we'd want our fellow Quincy's to not die. Even if they're assholes. His Majesty sent me here to evaluate them," he said simply, his voice the vocal equivalent of a shrug. He hoped that perhaps the time spent in isolation after their defeat would have humbled them, made them better people. "I disbelieved it, but I do not resent being sent here. They were worth the benefit of the doubt, at least." "Seems not, if we just killed all of them," Bambietta said. "It's a matter of principle," Hashwalth said, and knew the kind of face Bambietta would make seconds before she made it. "We had to give them a chance." As it turned out, they were more extreme than ever, resorting to kidnapping, even being delusional enough to think we would approve of their actions. So it was my decision to get rid of them for good. The world needs not a cabal of frothing zealots with too much power for their own good. Well, good thing we're not zealous. Bambietta said cheerily. What's that the oath to His Majesty says? Complete and absolute loyalty. She grinned. Do not mock His Majesty. Hashwalth said firmly. He has earned our trust. Just fucking with ya, Bambietta said with a grin. Tell you the truth, this trip wasn't so bad. Nothing to get your blood flowing like making other people's blood flow. Hashwalth took a deep breath, and resisted the urge to sigh. He had the patience of a saint, but Bambietta had a way of trying him or most people around her like a devil. Let us go, he said, standing up. There is no need to dally here. Fine by me, Bambietta said, shrugging. Can we stop for ice cream first, though? If you must. Hashwalth muttered. Like a devil. That night, the children were sluggish. Yuruaki had assured them the Keto's effect would wear off after a good night's sleep before darting away to her own business, and after seeing them home safely, Erza agreed to stay the night. It did not take much convincing to put them to bed, and after making a quick call about Ishine he was recovering just fine, Masaka made them a warm cup of tea, and the two of them more or less collapsed on the couch. Masaka managed a single sip before her hand started to shake, and she spilled a fair amount before she quickly put the cup down at the table. Her shoulders heaved, her entire body seemed to shake, and Erza quickly put an arm around her, pulling her in close. She didn't cry, didn't make much of any noises for a good while, just shaking, and Erza held her firmly in her arms. She knew how she felt, even though it had been a long time since she herself had been that shaken. Nothing could have prepared Masaka for this kind of trauma, while most of Erza's life had been hard enough to harden her without breaking her. There, she mumbled, hoping she was saying the right things. They're safe now. We got them out. It's safe. We did good. Everything's fine now, everything's fine. They almost got them, Erza, Masaka whimpered, her voice little more than a squeal. If that Urahara hadn't helped us, if Yuruaki hadn't we'd have got them back. Erza said firmly. Somehow, no matter what. What matters is, we did get them back, safe and sound. They're safe now, and this will never happen again. You're sure they're all dead? Masaka said, breathing heavily. You didn't let them go. I'm very sure, Erza mumbled. She hadn't yet told Masaka of the blonde, armored man. She had no idea what to make of it. He didn't seem like an enemy. But you could never know. Thank you, Erza, Masaka mumbled, still leaned onto her friend. I know it was hard for you to do that, but it had to be. I know, Erza said, nodding uncomfortably. She sighed, leaned back and stared up into the roof. It's not the first time I've killed, anyway. Oh. Masaka said, still sounding shaky, but a little more composed. You never talk about your old life, and I don't try to pry. I killed a man to save the life of a close friend. Erza said simply. He was a criminal, and a ruthless thug. Many would have said he deserved to die. Even so, it weighed on my conscience. Why, though? Masaka said. I'm not saying it shouldn't, but it seems justified? Yes, it does. Erza said, looking Masaka in the eyes. Well. She took a deep breath, and sighed. Back when I was still alive, in another world, I lived in a guild. It was, like a very large family, I suppose. We had a code, of sorts. A set of values. Killing wasn't one of them. It wasn't something we discussed, because we weren't the philosophical sort, we just sort of didn't kill people. If at all possible. Because that's something you can't take back, and who can say I have that right? I thought you weren't philosophical. Masaka replied. Good a comeback. She was getting distracted from the shock of things, which was reason enough to continue. I'm not really, Erza mumbled, but everyone thinks these things, don't they? They do, Masaka said, nodding. But, did you think those things when you broke down the door and cut those quincies down? Erza didn't answer, but kept her eyes steady, looking right at Masaka. I know I didn't. I shot to kill, each time, Masaka continued, even though I know all their names. Even though I grew up around most of these people. I'm not sorry. She stopped herself. Well, in a way I am. I wish it didn't have to be like that. But when I lined up an arrow, when I took aim and released, I couldn't care less. They had my children, and I would kill every one of them to get them back if I had to. If they were on their knees begging for mercy, I'd kill them still if it meant getting them back. Erza shifted uncomfortably. This kind of talk scared her a little. It reminded her of how far somebody could go if only they thought they were right. She couldn't be sure how much of this Masaka meant. You said strange and extreme things when you were very upset, but it was unsettling still. I didn't think about that then, no, Erza admitted awkwardly. That's what I mean, Masaka said quietly. When the things that matter, that really matter are at stake, then what you think is right and wrong doesn't matter. It's like, I don't know. A luxury. It's not a luxury, Erza said, quietly but firmly. It's part of what makes us what we are. But I understand. It's not like I was some naive, moralizing idealist even back then. I was. She trailed off, and remembered her childhood. A painful place, one she was not willing to share, not just yet. I know a lot about human cruelty. More than you do, I think. And maybe right and wrong don't always matter. Maybe they don't even exist, who knows. But I'm going to act like they do, and you should too. Of course, Masaka said, nodding. Thank you, Erza, for everything. It was nothing, Erza said weakly, managing a smile. It had been no Herculean feat to beat those Quincy's, yet the experience had left her drained. You know, one day you're really going to have to tell your kids the truth. Maybe. Masaka said, in a tone that made it sound like an unambiguous no. Not yet, though. Erza felt the urge to protest, to lecture her, to tell her she had nearly lost her children just now because they weren't protected, but now was not the time. Quietly, she sat there on the couch, Masaka leaning on her, and Erza leaning on Masaka. One day, she thought, one day they have to know, no matter what Masaka thinks. But not today. Chapter 25, Asterisk. Life was funny. Kurosaki Ichigo, 15 years of age, had no real cause to complain. Really, he had been raised with two loving parents. His teen years so far had carried considerably less angst than TV dramas would lead you to believe, and he got good grades in school. He'd fight punks who singled him out for his hair every now and then, but his more than proficient karate usually made that a very one-sided affair, and the 2 times so far he had got busted up badly. His auntie had hunted the guilty parties down and delivered beatdowns of epic proportions. His auntie did not mess around, didn't care if you were a girl or a boy, a child, or an adult, and the people at his school whispered with terror about the demon woman who had adopted Orium and looked out for that Kurosaka punk like one of her own. Yes, life was not at all bad, for a period where things were supposed to be hard, frightening and confusing. But it was funny. There were hiccups. Like the ghosts, for example. He had been able to see them for as long as he could remember, and in his youth, he had innocently told his mother about it. Each time she had laughed it off and told him he was being silly. Then, as he got older, the tone had got firmer, and she had told him in no uncertain terms that it was one thing to play make-believe when you were small, but he was a big boy now and big boys didn't make stupid things like that up. Eventually, he had stopped asking. But he had never stopped seeing them. He saw spirits floating around town, rarely staying for long. He assumed they passed on somehow. Old men and women with wrinkles on their faces and glasses over their eyes, as if poor eyesight somehow carried over after death. Middle-aged men dead of heart attacks, people dead from accidents. Most disturbing were the children, sometimes with blood still on their faces. But Ichigo never shied away from them, never treated them as less, and greeted them politely whenever they came in his way. They never stayed long, but there were always ghost spirits, lost souls, whatever you wanted to call them. His mother had a track record of being right, as mothers tended to do, but Ichigo could always see them plain as day. They were no illusion, no fevered dreams dreamed up by a mind in flux by illness or trauma. They could not be touched, completely ethereal and partly see-through, but they seemed entirely real still. This left only one creeping suspicion as the reasonable alternative. He, Kurosaki Ichigo was insane. Lost in his own mind, treating hallucination like reality, with delusions that could become dangerous one day. That had caused him no great deal of stress since he had realized it, roughly around the age of 12, but as the days passed he had learned to cope. Sometimes, he got the impression his dad knew something, that maybe he saw them too, the odd glance, the strange look here and there when his mother wasn't looking, but Ichigo had never dared ask. Maybe one day he'd end up in an asylum. That fear had haunted him for years, but for now, he was fairly sure at least his friends were real, that at least his family was real, and if they weren't, well, then he didn't want reality anyhow. Life was refreshing when you knew you were a bit mad, Ichigo had come to realize. It gave you a perspective nobody else had. He had a good family. But something was odd, and always had been, even ghosts aside. He had never had it explained to him where his Auntie Erza had come from, for one, only that it was very far away, which seemed strange, because she looked and sounded very much Japanese. His mother was kind and loving, but there was something she wasn't saying. Ichigo nurtured a vain hope that it had to do with ghosts, and that perhaps he wasn't crazy after all. Then there was his cousin. Ishida Uriah was a serious, rather grumpy kind of boy, and difficult to spend time with. The two of them had clashed often, but his mother had insisted, since the time that they were young, that they needed to let him in on their little circle because he did not have friends. That entire family was a mystery. The Ishida, he had learned, were all dead except for Uriah and his dad. How that happened, nobody would say. He kept feeling like there was a secret he was not supposed to know, just around the corner. Or perhaps that was just delusion, paranoia, and other crazy people things. "Hey Ichigo, move your butt," Tatsuki cried from a distance, Orium beside her. They were out of Karakura, in the neighboring city of Takahama for a martial arts tournament. It had taken some convincing to let him go along, by himself, but his auntie had come to the rescue and finally his mother had let him go, to Ichigo's relief. He was at the delicate age where image mattered, even if the only person who cared you looked stupid was yourself. "I'm coming," Ichigo yelled back. "Just a second, all right." He kneeled by the pavement, on the road to the hotel they had booked for the weekend, and picked up a small glass bottle, turned over, water spilled out, flowers lying on the asphalt to dry. A small girl had died here, hit by a car, and people had left their tributes, and because humans are mean-spirited, some punks had knocked it over. Carefully, one by one, he picked the flowers up, and put them back in the bottle. There was barely any water left, and they would dry out in just a day, but it was better than nothing. "Thank you, big brother," the ghost of the small girl mumbled. She was young, at least 3 years younger than his little sisters, and there was a pang in his chest as he looked at her, half her face covered in blood, but still smiling, her pigtails hanging freely from her head. She deserved at least some form of respect, even if he could do nothing else. "Don't mention it," Ichigo mumbled quietly, partly to hide the emotion in his voice, partly to hide the fact that he was talking to something that was probably not real. "I gotta go now, so, just pass on soon, why don't ya? You're not gonna get anywhere here." "I'll try," the ghost said, nodding bravely. "Good night, big brother." "Good night," Ichigo murmured, and stood up, walking over to an impatient Tatsuki, and a cheery as always Orium. "Sheesh, honoring the dead," Tatsuki said. "You have the face of a punk, but you're a Boy Scout on the inside, Ichigo." Ichigo shrugged. "Just seemed the right thing to do, that's all. Besides, we're in no hurry, are we? You wiped the floor with the competition today, you should celebrate, not gape at me." "They were strong," Tatsuki said tentatively, not wanting to seem too prideful. Then, unable to resist, she gave him a small grin. "All right, I was way stronger, but I wouldn't say I wiped the floor with them. Besides, that was only the lower bracket, tomorrow is gonna be way harder." Tatsuki had real talent for karate, and a passion for the art of it, enough that Ichigo could see her becoming a professional. She wasn't Karakura's regional representative in the Tokyo Championships for nothing. "I know you can do it, Tatsuki," Orium said happily, putting one hand around her shoulder. "There's no way you'll lose. If you do, I'm officially the cyborg Lord Absorbaloff of the Raxasaurocofalipatorian Empire." Orium, for her part, was weird. There was no other way to put it. A good kind of weird, but also quite bizarre. Having grown up under his auntie Erza, who was best described as blunt, unconventional when it came to how she approached the world in general, certainly hadn't done much to take the edge off. Cyborg Lord. Right, Ichigo said, and couldn't help but smile. The two of them were his closest friends, and though he had been teased about it in middle school, they had never stopped meaning something to him. Well, you're the same as always. Let's get going, yeah. Agreed, Tatsuki huffed. The trio of teenagers walked down the street. Quite alone. Takahama was not a large city, and it was not crowded after night, the people having gone to sleep, only a few streetlights keeping the pavement illuminated. The summer night was pleasant to walk in, warm but not too warm, and Ichigo looked forward to a quick shower and then a good night's sleep. He thought nothing of it when a chill passed through the street, a gale coming seemingly from nowhere with the cold of winter in it. He shivered, and crossed his arms, and soon it passed. The heck was that? Tatsuki muttered. It's supposed to be summer, isn't it? Probably nothing, Ichigo said, and shrugged. They walked on, but not half a minute passed before another gale swept the street, causing them all to shiver. This don't make sense, Tatsuki grumbled. Come on, the hotel is only a couple blocks away. It's probably the frost giants, Orium said, her tone having that bit of distance and awe she got when she began imagining things. That, or global warming. Do you think there are global warming giants? That would explain so much. Orium's tirade was cut short, as there was a thud in front of them. Something had landed in the street, leaping down from above. In the dim street light, Ichigo couldn't quite make it out. It was tall, ludicrously tall, stood on all fours like a gorilla. Then it turned around, and Ichigo looked into the face of terror. A white mask for a face. Giant teeth. Clawed hands. He froze, feeling the chill all over his body, standing paralyzed. Quickly, he looked at Orium and Tatsuki. Orium looked confused, but Tatsuki, just like him, stared directly at the monster. If he hadn't been so pants-shittingly terrified, Ichigo would have wondered what that was all about. As it was, his mind was overwhelmed with fear. He wanted to run away, to move his legs, to get out of there, but somehow he couldn't. It was as if he had become paralyzed, frozen in place, helpless before this thing. The monster let out a low, rumbling chuckle, as if he was well aware of this effect. He was maybe 10 yards away, and slowly, taking small steps, he advanced. Ichigo breathed raggedly, almost panicking. He could feel the breath of it, stinking like a rotten corpse, its teeth stained with dried, brown blood. If he had been able to move, his next impulse aside from running away would have been nausea, throwing up all over the pavement. The monster slowly reached out with one clawed arm toward Tatsuki, and with horror Ichigo began to realize that this was it, this was how they died. Then there was the slightest change in the wind, and Ichigo suddenly felt himself able to move. Seemingly from nowhere, a figure dashed at the monster, cutting deep into its arm with a sword. It roared, and swung at the swordsman hard and fast, but the figure jumped over him. Blood dripped from the creature's arm, and it turned around to face the new arrival, away from him, away from Tatsuki and Orium. I am over here, monster! The figure cried, and Ichigo realized it was a woman. He blinked, and looked at her, standing further down the street, sword held high and at the ready, fearlessly confronting the monster. She wore black, an old-fashioned kind of kimono that looked oddly familiar, and her hair was quite black. The monster, for its part, growled and positioned itself to attack, seeming to take her seriously despite how much larger and fiercer it looked. Oh holy crap, Tatsuki mumbled, blinking. What the hell is that thing? She turned to look to Orium, who had fallen over, seemingly unconscious. Damn it! Ichigo for his part was still paralyzed, although not quite like before. He could not turn away, not look elsewhere. Something in him needed to see what happened here. The logical thing would have been to run, to hide, to let this strange warrior buy them the time they needed, but Ichigo was at a place far from rationality and calculated thinking. There was an unthinking awe in his mind, as he watched the battle commence. The monster growled again, and lunged forward. With the calculated precision of a veteran, the woman jumped to the side, her blade once more cutting at the creature's forearm. It didn't seem to do much more than draw blood, though it seemed to have thick skin. Nevertheless, the black-robed warrior went on the offensive, using an arm as a springboard, launching herself toward its masked face. She seemed intent on cutting its head, but the monster quickly brought an arm up, and swatted her away. The warrior was sent flying, but recovered midair, landing on a slide. The monster had taken the initiative, though, and had already leapt at her, swinging furiously with its clawed arms. The warrior defended, dodged, and parried, but it was clear she was being pushed back. "Run away," the reasonable part of his mind said. "Run away. Your friends need you. You might die. Run." But something had snapped in Ichigo's mind, and the voice of reason was quashed. Looking around for something, anything at all, he grabbed a brick from the street, and ran after the monster. He had no idea what he was doing, not the smallest amount of thought had gone into this. He just knew he had to do something, because the warrior woman was in trouble and she might die if he just ran. "Hey!" he cried at the beast, as he ran closer. "Hey, you ugly piece of crap! I'm right here." With gusto, he threw the brick at it. It was a good, accurate throw, and could have cracked the skull of the typical human being. It simply bounced off the monster's thick hide, though. Ichigo refused to let up, shouting abuse at it. "You fool!" the Shinigami cried, pushed back by the monster. A swipe of the monster's paw hit her, and she only barely recovered. Ichigo paid it no mind, running right up to the monster. He saw a pipe lying on the ground, rusty and broken, and grabbed it. It would do nothing, probably, but Ichigo still took it in both hands, and swung at the monster with all he had. Finally, it growled and slowly turned its head toward Ichigo. Faced with a close-up view of its gaping maw, huge teeth, and rotting pieces of flesh still stuck in it, Ichigo started to realize that this might not have been the wisest choice. Still too far gone to turn back, he defiantly raised the pipe. The hollow took 2 steps back, planted its forearms firmly on the ground, opened its mouth wide, and jumped. As if the world slowed down, Ichigo could see it coming right at him, much too fast, intent to bite him in half in one swift move. And then, for the second time that night, the warrior came to his aid. As if from nowhere, as if spirited away by magic, hadn't she been knocked back 10, 20 yards just seconds ago, she appeared in front of him, sword at the ready. The mouth came down on her, and though her sword blocked it partly, Ichigo could hear the teeth bite into her, hear the crunch of flesh and bone snapping under the pressure. Desperately the warrior raised one hand, and a flash of blue light surged out, striking the monster in the eye. It roared, staggered back, shaking its head around furiously. The warrior sunk to her knees, just barely holding herself upright, and Ichigo hurried to her side. In the moonlight, he could see fairly well blood was pouring copiously from under her kimono, and at least one arm seemed broken. "Damn!" she managed, her voice ragged, struggling to breathe. "I'll find help." Ichigo said, realizing how stupid he had to sound. What kind of help would you find for this kind of thing? This was bad. Even if they ran, they couldn't possibly hope to get away from a monster so big, so fast. If they didn't find a way, right here and now, Orium and Tatsuki would be dead. So would he, so would the warrior woman bleeding on the pavement. "Listen," the woman said, looking him in the eye. She was beautiful. One part of his mind noted the one that wasn't terrified to the bone. Do you want to live?" She sounded hesitant, as if not sure what to do. "Do you want to save your friends?" "Anything it takes," Ichigo said resolutely. "You should have run away," she murmured, and held up her sword. "But there is a way. Will you trust me on this?" "What choice do I have?" Ichigo said simply. The monster was still reeling, but it seemed to have recovered. They had seconds, at best. "Here," the woman said, raising her sword arm. It trembled a little, and it seemed to take more than a little effort to hold it upright. "Take the blade, and stab it in your heart." What? Ichigo said. The sword looked very deadly, with a dull glimmer in the moonlight on its gray blade, and running a weapon into himself was probably the last thing Ichigo would have considered. "It will give you some of my power," the woman said weakly. "Enough to defeat it." It's not very strong. I would have won if I didn't have to. Ichigo felt a pang of guilt. She wouldn't be in this position if it weren't for him. He had tried to help, and it had made things worse. And to make matters worse, the monster was looking right at them now, ready to charge. This was mad. This whole situation was mad. This whole night was mad. But then again, Ichigo was mad already, and if this was a delusion then he might as well run with it. "All right," he said, hesitantly grabbing hold of the blade with one hand, reaching down to grab the hilt with another. "Just one thing," the woman said, a defiant look on her face. "I'm Kukaki Rukia." "Kurosaki Ichigo," Ichigo said with a grin. He felt her hand push upward, and defying every survival instinct he had, he pushed with her, letting the blade go closer and closer to his chest. He was terrified. The monster itself had scared him, what it was going to do to his friends had terrified him, and now a sword was about to lodge itself in his chest, on the assurance of some stranger that it would help. Mad, it was. To hell with it. Smoothly and easily, it slid into his chest. Ichigo had only ever seen swords in a museum before, and had never spent much thought on what it would be like to get stabbed by one. He imagined it would involve an overwhelming pain, and had steeled himself accordingly. But rather than a sword cutting into flesh, like a knife through lunch meat, it slid neatly into his ribcage with hardly any resistance. For a second, he felt shocked. There was no pain, no ripping of muscles, sinews, and organs, no blood gushing. For just a second, he was surprised. Then it happened, an overwhelming sensation as if every cell in his body had come on fire, lit up like a light bulb sparked by electricity. At first he thought it was pain, but it was simply shock, a new, alien experience that somehow just felt right. Something inside Ichigo exploded, like a dam bursting, and he could feel power coursing through his entire body. The whole process took but a few seconds, but he could have talked about it for hours, a sensation nearly indescribable. It was like being awake for the first time in his life, like he could feel every part of his body work. Stumped, in awe, he looked down on his body. He wore the same kind of black robes that the woman Rukia had worn. In his hands were a blade, well over 5 feet long, thick, and wide. And, he noticed, by his feet lay he himself, his own body still and motionless. That was disturbing, but he had more pressing concerns, like the monster ahead of him. The beast had stopped, mid-charge, as if surprised by the power radiating from this new enemy. Resolutely, Ichigo took the hilt of the sword in both hands, and assumed what he hoped was a good stance. He had never had much of any training in kendo, and it would probably be more like whacking it with a very sharp stick, but with the power Ichigo felt right now, that would probably be enough. The monster growled, apparently ready to take its chances, and began to move forward. Not waiting for it to take the lead, Ichigo charged in, bringing the sword down hard. The monster tried to block with one arm, but Ichigo's blade cut deep, enough that he could feel it graze bone, and the monster roared with pain and staggered back. Quickly, Ichigo followed up with a sideways cut across the chest, and the monster staggered back. Hit it across the mask. Rukia cried out. It will be purified, and die instantly. Well past the point of questioning any part of this madness, Ichigo immediately ran forward, raising his sword high. He jumped into the air, part of him noting that he was jumping way higher than he should be able to, especially considering the enormous hunk of metal he was carrying, and brought the sword down. The monster shrieked, tried to get away, but it was too late. With all the grace of a club smashing into bone, the sword's edge collided with the mask. The impact all but shattered it, pieces of white flying to each side, and Ichigo just barely landed on his feet. The monster roared, desperately clawed at its face, and then, most remarkably, it simply began to disintegrate, as if every particle holding it together had decided to part ways. Ichigo gaped, and was glad there was nobody watching his stupefied expression. He had beaten it. Easily. The threat was gone, and some part of his mind reminded him that if there was ever a time to say something cool, now was it. Yeah. He said tamely. That'll teach you. Smooth. He turned back to Rukia, sword resting on his shoulder. So, this is the power of, well, what is this power, actually? We are Shinigami, Rukia said. Long story. Shinigami. Right. Ichigo said, realizing he sounded much too skeptical. You know, that actually makes perfect sense. The great, evil thingy I just killed. A hollow. Rukia said. She was barely sitting up, the blood flow seeming to have stopped. And another me just lying on the ground. Ichigo said, looking at his body nervously. It was weird seeing his own face from the outside, unsettling, even. He looked closely, and it seemed he was at least breathing. The you that walks and talks right now, that is your soul, Rukia explained. And that, over there, is your body. Come here, and I'll take back the power and make you whole again. Alright, Ichigo said, realizing it almost felt disappointing to go back. He enjoyed this, the rush, the power, the enormous sword. Even so he complied, and walked over to the body. So, now what? Just let me do my work. And then Ichigo woke up with a start, and looked up from under the comfortable covers of a hotel bed. Feeling a bit stiff, he slowly sat himself up. He had a slight headache, an odd ache in his body on the whole, and blinked heavily at the sunlight shining in through the window. The first thing he noticed was that he was still wearing pants, and the same shirt he had worn the other night. What had happened? His memory was a bit blank on that. He had watched Tatsuki mop the floor with her opposition, and Orium and himself had cheered with her, then it had gotten dark and they had started heading back. Suddenly, it all flooded back in his mind. The small girl's ghost. The three of them walking down that empty street. A chill, and then a monster. A woman with a sword, Rukia. Kukaki Rukia, her name was Kukaki Rukia. A fight, and then he had ended up with her powers. He flexed his fingers, and made a fist, trying to feel it, the raw power coursing through the smallest cell of his body, through each and every part of him. Nothing. He felt perfectly normal. It was a dream, of course. He'd headed back to the hotel, maybe hit his head on something and forgot, and dreamed about Rukia, about monsters. It had just seemed so real. Like anyone else, Ichigo had had dreams that seemed real before, the kind that were clear and felt entirely true while he had them, but this was different. But it had to be. Right? There was no way this was true. Deciding not to get stuck in his own ponderings, Ichigo shook his head, grabbed a fresh change of clothes, and headed for the shower. 5 minutes later, he joined Tatsuki and Orium by the table for breakfast. Orium was making a predictably bizarre meal, toast with what looked like lutefisk and strawberry jam, while Tatsuki herself was chewing down a more reasonable toast. Very slowly, Ichigo noticed, and uncharacteristically quietly, looking into the table. Equally silently, Ichigo got some milk, and stared blankly into space. Life was funny. Crazy, really. He had the urge to come out and say it, ask Orium and Tatsuki if they had seen it too, but with how he was already 90% sure he was insane, he decided not to. No reason to make them think he was mad when he already knew he was. So, he ate breakfast in silence. However, he would not have to wait long. After finishing her bizarre toast, Orium had a drink of milk, hummed cheerily, and said, "So, are we just not going to talk about how we almost died last night? It's not every day a spirit samurai saves your life from a mutant monster from outer space, you know." Tatsuki looked incredulous, and in her gaping face Ichigo saw a sure mirror of what he had to look like himself, his jaw having dropped. At the same time as Ichigo started talking, Tatsuki said, "That was real." While Ichigo said, "You saw it too." "Well, duh," Orium said, casually buttering another piece of toast, "and I figure it had to be an alien, since it doesn't look like anything we have on Earth. That, or a malignant spirit created by a ghost with regrets which loses its mind with hatred and sadness and preys upon the living. Or oh, maybe an advanced kind of cyborg." "I thought I was just dreaming," Tatsuki mumbled. "Had to be, right? But it seemed real, and it was real, and I have no idea what the hell I'm supposed to make of this." Ichigo, for his part, didn't say anything more. Instead, he just began laughing, a long, relieved, heartfelt laugh. Tatsuki started giving him funny looks when it lasted over a minute, and once it had gone on for 2, she punched him lightly on the shoulder. "Hey, you think it's funny, almost dying." I am sorry," Ichigo said, gasping for breath. I was sure I was going crazy. And now I know it wasn't just me, that it wasn't all in my head. I'm not crazy, you guys. He laughed again, feeling relief flood through him. He said, after cackling like a madman. Tatsuki snorted. I think the jury's still out on that one, buddy. You don't get it, Ichigo said excitably. All my life since I was a little kid I saw ghosts, all over the place, but nobody else did and since forever, I kinda thought I was going crazy. But it wasn't just me. Well. Tatsuki mumbled. I've actually seen them too. For a couple years, at least. Just kept my mouth shut, because, you know. She made a gesture with her finger, at her head, people think you're crazy if you say stuff like that. Oh, holy crap. Ichigo mumbled. For how long? Orium, did you see it too? Did you see the ghosts? Not really, Orium said, and shrugged, as if the topic was completely normal which, in her reality, it probably was. But I believe you. If there can be mutant aliens attacking us, there can be ghosts, too. She swallowed down the last of her toast. Actually, I didn't see the monster. Not at first. I just felt frozen in place. But something happened there, and I don't know what, but somehow, I started making it out. It was blurry at first, like watching something at the edge of your vision, but it got clearer somehow. I saw you fighting it off, Ichigo. Wait, what? Tatsuki said. I remember some girl running away and you lying there on the ground all limp, and figured she fought it off. We practically had to carry you back to the hotel. Well, that explained the clothes. I did, yes, Ichigo said, and nodded. I don't know how, but she gave me power, somehow. I killed it. Don't know how, but I did. So you're a spirit samurai too, now? Orium said happily. That's great for you, Ichigo. Now we can form our own superhero team. What should your name be? Blackrobe, maybe? Nah, too bland. How about Red Swordsman, because of your hair? Or Dash? No superhero teams just yet, Orium, Ichigo mumbled, a bit taken aback. Orium never ceased to surprise you, no matter how much you thought you were used to her. I'm not. A spirit samurai. I mean, a Shinigami. That's what it's called. Orium said. I guess that makes sense, but I still think spirit samurai sounds cooler. Shinigami. Tatsuki said questioningly. It's what she said they were called, Ichigo said, shrugging. I don't know any more than you do, okay? She gave me some power, I beat that thing, and now I'm back to normal. Without realizing it, he let a small sigh slip out. If you say so, Tatsuki mumbled. This is kind of mind-blowing, though, isn't it? All over the world people think ghosts aren't real, and now we know they are, and not only that, there are these weird monsters running around, attacking who knows how many people. It's like there's this whole world going on that nobody else can see. And now we're part of that world. Orium said cheerily. Isn't that cool? Just think of having two whole worlds to explore, instead of just one. That is one way of looking at it, sure, Ichigo mumbled. But yeah. It's heavy stuff. He looked at the clock, and added, but I think we better get going. Ghosts are real and all, but so is your tournament, and we'll miss the bus if we don't get ready. You have asses to kick, remember. He said the words with a small grin, one Tatsuki reciprocated. Hell yeah I do, she said eagerly. You're right, having my mind blown can wait till tonight. I've got a championship to win. That's the spirit. Orium said cheerily. Try not to break any bones. Unless you have to. In which case, break as many bones as you need to. Duly noted, Tatsuki said, and got up from the table. She affectionately ruffled Orium's hair, and went to get her things. Ichigo and Orium got ready, too, and before long they were waiting for a bus ride to the Tokyo Regional Championships. The day played out as expected, lots of karate bouts, most of their time spent waiting for Tatsuki's turn in the tournament. The brackets were extensive, even with most of it behind them from the day before. Tatsuki seemed to not be too distracted by last night's revelations, taking one match after another with convincing vigor, few opponents even putting up that much of a fight. She was a natural, Ichigo knew, and he felt proud watching her beat down her opposition. However, nature's calling eventually made itself loud and clear to Ichigo, and after watching Tatsuki flip a girl nearly twice her size, or so it seemed, at least, like a rag doll, Ichigo excused himself, and headed for the restroom. Just as he had concluded his business, and was about to reach for a paper towel to dry his hands, he saw a figure in the mirror. At first glance, he thought nothing of it. Public restrooms were public, after all, but after a second, he realized several things. It was Rukia. She was not wearing a black kimono. Worst of all, it was a girl. Scrambling to zip his fly, which he had forgot to close, he quickly turned around too quickly, enough that he lost his balance. Desperately grabbing for support, and failing, he fell over. Realizing that whatever dignity he had ever had was gone, he quickly got to his feet, and snarled. "What the hell are you doing here?" "Oh please, I wasn't looking," Rukia said, with a smirk. "I was a perfect gentlewoman, I assure you." "Ha freaking ha!" Ichigo hissed, keeping his voice down. Shouting might attract more people, and the last thing this needed was an audience. "What the hell are you doing here? I mean, here, of all places." "I'm confused," Rukia said, clearly enjoying herself. "Do you want to know what I am doing here, or why I chose this place?" "The first. And second." "Both," Ichigo said, feeling flustered. Girls were alright, provided they didn't do crazy things like sneak into the men's room, and when they did, he was never sure what to make of it. "It's private," Rukia said casually, with a shrug. "A bit of simple magic, and we won't be disturbed until we're done." "Done with what?" Ichigo said, still angry but calming himself down somewhat. "And what are you doing, wearing that normal getup?" She was dressed quite simply, in a dignified grey blazer and a somewhat less dignified short skirt of the same color, looking exactly like a normal human being. And, a small part of him noted, she wasn't bad to look at. "Our Shiakusho aren't attached to our skin, you know," she said amusedly. "I'll have you know that plenty of Shinigami prefer to sample living world fashion on their off-duty hours." "Yeah, whatever," Ichigo grumbled. "What do you want, surprising me like this?" Rukia's amused demeanor dropped from her face, and she looked dead serious. "Something happened last night," she said, and looked him in the eye. "Well yes, something happened, all right," Ichigo said. "You stabbed me and then I got all powerful, and then I don't remember a thing, so what about it?" "You were supposed to get only a small portion of my power," Rukia said, her voice serious, "a tenth, perhaps. No more than a human should be able to handle. No more than I should be able to recover myself. But that didn't happen somehow, you took all of my power. I only have enough left to stay alive. I have been reduced to a simple soul." "You don't look much like a normal soul," Ichigo said, frowning. "This," Rukia said, gesturing at herself in general, "is what we call a Jigai. An artificial body. We use it sometimes to hide when we're in the world of the living. My power, the part that makes me a Shinigami, that is still stuck inside you." "What?" Ichigo said with a bit of shock, running the palm of his hand over his chest, as if he could somehow sense it physically. "But, how?" "I don't know either," Rukia said. "But it should wear off. I hope. I can't contact my base of operations for a while yet, and I don't know how long this will take to wear off. So, Ichigo said, doing his best to try and feel for some weird ghost spirit samurai kind of power, and coming up short. "What do I do about it?" "Well, it's obvious," Rukia said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "You'll simply have to take over my duties for the time being. I was assigned to the Karakura region, although I landed in the wrong city by mistake. You are a Karakura resident. You have the power. It should work just fine, with a bit of guidance." Whoa, Ichigo said. "Wait, how do you know I'm from Karakura?" "I know a guy who knows things," Rukia said. "He was the one who supplied me with this Jigai. Now, let's get started. You have a lot to learn dash. Again, whoa, Ichigo said. I never said I was going to do it, okay? This whole, slaying monsters business is not me. I mean, dumping this on me, that's like dumping a war on a soldier who never fought in a battle. No, scratch that, it's more like dumping it on somebody who never finished boot camp. Slaying monsters with swords. He shook his head. It's not just that it's dangerous for me, but I can't let my family be at risk. Or my friends. I'd just be an idiot with a big sword that he doesn't know how to use. You did fine yesterday, Rukia said impatiently. That was. I dunno, dumb luck. Ichigo said. The memory of it was a bit hazy, almost a blur. He had felt strong, powerful, he had felt right, but now, in the daylight, where it was no longer fight or die, he felt hesitant, even afraid. Tatsuki was right, it was a whole new world, and the thought of being enlisted as a soldier in it didn't appeal to him. Rukia shook her head. Trust me, your strength is far above that of a typical human being. Stronger than many Shinigami, even. You won't be dealing with anything too dangerous. I'll just give you some basic training, just as a temporary solution, and we'll dash. No, Ichigo said flatly. Sorry, but no. This is your mess, not mine. I'm not going to stick my neck out because you messed up. If it were just something smaller, but, he scratched his head, he felt like a prick saying these things so bluntly, you're asking me to risk my life. That's what it is, if it's anything like last night and if my friends and family got caught up, then. At a loss for words he shrugged, hoping she caught his meaning. Ichigo, Rukia said gravely, staring into his eyes, last night, you saved my life. If that counts for nothing, then you should know that you also saved the life of your two friends, too. Do they matter to you? Ichigo said nothing, but the look on his face spoke volumes. They do, Rukia said, nodding. Now imagine it's somebody else's best friend. Somebody else's sister, daughter, mother. Somebody else's precious somebody that nobody can replace. Can you imagine that, Ichigo? I know you can. You felt it last night. That was different, Ichigo said evasively. I had my back against the wall, I had no choice. Ichigo, if you do this, you will make a difference. Her voice was sharp, true, and held a weight and certainty well beyond her youthful appearance. These monsters are hollows, souls driven mad by grief and regret, turned into monsters preying on the living. We Shinigami purify them. Each hollow we stop is one less that can hurt and kill others. Ichigo, if you do this, you will save lives. If you do not, people will die. Eventually my superiors will send a replacement, but that could take time. For all they know, I am still at work. It could take months. How many human beings will die in that time, Ichigo? Her voice was somewhere in between pleading and steely, and it drilled at his mind like a jackhammer. Hold firm, he thought, you said your piece and it was true. It's not your battle. I can tell you how many, not dozens, but hundreds, Rukia continued mercilessly. Hundreds will die. Thousands will have lost their children, their siblings, their parents. You have the power to stop this. So will you stand there in the shadows because you are afraid, or will you step up and make a difference? I don't know, Ichigo said hesitantly. Have you ever lost anybody, Ichigo? Anybody close to you? No, he mumbled. It hurts. More than anybody can imagine. It leaves a hole in your chest. You have potential, Ichigo, and you're strong, so if you let me, we can stop that from happening. No. He said, less resolutely this time. What if it were your sisters? Rukia said coldly. What if a monster came after them, and you were powerless to stop it? What if it was your mother? After all, they came after you once, who's to say they wouldn't do it again? You shut up. Ichigo said sharply. He was in turmoil, balling his fists as he felt as if something boiled in his chest. You just shut up, okay? I don't want any of your crazy world, not one iota. Before she could reply, he stormed out of the restroom, leaving Rukia behind. Shaken, he made his way back to the stage where the tournament was held, taking long, deep breaths. Rukia just watched him leave. That was enough for now, but she was not done, not by far. Tatsuki had taken the championship, quite convincingly, against a monster of a girl taller and tougher than she was. Ichigo had watched and cheered, but his mirth had been forced, fake, hiding his anxiety. The confrontation with Rukia had shaken him, filled him with a noxious cocktail of emotion: fear, anger, self-righteous fury, nervousness, and the gnawing feeling that he was doing something wrong. It was crazy, of course, and he knew the arguments. It wasn't his world, not his mess, and he had no reason to risk his life for somebody else. The safety of his family was at risk. It made perfect sense. He saw no flaw in his logic. Sure, he was partly to blame for Rukia's injury back then, but she asked way too much of him, way too much. It was unreasonable. Completely unfair. He was 15 years old, he should be worried about grades, about girls, about the future, not putting his life on the line. It was too much. But the more he thought about it, the more those things felt like excuses. Feelings were rarely logical, and he tried to dismiss it at just that an irrational sense of guilt, coupled with some dumb, macho protector instinct, but no matter how he reasoned he couldn't shake it. He kept thinking of Rukia, of her steely, determined face, her voice as she said the words. Hundreds will die. Thousands will have lost their children, their siblings, their parents. You have the power to stop this. So it was that, after some appropriate celebration, whose associated elation let him almost forget about the encounter, he found himself back at the hotel. Twilight would soon come, and all three of them were exhausted. Well, not Orium, whose energy seemed limitless. Tatsuki had taken a shower, and was taking a well-deserved rest on the couch in the hotel room, lazily watching some crummy soap opera, with Orium excitably following the show's excuse for a plot. Ichigo had joined them, although he couldn't focus at anything, certainly not some silly drama show. Restlessly, he fiddled with his fingers, making fists, twiddling thumbs, staring down into his lap. After a while, Tatsuki looked away from the TV, fixing her eyes on Ichigo, and said, "Well, aren't you the picture of joy? I just won a trophy, and then we went out and had a roaring good time too, and here you are looking like your pet hamster got run over, or something. Did that monster thing really get to you that badly?" She sounded somewhere in between quizzical, concerned, and a little irritated. "It's not that," Ichigo said, and immediately regretted his words. It would have made for a good excuse, but he couldn't back away now. It's nothing, all right," he said lamely, hoping it would be enough. "I can handle myself, so don't worry." "PFF, don't worry, my rear," Tatsuki snorted. "I know you, Ichigo, and that's what you say when you're being an idiot who thinks you have to keep it all inside just because you're a boy. It's okay to have more emotion than a rock, you know." "Really, it's nothing," Ichigo said, putting a little more effort into it. He sounded more convincing this time, but Tatsuki was not letting up. She stood up from her chair, and walked over to Ichigo. "Come on. Talk to me. That's what friends are for, aren't they?" "I'm fine," Ichigo insisted. "Well, you leave me no choice," Tatsuki said. She shrugged, and Ichigo caught the look in her eye and the grin on her face too late, and within a second she had locked an arm around his neck, placing the knuckles of her free arm on the top of his head. She was strong, of course. Ichigo was taller and stronger, but he wasn't about to start wrestling her like it was serious. Hey, knock it off," Ichigo said, squirming although not very hard. "You leave me no choice, bud," Tatsuki said. "Speak, or I'll give you a nudgie you'll feel 2 weeks from now." "What are we, 5?" Ichigo protested. "I'm fine, I told you." Orium looked on with cheer, and said, "Ve half ways of making you talk, Mr. Bond. So you better spill it." "Okay, 1. James Bond never fought any Nazis," Ichigo began, "and secondly Awf." Tatsuki had begun rubbing her knuckles over his skull. "You can make it stop any time, Mr. Bond," she said cheerily. "All you have to do is talk." "Since when am I Mr. Bond?" Ichigo protested. Despite himself he was nearly laughing. This was so typical of Tatsuki, so direct and blunt. "Oh, come on, knock it off." "Never." Tatsuki insisted. And if this doesn't cut it, maybe the Indian burns will. No. Ichigo cried out, and laughter finally bubbled over in his voice. No, anything but that. Have you had enough, Mr. Bond? Tatsuki said, stubbornly continuing her torture. Or shall we proceed to phase 2, JA? Fine, fine, I'll talk. Ichigo said, and couldn't help but laugh. Just let go of me already, okay? That's what I like to hear, Tatsuki said, nodded, and let him go. Standing in front of him, she said, let's hear it then. Is it that girl from last night? Orium said, and Ichigo marveled at the accidental accuracy of her bizarre fantasies. I bet you totally fell in love with her, and now you're torn because she belongs to the world of the dead, and you to the living, and your love is impossible and may never be, but you will try anyway. No, Ichigo said firmly, hoping he wasn't blushing, definitely not that. Definitely. So what is it then? Tatsuki said, sitting herself down at the far end of the couch. Ichigo took a deep breath. All right. You know what? It is the girl from last night. Minus the whole impossible love nonsense, he added hastily. Today. I was taking a leak, and she surprised me in the bathroom. Tatsuki gave a whistle. Don't tell me. No, God damn it. Ichigo swore, and knew that this time, he was definitely blushing. She surprised me and gave me this speech. He took another deep breath. I'll tell you the whole thing, but if I hear one word, one freaking innuendo or tease, I'm keeping my lips shut, got that? You got my word, Tatsuki said with a snigger, and the grin on her face told him she already had had enough fun at his expense. We won't, I promise, Orium said. Did she tell you that you're still a spirit samurai? Again. How did she do it? Yes. Ichigo mumbled, and nodded. He went on to explain the whole thing, all she had said, how he now had the powers of a Shinigami, how she had tried to recruit him, how he had said no. Orium and Tatsuki listened and nodded, occasionally cutting in with a question. Surprisingly, Ichigo felt much better having gotten it off his chest, most of that uncertain turmoil in his gut settling down. And that's about the gist of it, he said quietly. She wants me to be a soldier for her, and for who knows how long. It's crazy. Right. It's a big thing to spring on you, gotta agree, Tatsuki said thoughtfully. Imagine that. Orium said, with a look on her face that Ichigo knew meant her imagination was going into overdrive. You have the actual powers of a death god. Yeah, well, I'm not using them, Ichigo said stubbornly. This is not my war. If there's a whole order of M out there, then it's their responsibility to fix this, not mine. He looked at Tatsuki, desperately wanting her to agree, to convince him because he certainly hadn't convinced himself. That thing she said? Tatsuki said thoughtfully. It could be your family. Yeah, she said that, Ichigo said uncertainly. What about it? If it were your family, Tatsuki said seriously, if it were your mom, your dad, and your sisters, and one day you came home to find them all dead, blood everywhere. Jesus, Tatsuki. Ichigo snapped. If that happened, Tatsuki insisted, and you knew there was somebody who could have stopped it, but didn't, would you ever forgive him? What the hell? Ichigo said, feeling angry, you're on her side now. I'm not on any side. Tatsuki said. But no matter what, you'd never be alone. Because we'd be right here, Orium said confidently. We'd find a way to help. Maybe we'd find some kind of scientifically advanced experimental anti-monster railguns. Or regular guns. Something like that, Tatsuki said. What's important is you answer the question. Would you forgive somebody like that? I don't know, Ichigo said, knowing full well the answer. I think you do. Tatsuki said seriously. Think about this, Ichigo, Orium said, and Ichigo wished he could just worm his way out of here. Tatsuki was firm, assertive, sort of like a brother, and screaming at her, he could do. Orium, not quite so much. Last night, you saved me and Tatsuki. I think that was pretty heroic. Well, I didn't have a choice, did I? Ichigo repeated. Ichigo, if you saved the two of us, if we're worth saving, aren't the other people out there worth saving too? She looked him right in the eye, and he wished he could look away. Sure, he said hastily, and looked down, but I'm not even trained for this. This is a big thing, make no mistake, Tatsuki said, and she is asking a lot of you. But you always do the right thing, Ichigo. If people need help, you help. I always respected that. So the choice is yours, and I'm not going to judge you either way. It's not fair, dumping something like this on you. You're young, we all are. But life's not fair, right? Ichigo said. That's what you'd say next. Maybe, Tatsuki said. I just know that you'd never get any peace if you thought people died because of you. So, fuck, Ichigo mumbled. He was about to take the leap, he knew, plunge headlong off a cliff without knowing the waters below. What am I supposed to do? I mean, you'd help, yeah. Damn straight, Tatsuki said, making a fist. All for one and one for all, you know that. Like the Three Musketeers. Orium said. Only without muskets. Would that make us the Three Shinigami-tears? Damn it. Ichigo mumbled. All right. Fine. If she comes looking for me again, I'll say yes. Go to the bathroom and wait, why don't you? Tatsuki said with a snigger. Hey. Ichigo began, but then he heard a noise, and realized the window was open. Wait, what was that? As if the universe was inclined to answer his question directly, he saw Rukia's petite frame smoothly heave itself up through the window. They were 2 stories up, but at this point, nothing should surprise him. She landed gracefully, and gave him a look that was somewhere in between satisfied and a little smug. You. Ichigo said. You, how long have you been out there? Well, for quite some time. She said flippantly. I was going to come in sooner, but you sounded like you were having a moment, and I didn't want to intrude. So instead you just listened in like some stalker. Ichigo said incredulously. He had agreed to the proposal, perhaps, but that didn't mean he had to like her. The bathroom girl herself, Tatsuki said cheerily. Or was it Shinigami? You don't look very much like a spirit. Don't underestimate us, Rukia said. And I'm no girl. I am 10 times your age at the least. Tatsuki gave a whistle. Well, then you're not looking bad for your age. So, how does this work? Rukia walked into the room, and dug out something from her pocket. Well, first I'm going to need to overwrite your memories. Except Ichigo, of course. You're not supposed to know dash. Quickly, Ichigo put his hand on Rukia's, holding on to the little device. No, he said simply. We're all in this, together. We all go, or none of us do. Rukia gave him a calculating look, as if to determine if she could somehow do it anyway, then finally decided to put it away, stuffing it back in her pocket. All right, she said. I'm not sure what you'll be able to do, but, if that's the way it is. Well, that was surprisingly easy, Tatsuki said. I'm a little desperate, to be honest, Rukia admitted. This was my first solo assignment to the world of the living, and, it got messed up. This is the only way. So, I adapt. Good then, Ichigo said. So, what am I supposed to do? We'll get there. Not tonight, it seems quiet enough, but when we get back to Karakura, we have some basics to go over. She looked at him, and shot him the smallest of smiles. I'm glad you reconsidered. To be honest, I guess I owe ya, Ichigo said, and shrugged. You got all busted up trying to save me, so I'll repay the favor. But only until your Shinigami buddies fix this, got that? Understood, Rukia said, and nodded. So? He said, not sure where to go next. Why don't you sit down with us, Shinigami lady? Orium said. I am a new Orium, by the way. Kukaki Rukia said. Excellent, Orium said. Come sit with us. You've nowhere to go anyway, right? They're just about to reveal who murdered Mr. Kiyosaki, head of the sushi company. The what? Rukia said. Don't ask, Ichigo said, and shrugged. These things make no sense. Yet, somehow, Rukia wound up staying the night, sitting up till late with Orium. Shinigami she was, but human entertainment seemed to appeal to her still. And just like that, Ichigo had taken the plunge. It had been a week since Erza had left for her kendo tournament, and it felt good to be back home. As she walked up the stairs to her apartment she smiled, thinking about the experience. Some of her students had come along to cheer, and she had felt proud performing so well in front of them. It was hardly fair, of course, even with the restrictions of a Jigai, not a single one of her competitors had come close. She felt bad, but only a little. Having earned a neat chunk of money for first place certainly eased any shame she might have had. Orium would be back by now, she knew, from that tournament Tatsuki had. It was a good thing, she thought. Young people should be out and about, enjoying themselves, and karate was a healthy sport to follow. All things considered, she and Masaki hadn't done a bad job. No delinquency, no drugs, and no alcohol for their kids. Most other parents would tell them you could never know for sure, but most other parents couldn't stalk their children at the speed of sound if they needed to. Because of this, she hadn't been too nervous, letting them go away by themselves. Takahama was outside the danger zone, as most hollows in the region tended to frequent Karakura, and the three of them were responsible young individuals. Well, comparatively at least. Lost in thought, Erza unlocked the door, stepped inside, took her coat and shoes off, and was soon greeted by a cheery Orium, who ran up to her and gave her a quick hug. It was Saturday, which meant they were in no rush and free to spend some quality time together. Erza! Orium chirped, hugging her hard. She always surprised Erza, so strong for a human. Then again, that was how Erza had raised her. You're back. Welcome home. You might have thought Erza would have been gone for months, not just a week, but the two of them had got quite close. Orium valued the people close to her. She would have made a fine member of Fairy Tail, and that was high praise. Yup, I'm back, Erza said, and smiled as she ruffled Orium's hair. Oof, take it easy there, or you'll break me, she joked. Did you win? Orium said, letting go. Smiling, Erza reached into her bag, and produced a small trophy, and a wad of bills. I knew you'd do it. Orium cheered. Of course I would, Erza said. I worked my hardest and did my best, and what does that mean? You win, and even if you don't, you still have a reason to be proud of yourself. Orium said, repeating a lesson Erza had taught her. That's right, Erza said, nodding. Come on, let's have some tea. I already made some, just in case, Orium chirped. Great, Erza said. She really was a sweet girl. Soon, the two of them were seated on the couch of her apartment, the TV running a rerun of some soap opera, one of their favorite pastimes. It was ridiculous, but quite entertaining. So, Erza said, leaning back with a mug of warm tea, how was the tournament? Oh, it was awesome. Orium exclaimed. There were so many girls who looked super tough, but Tatsuki was wham. Pow. Shadoosh. She made some excitable gestures, mimicking karate Tatsuki had taught her something Erza had definitely welcomed. She watched and listened as Orium launched into a tirade, describing what was with certainty a vastly exaggerated recount of Tatsuki's run through the brackets. She was sure that karate tournaments did not involve time-traveling robots, or tin-can-shaped cyborg aliens with a tendency toward extermination, and she knew for a fact that Tatsuki was not actually a superhero. Even so, she smiled, listened, and read through the line. She had done quite well. Orium and Ichigo had cheered her on, and they had had a good time all around. After a good 15 minutes of excitable and uniquely imaginative explanation, Erza said, Well, I'm glad you had such a good time. And that was all? Did anything else happen that I should know about? Erza meant Ichigo, of course. After all, it was him and two teenaged girls alone in a hotel room, and while she was sure she could trust the three of them, you never knew with hormones in play. The answer was far more shocking, though. Well, we were sort of attacked by this big monster, Orium said casually. It had this huge white mask, and it was pretty scary. She blinked, as if remembering something important. Come to think of it, it kinda looked like the stuff you told me about. What? Said Erza, almost beside herself with the thought of her Orium having been attacked. Unlike Masaki, she hadn't kept Orium in the dark, but she had decided to fill her in little by little, until she was older. She had told her about hollows, what they looked like, and to always run away, but not much else. Orium had spiritual potential, but it had always been slight, dormant. She had never been able to see ghosts as far as Erza could recall. "Oh, it's okay," Orium said. A big, brave spirit samurai came running and fought it off. Then we went back to the hotel, talked about it, and now we can all see ghosts. Isn't that cool? This was not exactly honest, Orium knew, but part of her really liked the idea of keeping a secret. Ichigo was going to be a superhero, and superheroes had secret identities. Being in on that made her feel excited, and as such, she didn't tell Erza everything. It wasn't technically lying, after all. What? Erza mumbled. "I mean, are you okay? Were you hurt?" Urgently, she grabbed Orium, looking at her as if she had some sort of hidden injury. "Are the others okay? What happened?" "Erza, calm down," Orium said happily. "I told you, some guy in black fought it off. We weren't hurt or anything." "Are you sure?" Erza said. Quietly, she sensed Orium's Ryatsu, scanning for something. There it was, unmistakably the energy she had always had, no longer sleeping, flaring about defiantly like a candle in the night. She had been changed by this, and so would the others too. She would bet her right hand on it. "Yes, I'm sure," Orium said insistently. "We were totally fine. But I kinda wonder about the spirit samurai." "Orium, listen," Erza said, her voice restrained, trying to think of the right thing to say. "You know how I warned you about the monsters? About hollows? Did you ever wonder how I knew about them?" "Nope," Orium said simply. "You're pretty smart and you know stuff. That's basically who you are. That, and being really cool and lots of other stuff." Normally, Erza would have felt moved by Orium's simple, earnest compliment. Now, however, she was on edge, nervous. "Well, she began, still fumbling for the right words, "I know a lot about that sort of stuff, actually. You could say I'm an expert." "Orium, She wanted to confess, tell her the whole thing, but she also very badly wanted to check on Ichigo, get the whole of the situation known to her first. "Let's just say I know my way around the spirit world, okay? One of these days I'll tell you all about it real soon, actually." "Oh, that's cool," Orium said. "Can we finish the show, though?" she said, and gestured at the TV. Not that they had paid close attention to begin with, but Erza breathed out. Taking it easy for a little while might be the best answer. Don't overthink it, don't do anything rash. "Sure," Erza said at last. "Is there more tea, actually?" Sure, I'll get some," Orium said cheerily. Erza leaned herself back. She had always known a day like this would come, for Ichigo in particular, but no matter how much she had anticipated it, it was still a bit of a shock. Not as much of a shock as it would be for Ichigo, though. If he had had an awakening, if his power had become active, then he had painted a beacon on himself. Masaki would know it the moment she saw him. No matter what she thought, no matter how much she wanted to protect him, no matter how much Erza wanted to respect that as she had respected it for all these years, she could stay silent no longer. He was in danger now. He needed to know. He needed to learn how to defend himself. As did Orium. Probably Tatsuki too. Ryatsu had a way of rubbing off on people, and Ichigo had been friends with them since he was young. She sighed. This was going to get complicated, in a way she did not appreciate at all. She waited till it was dark, after Orium had gone to bed. Once she was sure she was asleep, she got up, swallowed a pill containing a mod soul, and popped out of her Jigai, standing tall as a Shinigami. Quietly she exited the apartment, and sped away toward the Kurosaki residence. Masaki was out of town for just a few days, which gave her a bit of time to work with. Within the minute, she was perched on a rooftop opposite of the Kurosaki home. She relaxed, focused, and sensed for Ichigo. The idea had been to sense for him, and then, well, improvise. Talk to him, maybe. Warn him. What actually happened was a surprise, even knowing what she did. She sensed Ichigo, alright, but he was moving away from the house and fast, much too fast for a human. With a sense of urgency, Erza followed his signal, trying to get a view. Before long she had caught up, and there he was. He was dashing across the roofs, leaping from one to the next, jumping across telephone poles, streetlights, crossing large distances in single bounds. He wore Theshi Hakusho, there was no mistaking it. On his back sat a girl. No, on closer inspection, it wasn't just any girl. It was Rukia. Wearing what looked like a Jigai, her power output being marginal. What the hell was going on here? Carefully, so as to not be spotted, Erza followed them. The pair seemed focused enough, and neither were likely to sense for her. Erza was no expert in the matter of reading Ryotsu, but following Ichigo's signal, which blazed like a bonfire in the night, was child's play. They were headed toward another clear signature, that of a hollow recently having manifested from a portal to Hueco Mundo. As she followed, Erza's mind raced. Ichigo's power had blossomed, it was an awakening and then some. Already it was equal to that of a 10th seat, maybe even better. He seemed to have absolutely no skill with it, but that was no surprise. His Ryotsu signature read distinctly like that of a true Shinigami, completely transformed from that of a normal human soul. The distinction was unmistakable. Humans barely if ever had control of their Ryotsu, and what little they had was usually a small ball of consistently blazing energy, whereas Shinigami were large, powerful, and very much controlled, their energy having the fragrance of structure and military order. Overnight literally Ichigo's energy had warped, mutated, and grown, not only in magnitude but in structure. How had it happened? Well, that was Rukia. It had been so long since she had seen her last, but Erza remembered her as a capable fighter, not without pride, and she doubted she would have made herself second to some human. Or did she know who Ichigo was? No, not likely. They had all kept their heads down, going so far as to block their powers almost entirely for almost a year after the Quincy incident. But he looked so much like Shibukayan, she had to suspect something. But the most likely explanation, Erza decided as she followed them for a couple of miles, was that Rukia had somehow been drained of her powers. The procedure was known. If rare in desperate times, a Shinigami could lend her powers to an ally, although it was risky. Not knowing Ichigo's potential, she must have lent her powers to him, and being so naturally powerful, he had absorbed them all without realizing it. Here he was now, playing at being a Shinigami, without having the slightest idea what it meant, physically or mentally. Part of her ached with worry and frustration at the thought of it, but another part of her was cautiously optimistic. He had power now, and maybe, just maybe, he could use it. Before long, the chase stopped, and Erza hid herself behind the slope of a rooftop, observing the two of them. In other circumstances, she would have been overjoyed to see Rukia, an old friend, but at the moment she was much too concerned with Ichigo to think about it. Carefully she hid, putting herself in close distance if they needed her. The hollow was close, just down the street, and Erza had a good view of the scene. It was a big beastie, or at least it would be to a total rookie like Ichigo, with thick scales on its back, stubby clawed hands, and a mask stained with blood. Come on, Ichigo, Erza thought, don't be stupid. Keep your guard up, and don't run in recklessly. You can do it. As Ichigo raised his sword and let out a battle cry of sorts, Erza had to resist the impulse to get up, to run to his side, to protect him from the monster. She saw the little boy she had helped raise since he was a baby, the little kid she had babysat and protected his entire life, and felt a fear that he would be hurt, so strong it was nearly a physical pain, but she forced herself to remain still. The hollow, she knew, had inferior power compared to his very inferior. Actually, its only advantage would be experience. She had to at least let him try. She needed to see what this was. If things got bad, it would take her all of 2 seconds to sweep down and destroy it. The hollow growled and charged, and Ichigo met it head on. He ran at it, swinging the sword like a club, and cut into its arm. Quite adeptly, for somebody of his skill level, he dodged the counter slash, jumped into the air, and cut its mask. It was no clean hit by any means, and only barely had enough force to crack it, but it did the job. The hollow shrieked, began to dissipate, and Erza felt a pang of pride. She made a fist and smiled, relaxing herself. He had done it, killed a hollow without even a day's worth of formal training. This put him years ahead of the typical Shinigami student to be sure, but it wouldn't be nearly enough. Assured that everything was as it should be, Rukia said something to him. The two of them seemed to banter a little, before Ichigo picked her up, and they began heading back home. Quietly, Erza followed them again. She watched him land at home, and though his movements were clumsy, he seemed to have a knack for it. He was a natural, and no doubt about it. He and Rukia spoke. Rukia headed out into the night, and Ichigo stood there for a while, staring out into the night. Erza watched Rukia leave, and once she was out of earshot, she made her move. Ichigo was a bit confounded. Fighting that monster had felt good. It was dangerous, and he had nearly got cut, but that had just made it more exciting, somehow. Not that he would admit it, but he didn't mind this so much. Quietly, he stared into the night, thinking about this new turn of events. Life was funny. One day, you're a teenager whose biggest worry was passing math with decent grades, and the next, you're a death god slaying soul-eating monsters. It really was a mad world. He was just about to turn around and head inside, when he saw a figure on the roof across the street, its face obscured by the dark of night. From the light of the stars he could see the flowing robes, the same kind of kimono he wore right now. What was this? Had they already sent somebody new? Before Ichigo could think any further on it, the figure had leapt across the street, crossing the distance instantaneously. Ichigo flinched a little, and held his sword up, just in case. The night was cloudless, allowing for some degree of visibility, and in the pale light he saw the figure up close. Tall, busty, with a steely expression and red hair. Lamely, he let his sword drop, as something deep in his mind recalled it, a memory long buried in his childhood. Ichigo, she said, we need to talk. Check the description for the links to the author.